mixing the signals, and it's out of my hands. We fight and you put my head in your chest. I cry the next thing we're getting undressed. Last night's the last time you're getting my bed. Where do we go? Is it over? I need you close, only closure. I gotta know if you want me right here by my side. Where do we go? Where do we go if you want me right here by my side? Where do we go? Can you make a decision? 'Cause I can't make up my mind. I tell myself that I'll be better on my own, but I come back every time. We fight and you put my head in your chest. I cry the next thing we're getting undressed. Last night's the last time you're getting my bed. Where do we go? Is it over? I need you close, only closure. I gotta know if you want me right here by my side. Where do we go? Where do we go? Is it over? I need you close, only closure. I gotta know if you want me right here by my side. Where do we go? If you want me right here by my side, where do we go?
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
It's a fight to stay afloat in the middle bracket as we get into our last match day of the weekend. Hello and welcome back to VCT Americas Kickoff, coming to you live from the greatest couch in all of the Riot Games arena, or the one couch and two chairs. We're
Yeah,
not
my
welcome
chair
on
is
the
better
couch.
than your chair, for the record.
Dang.
I don't know about that one.
I don't know
Okay,
what
there you go.
metric
This is a
you're
comfy
using to
couch.
define that one, but sure, I'll agree with you. We're on to our last day here to really get into this middle bracket deep with two more NA matchups. Before we focus on the games, I think we have to, focus on a bit of history. If you've ever encountered the internet in your daily life, as you may have, you've likely seen a lot of throwbacks to 2016 recently. Well, get ready for some more, but this time we're gonna make it Valorant related.
Are you rewinding to 2016?
Yeah, so that's Haven. 10 years ago, early development.
Ascent, maybe.
Oh, that's Ascent?
That was Ascent,
Oh my
yep.
God! Did I say Haven? I'm losing my mind.
Wait, he's just a baby.
That's crazy.
Honestly, that looks like him from 2016.
Yeah.
Well, the only
Well, I
difference
think
is
that's
he's got
because
the,
it is
the
him.
champs
Oh, okay.
necklace. You know?
Yeah.
It's the only
The
difference.
aura.
Yeah, remember CLG? Good times.
That's crazy.
That is crazy. Definitely a glow up for Ethan. Here's
Whoa.
the Vandal, and that is
What
a
is
very
that?
early
That is
development
crazy.
weapon.
Dude, I like the color scheme though.
It's
Why
kind
is it
of
so
cool.
thick, though?
It
That feels
is
like it's
cool.
too bulky.
It does look very different.
Oh my god! Wait, he was actually a baby.
How old
He
is he?
was.
But look, he
How
was
old is
gaming
he?
even back
was.
then. That's fire.
The Game Boy.
Crazy one from Kiko.
I actually felt that.
No, I
like
like that
that
he's wearing a
picture.
tie for the school fit.
Oh yeah,
That's
so cute. That's
You know,
adorable.
he's our import player. Well, there's a couple of glimpses
I love
back at history. Very, very good to get to see that. But for today, there's still time for New Year's resolutions as we get truly set into 2026. And some of our pro players, they've put together their own resolutions. Let's take a listen.
Do I have a New Year's resolution?
My New Year's resolution is to be a better leader for my team. I think as I'm growing older, I'm 23 now, I'm understanding this role better and I'm understanding people better, and so I'm trying to use those, characteristics that I'm building up to try to lead my boys and get a big win again.
To keep working out, because after my little stint on Navi, I was like, gosh, I don't even know, like 230 pounds or something. Now I'm like 210, like I've down like 20 pounds. So I'm just gonna keep working out and losing weight.
My New Year's resolution is to stay in the gym consistently. I gymmed last year a good bit, but I would get lazy about it, especially when traveling. Like, we would go to internationals and there would be a nice hotel gym for me to use and I wouldn't use it.
Ah, but that's such a boring one, bro. I gotta do something fun. Everyone says that and they just don't do it.
Just to have a good year. Like, winning, having fun playing the game. The last 2 years of getting to this point in Tier 1 have just been too much. I'm surprised I don't have gray hair, so.
This year's resolution for me is to make it out of a group stage at an international.
For a New Year's resolution, I would like to stop getting mad at ranked and stop slamming my desk. I already failed my New Year's resolution, to be honest.
New things that I'm trying to do is maybe play the game a little less. People that know me know that I play the game an unhealthy amount, so maybe play a little less, focus more on my lifestyle and things that I do outside the game. Maybe that could help me on stage as well.
Well, a lot of people trying to get healthy in different ways. I like hearing that one New Year's resolution already broken. I imagine that happened New Year's Day with a desk slam. But yeah, let's see how that goes. We'll reflect back on that later down the line with our players. Focusing in on some of the players we're going to see today brings us to our Pulsar flick of the week. And this week, it's going to go to one of our rookies, Tino, with this clip on Bind.
This was one of the sickest plays ever. He's got a classic and a judge in a 1-on-3. First hits the classic shots and then the double dash into the judge. Good Lord, with no time left either. It's so sick making that play happen.
Yeah, it was so close on the clock, and I remember watching this live, and we were all just screaming because it
Literally
was
jaw
so
dropped,
good. Yeah,
jaw on
it
the
was
floor.
so fun. Like, actually, just such a fun way to kind of close out this round, and yeah, decision making definitely makes sense with that timer.
You can critique some of the things that Waylay has brought to the game, but I think the clips that she creates are very fun to watch. An impressive performance from him. We'll get to check in with Tino a little bit later today as we take a look at the bracket and how things have all turned out. A couple more teams got sent down to the lower bracket the other day. That means Loud, EG, Crew, and Lev are just a game away from elimination this kickoff. But that sets our sights on a North America focus day this Sunday with 100 Thieves versus Sen, followed by Envy against C9 for a continuation of our middle bracket. And to focus on that first match, it is, of course, our North American Classic. It is the match that has everyone seeing red, that happens so many times every year, but this time it is a very different look. Both these teams have in large parts retooled, brought up new IGLs from Tier 2. And so for this very special edition of this common head-to-head, guys, it is going to be a real new direction, I think, to find what the pecking order between these teams that has always been dominated by Sentinels will be now.
Especially when the stakes are lose and you go to the lower bracket where there's no more mistakes allowed, as a matter of fact. So 100 Thieves need to upset some of the historical record here and finally overturn Sen.
I think this is the year to do it. They already had such a strong start, whereas Sen, they were a little bit more rocky. They did get the win that we saw, I believe, yesterday. But will that be enough to kind of take down a team that's already coming in the year strong?
Yeah, their opponent also got that win, but it was a bit of a close one for 100 Thieves. And I want to get how you're feeling about this matchup for them. I think there was very high hopes early for this team. They do get the win here, but in doing so, drop a map. What are your kind of expectations as to where 100 Thieves is slotting in terms of their level right now?
I think for sure they're climbing up the ranks for me. I think they're definitely leaning towards that top 5, maybe perhaps one of the teams that can make it to Masters, because this team has been looking so good. Their protocols have been really, really well thought out. This Team of Clutch, obviously we have to see that again. But yeah, as a team, really focusing on their alt orb usage, focusing on their playbook, and just overall having a solid attack style.
Yeah, and I feel like with their bind defense specifically, it shows that when they have those practice, they're taking the full advantage of it. We saw them kind of struggle in those early first maps on bind, but this bind was like a complete new 100 Thieves. They fixed a lot of their problems, they fixed a lot of their setups, and they made it a lot cleaner for them.
But they still did lose that breeze, which looked a little different.
Yeah.
So I think something to prove for 100 Thieves going into today. And for a word from Asuna, a man who's very familiar with this matchup, we'll go check in with Zoe. A nice big smile. Can you think of any of your teammates that bring that kind of joy?
Asuna. Wait, who am I? Am I 100 Thieves?
4 times out of 19. Yeah, that's good. Now, of course, we're looking at 2 very different rosters today. You, as a veteran player, though, do you treat this as a fresh matchup, or do you still have like some sort of rivalry or baggage which is heading into this match?
I don't think there's any like baggage, I would say. Yeah, sure, there's a rivalry because, you know, everyone exit on. But overall, you know, I think they've just gotten lucky 19 times or 15 times. So, you know, it's just unfortunate that, you know, one team can get so lucky so many times. So it's going to be a fresh start. And yeah, we're going to start it off with a 1-0, and we're going to start counting now.
Okay, I can't wait to see that.
Good to hear that mentality from Asuna going into this game. Another player that has now been on both sides of this coin is Bang, who has, of course, again kind of flopped on over and gets an opportunity to see this matchup from a new angle. And also Myrna, who played so well in that first couple games in this 100 Thieves jersey.
He was genuinely phenomenal. I think his role as a controller on this team has been super solid. I talked about him being the rock for this team, and he has proven to be that and so much more. Constantly putting himself in those positions to be able to clutch out, as well as on that defense, getting multi-frags whenever they try to enter his site.
And I feel like people have been calling Bang the rock of his team for a long time, going all the way back to when he was on 100 Thieves previously. This is always a guy that was completely locking down sites on his own, very successful even without the supportive utility of his teammates.
Yeah.
He can be put in a position on his own and always come away successful.
Yeah, and also it's just the consistency that he has. No matter what team he's on, no matter what agent he's on, no matter what site he's on, what map, anything, he always performs, and that's why I think he is the rock of that team.
Yeah, but Sentinels, they of course chose to go in a different direction after having him on the squad last year. So now having this first opportunity back with 100 Thieves for his second time to try and get that revenge, you'd imagine this match is going to mean just that little bit more to Bang, especially if he can keep his current performance. But the big question, really, of these rebuilds for both squads was about the new leaders, both of which stepping up from Tier 2 to take the mantle of one of our league's biggest teams. So from each of you guys, I want to start to get impressions of what is the style of both Caillou and Vora from what we've seen thus far. I'll start with you.
Yeah, well, I wanted to look at Vora in particular because I think the way that Vora was calling was very interesting. I think he likes to play very flexible rounds based off of early control of mid primarily. And really in this round, in these few rounds I want to pull up, I want to talk about how he calls against an op. First of all, he loves to work late into the round after taking mid control into the weak side of the map. That's going to be the site with only 2 players on it. And in this series versus Loud, that was always the B site. You saw him go for this. But in this round here, he sees the op. But instead of pivoting away from the op, he chooses to still continue into that B site, knowing there is utility to fight into this, and choosing to use that utility, sort of brute force their way into B. Now, 400 Thieves, it doesn't end up being successful. Verdi dodged away from the flash, but it tells you a little bit about him as a player, that he wants to go into the off. The next round, he calls a full-on B exec, try and dominate that, and the round after, it's a full fake hit into B. Again, the idea is to finish into A, but to try and pull rotations away and move the oppo, whether that's on B, you realize that, and they can accelerate into A, or if it was on A, realistically, he was hoping that that fake would have been more successful. Again, it's a lost round for 100 Thieves, which primarily comes down to the micro issues in this later exec, with Bang sort of running in front of the party. But the idea is there. He has very different options in trying to deal with the offer, whether that is moving directly into it or trying to bait people away.
Let's flip over to Sen, though, because they're IGL as well. We've got some time to look at them.
I think a lot of what Kayu's IGLing is surrounding is their default. They love to do that 3-1-1. And now in this A main, they've actually started off strong, getting those 2 picks. But what's interesting is they slow it down. They have those numbers, and they're allowing Narrate as that one to push up towards mid and get a lot of that information. They love to slow it down, whether they have numbers or not, and just get as much information as they can. And by doing that, they go into this regroup towards A and just hit a full execute. They do a really good job of farming orbs as well. So on Pearl here, they do something kind of similar, but instead it is a 4-1, where they're 4-1ing towards that A main, pulling back that Astra Star to deny the operator, grabbing that orb, and then again, falling back into another re-hit. And what's really interesting here is they actually let Kayu go towards that mid to kind of lurk, get that information, and sell a lot of that pressure towards A, because they put so much pressure there initially. And Kayu, off of this information, calls for them to regroup towards B and kind of hit towards that site. And rarely, guys, when it comes to Sentinels, you don't see them just do a full-off execute right off the bat, unless they have a set strategy. And I think that's kind of a really big difference between them and 100 Thieves.
Yeah, so I want to ask you, Myrna, with Kayu specifically on a map like Breeze, for example, where they did kind of lack that info, how do you feel about his IGLing there versus a map like Pearl, where he was getting all that info and making the right calls?
I feel like for Kayu, he likes to play it slow, and if he's not getting that information, he wants to see if the other team will aggress into them and give them something. Because most of the time with a lot of these teams in Americas, they do tend to get aggressive after a little bit of time. They get a little bit antsy, and so we've seen him kind of abuse that. But majority of the time, if they're not getting info, they just focus on getting those alt orbs and focus on playing that playbook towards the sites.
It'll be very interesting to see how those two get to match up. Of course, we did get to see them play. If you're a fan of Tier 2 challengers here in North America, that was a bit of a more common sight there. But now, a first time in Americas. 2 of the key players, though, for Sentinels, one of whom was their previous IGL, is, of course, John and Redux, Emily, who both had really great performances in their last game.
No, they really did. And I don't want to hear any more slander on John saving or John not having impact kills, because he was frying. He was one of the biggest win conditions for Sen in their last matchup. Like, he was getting consistent 2Ks every single round, it felt like. And the impact, like, they were all impact kills. It's not like he was kind of playing back or playing for a save. He was literally in there with his team getting those trades after Redux.
I genuinely think him switching off of that Sentinel role and back into that controller role, as well as a little bit of the initiator, has helped him be that player that he is today. He puts himself in that positioning because he's so smart all the time. Obviously, previous IGL, he knows how to put himself in those clutch positions.
Yeah, and I think he's still also giving some ideas to help Kayu as well in the mid-rounding. I think Redux is another player that I was surprised when I was listening to how Sentinels were calming in the game. He is super active at calling for assistive utility, which is a great sign to see on a rookie duelist, because that's one of the hurdles I think that a lot of players coming, you know, from a more ranked background have, where they don't have that sort of asking for assistance. But I think Redux being in this Sen system for so long has set him up beautifully for the big stage.
Yeah, can you speak to that a little bit, how far it goes for a player to have that experience with a leader and kind of build up that synergy? Of course, because these guys for Sentinels came up together from their Qbert Academy team.
No, they did, and I think when it comes to comms, it is not natural to everyone. Sometimes it's really hard to get a player to be vocal, especially on a role like duelist, where you need to be asking for utility. You need to be asking to be set up until you kind of get that chemistry where you can bounce off each other's seamlessly.
Yeah, and especially I think being in the position Redux is in, because if you're playing like a Neon or a Whale or something where you're always diving into sight, it's like a lot of the time those set plays are already pre-planned. Whereas a lot of the time Redux is set, like you watch a Pearl map where he's just solo top mid, he's away from the rest of his team. He has to be creative in asking for that assistance, and that's where it pays off.
Doing on the fly, you need to know what to ask for. Let's hear a little bit more from John QT. He's standing by with Zoe.
John Cutie, you kept yourself alive in the middle bracket. Now, after that performance, do you feel like that is moving the needle in terms of community perception of Sentinels?
I don't really think so. I think Sentinels is always held in very high standards. This is my third year here, so I'm kind of used to it, and I'm just making sure like the newcomers in the team are aware of it. And for me, what's important is the narrative inside the team, that we know we're good players, a great team. We just need to show it, and we've been working really hard to do it.
Right on. Best of luck in today's match.
Certainly a big thing for any player getting promoted into Tier 1 to get used to that pressure. Much less when you're playing for Sentinels, one of the organizations that probably has those highest expectations. But there is an opportunity early on for the rookies from both teams to live up to those expectations, because this match is in the middle bracket and neither team comes in with a dedicated higher seed. We're of course going to play a round of skirmish to decide who gets that high seed. And the teams they elected for the two IGLs, Caillou to go on in against Vora. Let's take a look.
Dude, I love two IGLs going against each other because it's like, who can Giga Brain? And not just frag out.
You think there's Giga braining in these one-on-ones?
So I think this is a time where they get to shut their brain off for the first time.
Vora's just killing them out there.
Started 4-0 here.
Hey, we're so
Kai's on the
back.
comeback,
No 5-0.
It's getting a little
back
close.
though. 3-4 now, and ties the game.
First to 5.
Winner take all.
It's just first to 5. Don't worry about
Right
it.
here.
Fake
Vora comes.
comeback.
Fake comeback. Classic.
We'll see if that's a sign of things to come. Vora ready just to close out. And that means, of course, that 100 Thieves will be the higher seed going into this matchup. Pretty fun way to decide it.
Yeah, I think that's so fun. I think we should have had that.
Yeah,
why didn't we do
1v1
that?
to determine who gets to, present their analysis before the game.
Oh, yo, I'm
I'd
down.
be so down.
Maybe we'll
It
set
would
that
be me
up.
every time.
Let's take a look at the talent predictions and see where we think this match is going to go. And oh boy. So we showed some pro player pictures from 2016.
Why are there two dogs up
Hey,
there?
you guys didn't
Glenn was a
embrace
dog.
the true 2016
What do you
culture
mean I
of
didn't?
Filter. Oh, wait, Mimi and Emily, you guys actually look like you could be sisters.
We were literal children.
Yeah, I think we're both like, what? Like, I think I was like 16 or something.
Whoa, no, I was like 11.
Oh.
Okay, Zoomers.
You're 26?
No, I'm not
currently?
26.
Yeah, you were like
Whoa,
probably
my
13,
math was
14.
way off.
Just a 10-year difference.
No, that's
done
too
math
hard.
before?
Impossible to decide. I think I remember, besides the pictures on that graphic, only one person going for
Sen.
Sen.
Who was
right.
it?
So 100 Thieves coming in as a favorite. I think that's to be expected. Why do we think it's such an outside chance for Sen to win this?
I think they looked good, but it felt like Sen only recently came into form.
Sure.
Like in this last match, I felt like they finally found the way that they want to play, setting up Redux for a lot of those 3Ks, but I think it did come down to a lot of heroics, a lot of kind of 3Ks on the site and just playing it down to that. And so for 100 Thieves, I think they're a lot more composed.
Yeah, I mean, they came in with a strong game plan on every single map, and we saw that they were able to kind of fix things that weren't working. Like, I feel confident in their ability to kind of exceed Sen here.
Yeah, well, this is going to be a big one. It's a new start for this classic rivalry in America's 100 Thieves and Sentinels. They played so many times, but now with new IGLs, with a new look, we get to watch a BO3 in the lower bracket, which starts now.
Sentinels versus 100 Thieves. We already know who wins. Don't even have to say it.
I think the audience should expect a 2-0 for Sen, honestly. We've lost to those guys every single time. So we're going to be given a nice little upset, hopefully. Going to be looking for some revenge.
And it's Sentinels who comes out on top in the Battle of NA.
They revamped their roster. Timatino, Vora, Bang. Bang going back to 100 Thieves from Sentinels, you know, we gotta put him back where he belongs, just send him back to losing again.
It's got to be Nair right now. Electric back into the site. That's another.
I've played against Sentinels more than some players have been on that team. I played against that team like 30 times. I think this year will be different.
With 100 Thieves, there isn't really a rivalry. We just whoop their ass every time, so I just expect the same.
Yeah, I know Narrate is adamant that there's not a rivalry here, but we tend to differ. I think a lot of the fans out there do as well. Welcome back to the couch here, folks. One of the most compelling games, if not the most, of this weekend of VCT Americas. It's 100 Thieves, it's Sentinels. They're doing battle for your viewing pleasure.
Yeah, I mean, one of the most iconic matchups of all, just VCT. Yep. And also, dare I say, a double rivalry, because we get the two challengers.
Rank says no rivalry, but you say double, actually.
Yeah, me when I lie and spread misinformation online. There's not only, of course, the classic, the 100 Thieves versus Sen, their VCT players, but both of them picking up challengers duos that were going at it last year as well. 100 Thieves with the guys from TSM, who are one of the best teams, and then the Qbert Academy guys on Sen, who are also one of the best teams. So that's what I'm saying, Mitch. Double rivalry heading into this.
And honestly, it's sick because these two teams are not being IGL'd by veterans at the moment. Actually, they're being IGL'd by those players. We have, you know, Vora on one side, Caillou on the other. So these two teams are helmed by players that are kind of renewing that rivalry from challengers. And a battle of rookie callers.
Both shooters. Did you see that they were neck and neck in the skirmish to get the, it was the 5-4. So both of them shooters for sure. Now we've got those vetoes coming through. Nothing entirely surprising. These are really common maps, I feel like, just for every team right now. 100 Thieves go to Corrode, where they just absolutely destroyed G2, and on account of Sen having Haven as their perma, they had to feel that that was an inevitable map coming through, one that Sen haven't played yet. So in contrast to G2, they have the ability to try and counter 100 Thieves' unique comp there with the Sage veto, and 100 Thieves don't know what to expect.
That was not a close map. That Corrode map against G2.
No, that was 13-3. Yeah. I mean, as unclose as it could possibly get. But what will be interesting here is that we are going to be getting 100 Thieves starting on the attack side, because it was their pick. We basically didn't see their attack side because they were up 11-1 against G2 in the first half on defense. So don't really know what they're going to do. So cool to watch. I'm excited to see what they've cooked up here.
And I mean, I'm enjoying Arsena picking up all these extra roles, you know, coming into this year, right? We're seeing some controller from him, obviously, on the Sage of this kind of map.
Yep,
He's been here for every season of VCT Americas. This guy is a veteran right now. Even though it might look babyface, the guy has been around more than once. So now even further expanding his role on this team. Much like Cryo, you've got these two hyper-flex players on this team that also are incredibly dynamic, incredible mechanically skilled players too.
Yeah, Arsena was saying in an interview over on the LATAM broadcast that he felt like this iteration of 100 Thieves is extremely fresh, brand new team, despite the long-standing chemistry of him, Cryo, and Bang as the core. Just the fresh faces from challengers who are hungry, bringing energy, and then an entirely new coaching staff with two extremely experienced guys over from EU and Doom Bros and NBS. Let's see what 100 Thieves have in store for us on attack. I'm excited to see what they have, what they've been doing in the lab.
Nothing too elegant being cooked off these barriers. It's going to be a straight-up walk-up here for 100 Thieves. Browner dealt with pretty quickly. Saturate catches on a Timo. Oh, buddy, this could be ugly. Back away they come. Got to respect John QT on this Tejo. Very, very dangerous. A guided salvo with the fear of God in him. They've already lost Arsena.
What a little combo is that. I'm excited to see more John Tejo, by the way. Caillou, just that one.
Down to 3 are Sentinels. But now encroaching here on the site, and Vora is a little uncomfortable pushing forward. There's a sense that someone is drifting about inside that bubble. So we're going to see a double back.
Of course, they have to be worried about the potential for someone, you know, walking down mid, maybe push all the way out B while this action was happening towards A main. And Sen, you're looking at the minimap. They're fine with just playing this 3-stack on A. If it's a noise cut re-hit, all right, we got the numbers. If it's them walking over to that free B side, we have the numbers for a retake. So all good. No real reason to split up. Keep that unit together.
There's always the option there to hit back into A-Link. That's actually being pinged, though, by 100 Thieves now, and is over towards the B 30 side with seconds Bang, left. the insert. Wow, hoping to hear something. And he will.
Spike play.
Two fully divided. Maybe Bang can just get one on the cross and then peel away. No, completely biding his time for this flank. Oh, will get that free one, and now can play, maybe try to set up a crossfire here with Vora by that mid link while his IGL is posted up in main.
Cortez is up in tower, though. That's something the 100 Thieves can only really watch with one player. Off the side for the time being, they are. Bang has a Paranoia to work with. There's also a Haunt for Vora. There's some util to sit on right now. Here comes the Paranoia, catches onto 2, but the snake bite means Bang can't advance any further. Vora, though, can get active here from main. He's been hurt, but Cortezia inside the smoke's able to take him down. Time, though, is short. Cortezia has to challenge, but he can't be getting this defuse. And 100 Thieves managed to take it away after going down in these early exchanges. 2v3.
Bang with a really lovely play there. In the 2 versus 3, that's the moment to go for something aggro. Catch out someone so it can be an honest 2v2 playing with Vora. Play that little cross setup with him in main. Already doing some damage to his former team of last year. Bang returning back home, really.
Yeah.
Spent so much time with 100 Thieves and with Asuna and Cryo. Has to just feel so comfortable to be back with those guys immediately.
Yeah, that would concern Cortezia. Obviously, he'd already halfway diffused the spike. That was coming from Bang. He wasn't watching the line. He simply waited and wrapped around as he pushed up towards the Sentinel spawn. Great little adaptation. So heavy presence for Sentinels over on the A side of the map. Smoke there to try and keep him busy. Vora definitely is going to try and rattle the cage. And he's decided he's done enough.
Just keep them a bit occupied over there as the rest of 100 Thieves maneuver towards this B side. Vora as well as that solo player. He's the one with just a ghost, so if there was some kind of trap play or they went at him, it really doesn't matter if he goes down ultimately.
Here's that Sage Wall of Core, which is a unique aspect of 100 Thieves' take on this map.
There's Vora in mid, a little bit of action. Wouldn't be mad at getting some kills here, even if it's a 1-for-1, that's just 2 orbs heading into that next round, you know. I'm interested in seeing what 100 Thieves have in store for us as far as where Asuna will be putting these walls, because I think when we've seen Sage on this map in the past, a very common mistake was putting the walls way too shallow in the sites where you were denying your own team map control. I feel like we saw that a lot on A, and it's just one of the reasons that the Sage seemed good in theory, but in practice, it just wasn't really working out for the teams running it.
100 Thieves, so it feels like they've managed to get this comp into a much better spot. I think even Timo was saying that he was kind of skeptical about it. You know, wasn't really sure what the coaches were cooking up, but in practice they found it was getting them some fantastic results. We're not really seeing it yet, of course, too early in the game. Just Sage Wall thrown up to stop that rotate over through mid, but expect to see Asuna demonstrate exactly why this comp is something that 100 Thieves have looked to unveil here in Kickoff.
Early Odin on that defensive side for Caillou. And of course, a quick reminder that this map was updated, and the most overpowered Odin spam lines are gone. There's one in A main. All right, putting up close to break that Prowler. Oh my god! At least the trade comes in swiftly from John on the site. Well, that was lightning fast from Cryo before the Saturate even bloomed.
And it's just been no interest here at 100 Thieves in trying to work this mid part of the map. Once again, sticking to the extremities, and Vora's hanging around. John over pushes for that bit of information.
Just an entirely raw peek there. Not even a jiggle, not a jump spot. Looked like just a slow walk out.
And Senna none the wiser. They still don't really have an understanding of what the larger game plan is for 100 Thieves in this round. And why wouldn't you start to swing back in that A direction now? 48 seconds still to play. Sen spread like too little butter over too much bread.
This 100 Thieves team would love to capture a bonus round, extend this early lead, get their economy in such a strong position. Still, there's Odin to deal with. I mean, that box definitely provides some spam. This wall is still workable with that high bullet penetration. All of Sen, they've managed to get here, by the way. They've rotated quickly. And there's 18 seconds left, so...
Yeah, he's going to have to go for this at some point. Caillou, of course, a concern with this Odin. Now down to 14. Slow orb deployed to give a little bit of space here on the site. And Asuna has to make this plan happen. There will be enough time. Sentinels look to try and get active. Caillou has not moved from this spot. Now swings on out. Is able to claim Timo. There's going to be some room here for 100 Thieves to maybe wrap on that now. Cortezia dealing with Bora, though. That's a muddling of the mixture. It's going to be on Asuna, who was just sprayed down through that smoke. And it looked like an uncomfortable, barely established post plant there for 100 Thieves.
I think they'll regret giving up a lot of that space on site, maybe feeling like they didn't have any real utility to contest because they didn't. And it seemed like their idea, too, there was, okay, maybe we can fall back, isolate Caillou, who we know is playing elbow, get that kill. Even if we go 1-for-1, we're going to have that man advantage still, and then we can spray, fight over the spike. But because they didn't kill Caillou, all that ended up happening was a total route, lacking all that space then, and no real options to get back in. No paranoia from Bang, for instance. Nothing to get through.
Feels like they walked onto that site with most of their util still intact. Couldn't carve out that alcove for themselves. Pings mid this time. First time 100 Thieves look to try and test this, and it's immediately required to be refracted by Timo. Those guided salvos would have punished him. There's still some wallbang potential on this map.
And all of a sudden, Timotino has nothing to work with on this execute. A guy who has been playing basically only Waylay. Like, at the moment, he has 100 more rounds of Waylay played than the next highest who's playing Waylay in Kickoff.
He played like one map of Jet,
yeah,
I want to say.
Jet once.
And definitely, in the comparison to Narrate, has played vastly more.
Yeah, 100 more. 100 more rounds than Narrate.
There it is, the next one. Gotcha.
Let's see, Caillou in a bit of trouble. He was trying to get close on that swing, but denied.
It's been an issue so far. Cryo's been able to get pretty deep up towards this mid side, but that's really just Caillou's given that space up.
They're trying to activate some kind of split onto A. Asuna maybe walling to make sure they can't be flanked. Just dodge that Nightfall if possible.
Wow, this is dangerous.
Coming through.
They're going to try and push into this, and Caillou just sprays Timotino down. As soon as he's read the wall, actually prevents 100 Thieves from swinging to trade the overplay around. Now Cortezia is just locking the site down. Flawless round there for Sentinels. There's 100 Thieves. Try a couple different looks here. But losing all that Waylay util early in the round, Timo feels like he's really hampered in his inability to impact the round.
And it does end up making this entire late round feel quite monotonous without him having the ability to play with some pace while they're getting in. And then deciding fairly late to go for the res wall, but that's where the Odin was. So not only does the wall get broken immediately, but Asuna can't even swing because he's going to get bullet tagged through the wall, slowed down, he'd be fried. 100 Thieves still with a strong enough economy, though, to get another buy off, though it's not lacking, or lacking, rather, some of the important weaponry. But that Waylay with a Bucky, that's, I mean, basically
acceptable.
Rifle. Yeah, might be better than a rifle sometimes.
Still a pretty heavy exchange of utility. That Timo that wants to get in, make a good use of this dash. Sees kind of all he needs to there, is up in A halls. He ran headlong into Redux.
I believe he does end up spotting out two there. Worth mentioning that Redux isn't on the Yoru right now. He's definitely a flexible player. I think that was something that really came into play with Hubert last year. But has, been primarily in this double duelist role on most of the Sun maps.
Finds the timing here as 300 Thieves players expose themselves on that cross. Tries to ask for more. But this time the Thieves were ready. That leaves them, though, only with Vora towards top mid.
And with this wall in main now up, Vora is feeling extremely isolated. Players on him for both angles. Denies that first.
That's the first. The second, those could have to be good, and Cortezia rarely misses those. Now Cryo steps up. They're coming one at a time, at least for Sentinels. But Cryo, deadly accuracy, makes his way on into the B side. Harder to spam this side down from Redux's position. That wall's been reinforced in that recent patch. And Asuna might have been aware there's a TP there. Haunt shot. One enemy Caillou, remaining. Bang, that is ridiculous from Cryo. Redux drops down now. Spike covered by smoke, though, so has to reveal himself not only with the sound cue of the drop, but also the tap. Should be two players coming in. He's dealt with Cryo. And Asuna knows he has time. The deck is stacked against Redux here. That smoke's going to clear. It's about to get messy. And Asuna holds his own.
Cryo, a real hero in that round with some stunning tap shots. See those on the replay in a moment. And then with all of those smokes going down, Asuna really could have been anywhere in that situation. Still could have been in the back of the site, just playing more patiently in the smoke. But A little bit too much for Ritas. Well, he even got the bullet punch there, and he still got that headshot immediately.
I felt like the 100 Thieves were pretty limited on options there. It was just Cryo actually walking up on the site.
Yeah, it felt like that was going to be another failure of a B split. But then Vora just goes 1 for 1 in the link. That was nice, and from there, Cryo just steps up individually.
Not another step. Now, right, playing pretty far forward. Have the evolution now from Cryo. Well, not bothered about crowd control effects, but a bullet to the brain still a problem. And yeah, that's the John QT Teho. Hard to escape that one. Now, Cortezia happy to fall back. He has a massive player advantage. Viper's been now thrown up on B after the fact. Gives him a way to flood back in.
This teleport up top from Bang is nice, but does he overstep? Yeah, he does. Caillou ready for that. What is the hope here for Austin and Timotino? I mean, somehow maybe they get 1 kill, 2 kills, and then Timotino sends his ult. It would have to be something like that to get this over the finish line, but Sen need to close this out right now. Should be closing this out. Economy bad if they don't.
Arsenal should be good for 1, potentially from a position like this. The paranoia is going to be avoided. The guided salvo dodge from Arsenal reposition. Here comes Narrate straight in. John going to make use of the crosshair break to find an easy kill. And back on the wrong side of the smoke is Timotino. No point making use of that ultimate there. And Sentinels even up the game. It's an awkward economic situation for 100 Thieves now. They've burned through most of their reserves.
Yeah, fair attempt there from 100 Thieves, but it's really just Sentinels getting that big play in A main early to absolutely obliterate these two guys faking. I mean, Evolution, not a bad ult, but it doesn't matter when you just get shot in the head. Yeah. It's good at nullifying everything but getting shot.
Good job, boys.
And John with his first significant piece of Teho, util there, ultimate in the game. I mentioned it super brief earlier when we saw John initially pick that Teho when the game started, but his play on Pearl last match against EG, I thought was absolute flawless, top-tier Teho. Every piece of util he was throwing out looked calculated, intelligent. I mean, he was always getting players forced out of the positions that they were in. His ults were perfectly timed on top of that. Even when we were watching him use the stun, it was always at the right time. I mean, that was genuinely a masterclass that he put on Abyss rather, not Pearl, I think I said, but incredible play. So to just continue leaning into that, I think is the way for this Sentinels team.
Just to touch back on this composition for 100 Thieves, we did not get to see much of it on the attack side. It is obviously a comp that features a double sentinel, so sometimes fighting for that, control of the map can be more challenging. Sometimes you are just walking up. It was that defense side where it managed to find them the most success. So 100 Thieves definitely want to try and amass as much of a total as they can here. But a few of these rounds, the ones that they've won, Wyatt, I mean, the only gun round that they really won was when they just bailed themselves out with sick individual moments. Outside of that, it was just a pistol and anti-eco.
The timeout called, so on the next buy round, 100 Thieves have some kind of set strat to use with the ultimates they're going to have available. Let's see if here on this eco with Sheriff at the very least, they can get something started. I'll tell you, they've loved working mid so far. Really trying to put emphasis on these B splits early.
Bring them down.
Mixed results, most losses, frankly, outside of that one round.
It's just costly to get mid-window for this attack
against
side.
the Odin, it's just a nightmare for them.
Kai, though, obviously is showing some traces here, so he's exposed himself to a pretty reasonable amount of damage here. Outside of that, though, 100 Thieves haven't really advanced their game plan a whole lot outside of tentatively working their way into A-Link, but Sen have been able to get a ton of info A-Main. Look at how they pushed out here.
John is ready to just take a quick jiggle stop, probably send out the stun on the retreat so he can't get chased. Yeah, there it is, and now able to repost up. Oh, Dink comes through. He's in some serious danger, but look at the crossfire that's about to be set up.
The smoke's in the way.
Yeah, they're probably still going to flank through.
Yeah, that smoke's going to leave. They're still going to be milling around in the open. Narrate sees all that he needs to, refracts back. There's got to be another player to step into his shoes, and all the 100 Thieves are committed to the side. Sage Wall is not really going to cut it. Cleared a little bit too easily, but Timo punishes. Redux got out of the open trying to clear it.
Cryo as well, just tap someone down in spawn. Oh my god, the conversion path is perfect. They're running them over with straight skill.
This Thrifty round has gone a bizarre direction. 100 Thieves looked like they were in trouble. They lose a player to John early. They just throw themselves at this A site and play off the Sage wall? On Cortez now. Arsenal has himself a Phantom. This is far from done. And Bang completes the Shiko for 100 Thieves. Nice little thrifty here in round 7.
Beautiful stuff. Whatever they were cooking up in the timeout for the next buy round, not even going to be super, well, it doesn't feel as relevant winning that, but I'm sure they're probably just going to run that strat anyway, unless the convergent pass was really important for it. Amazing timing on that. Timotino gets that free one. Cryo gets the second free one. I mean, just sick taps, but...
The convergent pass there, nice little touch, I think, to
100% back, and it absolutely locks it up. Timo, a pretty top-tier aimer in Challengers last year. Doesn't feel like a shock that one of the teams in VCT has taken a chance on this guy. He's got so much potential left to be unlocked as well. Now that he's playing in a higher-tier team, I think they can really expand his skill set. You know, those raw mechanics were never in doubt when he was playing with TSM.
Toxin screen
But now, the opportunity to become a more well-rounded player here with such experienced guys around him.
Much more mid-emphasis this round from Sentinels after 100 Thieves were able to get in through Link and onto A essentially for free after getting past John. That smoke in Yard, I think, was crucial, allowed them to cross there.
Redux has played this angle on the box before. It's when he just instant killed Cryo in that evolution. Round 4, round 5, something like that. Smoke going to go down. We'll see if this stalls out 100 Thieves or if they just try to set up a burst straight out of it.
We had a jet triple swing this. Okay, no exchange though, but Redux is just going to TP back to space, given now there is still the backstab potential for Narrate here, but he's been slowed up. We're going to back away now. Convergent pass could be pretty timely here, but look at how 100 Thieves are spread on Yard. Only a couple of them are really at risk of getting caught in that. Here's the TP for Redux now, getting into a retake position.
This convergent pass would be massive. That catches 3 players. They need to accelerate.
The Sage wall's in the way though. Narrate can't get through. He can't capitalize off that ultimate at all. Bang just TPing around. Here comes Sendo working the way in from Archers, and Cryo's the first to go down. 100 Thieves have got the weapons to make this fight work, but Bang can just tap sideways here, bring 2 down. John's found 2 himself though. This is as even as it gets, and Timo though is in a dirty spot. Finds only the 1. John connects him with 4 kills, and yep, he's getting up and about. This is a new look for John. Said in an interview that he feels like sometimes he's the one that has to get loud, has to do the Zelsis role from last year.
This guy has just been a super demon so far in Kickoff. Completely unlocked. The Sentinels off-season theory was, John, you don't need to IGL anymore. We're bringing in Caillou to manage that. Just focus on yourself. Focus on your aim, your own play. And it straight up has been working. I think sometimes in the past you forget how much of a shooter that this guy can be when he was dialed in on having to take the reins as the IGL. Focus on that aspect of the game primarily. He has been absolutely a man-possessed.
He's in his best form
squad.
Individually, I think, we've ever seen from him. Okay, in goes Timo, able to safely get onto the side, but he has a fight with the player at elbow, forces him out. Cortezia, though, doesn't fare too well there. He's dropped to 10.
Feels like 100 Thieves maybe wanting to change the pace there for the first time. They're actually just walking straight back in as Cryo's on this A-side lurk.
Yeah, double Senticop.
Pure contact.
You do have to run this pure contact, man. Look at their composition.
Cryo looks like he's just going to catch a free kill on Redux on this rotate.
Not looking, that's for sure. And he is all about that A side. Now that throws things into question. It gets Narrate looking back onto that A side, peeled off the B, even though the spike's down.
Cryo can just delay so heavily, be such a nuisance here. Oh, no. That had to be won this round. Basically sealed up at that. You can see Sen, they're already trying to get back out of that back B side.
Sen lose all map control with that exchange.
A devastating lurk from Cryo. Yeah, it's not just only does he get 2 kills, but as I was saying, these Sen players who are considering retaking, they just can't because Cryo's going to be flanking at some point. He's too much of a nuisance.
Narrate has been active, right? We saw him push right up into A Link that previous round. He has been looking for openings, but nothing has really come into his hands. Still looking for that first kill of the game. That one, you feel like he has the drop on Cryo. It's just a reaction from his opponent that's a little too crisp. I'm certain that is really going to be tilting you, especially when you know the rest of your team are putting in some real heavy lifting to compensate.
This first one, the timing through elbow is nice, and then
just
flick shot down to 8 HP.
Oh, I that's mean, tough. Nera, just not a duelist, guys.
Damn, that's tough.
Well,
that is tough.
If that is true, that doesn't bode well for Sentinels, especially on this map when he's the only one on a duelist. But yeah, it's not been his game so far. Streakiness we've observed in the past from Narrate's definitely on display.
Arsenal ready to just boost Timotino over this smoke. Well, it doesn't have to do it, taking engagement in mid. This is something we're going to see on defense too. You know, they will use the practical walls at times, but mix in a weird throw the sage wall up to get some kind of crazy angle. And that is definitely something Sen needs to be prepared for.
Doing a thing.
And should be. You know, they had the opportunity to lost the game against G2.
Timo expecting some presence. This is kind of where the defense side waylay has been posted up every other round or so. Doesn't actually get anything. Really passive this round. Look at the angle John's covering mid-window. He's just there for the cross. He's not peeking out. Very quiet positioning on A as well. Reserved from Sen.
The drone down mid getting some valuable info. Sen have to know that they stacked up at one extremity to hit, and yeah, it's into Timotino. That's a great stun, but Redux on the cross.
Well, kind of, but
what is that?
They're on the other side of this Viper wall for the most part. How did Thieves not able to help Timotino out?
A random hindered tap kill from Cortezia through the wall is nasty. Swing up top, he's looking sharp.
Composition that only really has a paranoia, so you're just going to walk up and make your own like sometimes. Vora in the 1v2. Seized in place for now. And he'll wait for Narrate to drop down. First kill for the Sentinels duelist. As Hunter Thieves try and play fast and fall flat.
To seal up that round, Cortezia off his feet. Super high energy outside of the server, just keeping everybody hyped up. That's definitely part of his job. Redux, solid on this anchor. This is ridiculous. He just tapped through. And also, it was onto Asuna, the guy with the res.
Nice! Come on! You guys are not coming B, guys!
Purposeful, by the way, that they have Cortezia sitting next to Narrate, because in the past, Narrate has been an emotional player, so you want your hype guy right there to keep him in the zone.
And that was beautiful by Redux. Great timing out of Halls to basically save Cortezia's life there. And now, to the 11th. Odin, of course, still lurking. It's been a shadow over this game for Caillou.
Small note, but this game so far, I feel like barely any ecos. Economy's been really stable for both guys. We're seeing, or both teams rather. We're seeing a lot of gun rounds.
Because Hunter Thieves win that sort of sheriff like eco a few rounds back.
And now it is time to run it back on B. Cortezia said they're locking this down when we heard the comms, so let's see if they can do it again.
There's the C's. Just to really deny a player playing in the site. Timo's able to get into the site itself yet again, and Cryo's pushed up.
Does he want to take it further with his evolution popped? Maybe with Timotino in tow, the two of them.
Okay, the Omen TP'd up to tower, so Hunter Thieves have all of this B-side control. It's going to be half a set to clear it, but starts with one. Cortezia is able to bring Cryo down. This Armageddon Vora is going to be seized inside of it. Nowhere to go. Cryo now going to be res back up, and Arsenal has to defend this position. Cryo just sent packing yet again, straight back to the pearly gates as Timo on the side is fighting for his life. Narrate's been picked up, still held to just one kill for this half so far. And here comes Caillou. It's on Arsenal now 1v2, pinged out by the stealth drone. Got a good line on this site, in fairness. But has to play his life.
Time getting so low, though. Someone from Zen has to stick this. It's not even at half.
I think it might have been a miscommunication here. A little bit of crossed wires, perhaps. John now on that defuse. Another 3 kills for him in the round. Nice little recovery.
He is at 15 and 6 at the moment. Again, ultimate use. Beautiful combo with that C's coming through. And, I mean, even if it didn't, that Armageddon was in the perfect spot with 100 Thieves being pushed up, trying to fight for this space after the dark cover goes down. Looked like Austin and Timotino might have actually sealed it up in the 2v3. Narrate kind of got baited into swing upper to catch Austin on the retreat, but Timotino ready on that angle, and John is just a little bit too good right now, man.
They walked into that Armageddon. Hunter Thieves wanted to play forward off the site, in halls, in tower, but Vora gets seized up inside the Teho ultimate. And his teammate dies earlier on, over pushing into Cortezia solo.
See if 100 Thieves try to go back to working mid here, early in the half. A lot of emphasis on B splits. Then late now, they've been trying to go into, let's just get a full execute off with our Waylay going in, play off of Timo. Hasn't worked on that B side. Back to A they go on the split. Redux loves playing this angle, but caught by Bang.
Yeah. No attack side smoke to Yard. They don't want to split that angle off, actually. Now they decide they're on again. It's John. It's always him. Steps out. He's got elbow control. He will be a threat here to 100 Thieves if they linger. And there it is. John for 3 yet again. Timo caught inside that salvo. And Asna quickly has to bandage himself back up.
Repositions as well close. I love this maneuvering from John.
Tucked in the side. Knows there's a couple of angles to deal with, and he ends up training on the wrong one. But still, he's put Caio and Cortezia in a position to salvage in this spike. Far from planted. Still in the back pocket of Arsena, who realizes he's overstayed his welcome.
It might just be time to get the hell out of here. Wasn't successful on the 1v2 in the last round. Can he clutch up for 100 Thieves to tie up the game? Last round of this first half. Already one player from Sen on the move. Cortezia back to that B site. Getting up top. Might just be the right position.
What? What was that, Arsena? In time, he's going to get the spike down. And now it's up to Caio. A little awkward. Has to walk up in here with the big iron. The Odin in hand. And Arsena's got a very good idea of where he's going to be coming from. To even the half 100 Thieves. Can't quite get over the line. Caio gets in there, but even Arsena can't believe he got so far.
What was that shot? Oh my God. Little shell-shocked off that one.
There wasn't even a rope involved. There was no zip line there.
Just a crazy reaction time. Now look at this. 2 rounds in a row where there's been a combo sync there. Yeah, it was also the Nightfall just bringing the HP down, and then the salvos. John, again though, let's be real, wins the round with that 3K. This guy is out of control, man.
Close first half, but we're yet to see this 100 Thieves composition go on defense. That, of course, waits around the corner, so don't go too far. This first map has already been spicy.
Can I help you, sir?
Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars.
Not how it works.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Thieves trail by 2 rounds, and a lot of that came down to chaotic mid-round situations where Sentinels got the better of them. And from listening in to 100 Thieves, I think a lot of the issue came by rushing into plans that were sort of half concocted. They'd have ideas and they activated on them too quickly. That was an area they were trying to work on to slow things down in the mid-round, come up with a clear plan, reset, and then activate. And the few rounds they were able to do that after the timeout, they found success, but it wasn't always there for 100 Thieves. I think that's going to be a big focus point for them moving into this defense half if they want to come back. We're going to jump into that second half. Uber, take it away.
Yeah, thank you very much, Andrew. I mean, it's kind of makes sense, really, considering that we didn't see a lot of this under match conditions. 100 Thieves comp get to play those attack side rounds. The fact that they're able to call those cancels and sort of make something happen in the second half of those winning rounds is a good sign.
Fast here from Sentinels in, but Nary not going to go down to the Ghost when he has that light armor. Gets straight out.
Okay, John.
Ooh, that combo.
Hit him with everything. Kitchen sink included, and here comes 100 Thieves. Redux has been able to recover. It's down to Cryo and Bank here. The latter who's still ensconced on his A side. And Cryo's looking for a way in, but is aware that crosshairs are trained in his direction.
this is dangerous. I mean, that might even get spammed now. Yeah, just bear in mind, Narrate is still
one shot.
so weak.
Easy enough. Oh, 20 health in a dream. Narrate gets off on the right foot in this second half.
Spike
and Cryo's got to go in. Plant secured, had to give away his position.
Just try and wrap around elbow.
Narrate, yep, jump peeking here, playing his life perfectly. He knows he can go down. Any damage he gets done here is just fine. Double swing, surely about to come Cryo's way, but he's dealt with half of that equation already. Still at 74, and there's Narrate yet again. 2 kills at 20 health. Job done.
That's got to feel good for him to get this second half started on the right foot, hitting some shots in a situation where he's feeling like, I'm probably going to die. I have no HP. But everything connecting.
God, well, nice recovery from Redux. There's definitely some confusion for 100 Thieves. I think I'm following up on this defensive utility.
They had a nice combo there with that slow into the paranoia. Thought they were going to win that out, frankly. Good stuff from Sen.
Important to win that pistol against the double Senti comp when they're on attack.
Yeah, again, just to set the stage here, if you weren't able to catch the 100 Thieves G2 game earlier in kickoff, 100 Thieves went up 11-1 on this half. It was playing defense where they just were an absolute brick wall.
Big 100 Thieves presence top mid. Look at how they've really contracted in towards the middle of the map. Looking to play off these Prowlers here. Cryo steps up. Oh, these are classics.
Oh, and it's Sean again. I mean, it's just Sean again.
Bro with the hand on the helm steers the ship through murky waters. They're not out of the woods yet. That spike is still on the wrong side of the smoke.
One enemy remaining.
100 Thieves have recovered a rifle at least now for Vora.
Why
he's
not?
too good.
Why not?
You can't do him like that. A dirty ace from John QT. Salvages a round that could have been absolutely diabolical.
At 23 for 8, God knows how many util kills. Awareness is so high with the missiles every time. His util is always where it needs to be. That's ridiculous. Everyone, I think, was super weak at that point. But, I mean, kind of a better to be lucky than good, maybe with the spray, but he's also really good right now. So he's just got it all going. Actual flow state.
Cover going out.
Oh my God.
John is unleashed. 100 Thieves don't get a chance to ease into this second half to build a bit of a buffer back. No, they'll go to the gun round, 4 rounds behind. There's Timo though. Redux dealt with Narrow, had to get out of there. Sitting on the outside of this B site. Now the reality will set in. The Sentinels have to contend with this frustrating double Sentinel comp, and that B site looks nigh impossible to penetrate.
An opportunity for some stabilization from 100 Thieves here. I mean, that John play, obviously ridiculous, but Sen did lose several guns. So they're forced onto a pretty bad buy here. Clean round for 100 Thieves. We'll put that economy in the spot they need it. Maybe get a future op online. Feels like Cryo did mostly rifling on defense playing this veto. You know, the op definitely synonymous with him as a player.
Sen have gotten into elbow at least. They're definitely looking a little bit haggard. Bucky, Phantom. Against a wall of 100 Thieves players now. Arsena is the one on the line.
30 seconds left.
Okay, that's how this game's gonna go, I guess. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, listen, you're never safe when Cortesia can kill you with 1 shot to the head.
Got a salvo to the side. Narrate tries to pick his spot. Vora might have been looking away there, but there's a correction regardless. Cortez at 1. Still wouldn't count the guy out, but he came back up to a still paltry amount of health. There's no chance for a plant here, and getting out with this weapon is all but impossible.
Even there, I like that salvo. It just pushed Vora closer, where there was then potential for a Bucky 1-shot. And if it was a 1-shot, could have changed the complexion of that round. Was able to shut down Narrate. And ultimately, what was that? 1 gun loss for 100 Thieves?
Yeah.
So that is about as stable as they could ask for.
Isn't Narrate still chopping at the bit, still trying? I think
Let's go, Pete.
I think at the start of the round, he's refracting really early. Something sort of goes haywire in mid, I think, that forces the Sentinel duelist out.
Now keep your eyes on John. There's already an Armageddon.
Special delivery. Cryo has to cross-cut away.
Forced straight out of there. This B site was tough to crack when we saw 100 Thieves there in the past. Feels like Cryo plays there primarily. Austin's usually close.
Okay.
Bang, just open fight. And Redux bests his controller opposition.
Takes less damage than I expected him to, so that was raw sauce in A main. And it's a real weak side for 100 Thieves on this round, given how they've set up. They might need to make use of this mid here.
Yeah, center ready to ignore that B side where they know the veto is set up.
Oh, went to glide and Salvo. Bora just accepts his fate. He knows he needs to stay put if he wants to have any chance of evening the odds. So Sentinel's in a 4v3 now, but that hit this A side. Timo has to step up, though. The slow orb is big. Oh, they're all over the ground. Guts, Gizzards, and all the rest. Sentinel's poised to hit this A side hard, unraveled by one slow orb. Timo running him down.
Excellent util combo. Easy to place that saturate when not a soul on Sen could move. Asuna just getting that slow orb off at the perfect time. It was a good util combo to get into the side, go 1 for 1. Look at the way that Timotino peeks that as well. It's this little micro decision here. He's not going far enough to get into those crosshairs, right? He's just jiggling that slowly, perfectly.
Definition of slicing the pie.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So center now on the eco round, save for John, who's got a Guardian.
Okay, slow orb here's going to deny any deep moves for Sentinels up mid. Also, this Prowler will confirm that. Behind this, 100 Thieves are getting forward. At least for now. Timo opts to stay here. Now, that's a spot John loves to hit with the salvo. But Timo will have a light speed to reposition in a pinch. Okay, damage on Narrate. Looks like he'll have to be satisfied with that. And he gets away.
Doesn't want to overstay his welcome. Austin was a little bit too far to be able to support top mid, so he is just going to run to safety. Narrate feels like he's out of the round at this point anyway with that damage done. Feels like
frustrating for him.
Might as well be a kill.
He's still trying to generate something, even for himself. Just get some wind in his sails. Maybe this isn't quite the round for it, but it's definitely going to get in your head that you're now basically a spectator.
My ultimate is ready.
And
Spike down mid.
Finds the timing for the repick. That's Caillou out of there. That's any Fade util out of there. Looking at the 100 Thieves economy, if this is a clean round,
this is slow.
Center going to be facing down that full buy with all of the dense utility to have to wade through in the future rounds. None of them are going to be easy.
Look at this stall utility. Narrate very low. Yeah, there's a TP forward. Nathan disruption thrown down here by Vito on the side. Cryo's able to deal with it. Redux. Asuna steps up. Got Salvo a little off the mark as Timo gets the saturate in there. And will follow up.
Right, actual air fryer in Link. I mean, what can they do? They're stopped by the slow, then the convergent paths, and the saturate on them. I mean,
him with the vacuum bag sous vide steak, you know?
They are so cooked.
And again, I mean, the round starts with that pretty heavy expenditure of util from 100 Thieves to get up mid, to get Timotino forward, get some damage down onto Narrate, sticks around, finds a kill as he falls off. That's Caillou that went down. So that, again, obviously is your Fade util that's off the table. Then it's a labored, slow push up mid, and finally a half-hearted hit on towards that B side. But that was a save round. Now weapons are back once more for Sentinels, but they are living the reality of this nasty little comp that 100 Thieves have cooked up.
Yeah, and hey, maybe that feels, you know, like a big commitment for Timotino to get the convergent paths off there. If you're just looking at it, wait, that was anti-eco. They were all grouped up in Link anyway. Surely they're just going to get cooked getting onto the site. But that gives 100 Thieves a super clean round. And look at their money right now. 4K is basically the minimum with Timo and Asuna at 6.5 and 6 respectively. So they can afford to lose a round out of this timeout that could expend all of the ults that Sen are playing with. You have to imagine Narrate's going to fight for an orb, get a convergent pass here. John is still sitting on that Armageddon. I think Caillou's one away as well. Yeah, so it's like 100 Thieves. They can easily afford, you know, if Sen get to 10, well, obviously they want to win, but it's not the worst result if they get all of the ultimates out, get some kills on Sen while their economy is low, and then they can just buy up forever and have their ults in a future round. They're still in a great position there on their far more dominant half playing defense.
But the game plan of John winning them single-handedly 4 to 5 rounds, that's not sustainable. Not for the rest of this map, not in general. So eyes on Narrate here, who will need to be that entry. There is a chokehold in the main. Narrate gonna try and step ahead of it now. Gets past it. He's found himself a little bit of a pocket to play in now. Cryo looks for a bit of spray. Cell drone back behind him. Now he is sharp as they come. Pala gonna force him back to a degree, but he'll always look for another pick. He's just gonna be concerned about Narrate, but Asuna has kind of made that much simpler now.
That's just part of the site denied. Really just one spot for Sen to plant if they want to get in here. They will not be able to take any backside space, and I like this from 100 Thieves trying to fight over elbow a bit too.
I like that. Armageddon, this is a little bit uncomfortable. Cryo, of course, can tank it through evolution, unaffected by those abilities in that ultimate state. Pretty handy in spots like this, and Kaiu's going to be brought down. No spike plant yet. 33 seconds. There's presence and elbow here for Cortezia. He might have to be quick about this, though, and enough time is really on their side. Cryo with the shorty. Narrate dealt with now. Timo finally to the rescue. John is out of the picture, and Cortezia in elbow has his position given away. Spike more than arm's length away, and multiple killers standing in between him and that objective.
Weakened as well by Timotino. They're just ready to deal with him. All three crosshairs. Steady on elbow. That denial utility again towards the site from Asuna, so effective.
You see why Vito is just so, he's so scary.
Yeah, as well. I mean, Cryo's just chilling. He just gets to play an aim trainer on the site. Oh, that is nice from Timo.
I mean, I'm a creative wall kind of player, guys. I'm sorry.
I mean, hey, it worked out though. Sen could not get any space fighting towards site. 100 Thieves could kind of focus their attention on elbow. It all worked out.
I don't hate it. Yeah, he doesn't want the wall to get cleared straight away, so it also means they've only got to watch out one angle there. But anyway, I digress. Here's Timo in B main. Prowler ignored. And he gets out. Convergent pass now going to be effective. He's stuck in the corner. Oh, he's just having a light speed away. That guided salvo was scary. He's going to get the heal from Asuna at least.
Yeah, he's all good. And this...
Hello?
Exec is just fully denied. No way he pushes out of that with no escape.
No util, no nothing.
By the way, this entire time, Cryo was just slowly walking out of a light catch. Cortezia, no, he is sharp there, yeah. And now to Sen try to accelerate towards A. It's going to be tough. This is a big map. Like, you can't cover all that ground that quickly. So.
But all that Veto util's turned off now. You can walk up through that choke quite happily.
Now, that was one ult removed from Sen, basically exchanged for one slow orb from Asuna, but they still have the Nightfall in the arsenal. Could maybe even try to cook up something cheeky where they connect that on the defenders, and then Redux goes for the, ultimate in, and they can't hear where he's at. If they want to get real creative and silly on this exit.
Face your fear! 30 seconds left.
That's a Sentinel's Nightfall thrown a beef from mid. Going to see the counter one.
That hits three players rather in Link.
Timo waiting. Hungry, and he'll get his just desserts. Vora steps out at just the same time, and in a blink, this round, well, I would say it's over, but it's John, so we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But he's going to be cut out of the site with no time left to spare and no money to risk throwing this Phantom away.
It feels like Sen, may have expected less presence over on that B side with a kill on Cryo pushed out of A. Then maybe 100 Thieves would have to commit a little bit more to rotate.
But that gave them time though, Sen. They lingered around like bottom mid for quite a while before recommitting to B.
Yeah, it feels like 100 Thieves were pretty sure of themselves there. Deny them at that choke in mid-link. The Nightfall timing from Vora was great, and then just a little 1-2 switch. Timotino fights from the right, Vora swings out.
The counter Nightfall was sick.
No freebies for
denial.
you, nothing, no stats.
100 Thieves just not only winning that round, not only putting the economy in a little bit of an awkward spot here from Sen if they're trying to buy, but they also get ultimates out of them. That's the Nightfall and the Convergent Paths just gone. And you can really feel the impact of Asuna's util coming through there, especially on that initial, we're going for a fast hit attempt. One slow,
I just love this.
It was done.
The style from Timo, right? He has that early encounter, almost, has to double dash away from a guided salvo, and then just drives straight back into the B main smoke and was hoping someone would step up, someone would try and find him. That's exactly the kind of attitude you want out of your duelist. And his Sentinels team, yeah, I mean, fair enough from Liz there. I think a lot of people were very curious about John's reassignment of role in this team. And I think it was less that John was being put in a worse spot, but just that Sentinels would no longer be benefiting from his calling, which was elite. Elite calling. And it really felt like it was one of the biggest aspects that Sen were able to draw on last year in their campaign. But
yeah, I mean, ultimately, they were the second place team in America all year. I mean, they were still in a good spot. You know, they didn't have the success they would have hoped for at internationals. And I think, look, I understand why it was tough to, you know, remember or give John credit as an individual player because he just wasn't focused on his individual game last year.
I mean, he was
so that's
still
where those
having
like
those
off-season
games,
worries came from, but...
Well, I think people see Zekken depart a team and probably start dooming pretty quickly. And the thing is, Cameron talked about this as well. Sen don't have the time to just ease in and grow as a roster because the expectations come immediately. They have to step up and do it now, otherwise, yeah, the fan base will be rabid about it.
Yeah, and you know, he said he was proud of his players for being able to work really hard within those circumstances, keep improving week by week, the strides that they're making.
Oh, here,
a little awkward.
Not punished there by that saturate. Narrow goes down and he went tap. And still got away with it.
There's John maybe creating a bit of an opening for Sen. Austin now having to pick up that mid side on account of Timo going down. Cryo's pushed out of B though. Valuable info being gained there.
As long as they can pick up this mid window in a timely fashion. I think as far as Hunter Thieves are concerned, they know no one could have crossed into the site, so this means that Cryo is still free to do what he wants. He might wrap bottom mid. Last time he did this, got caught out by Cortesia, but this slow up of Sentinels is going to be punishing. Here comes Cryo, spots one. This time he gets his revenge. Cortesia can't respond quickly enough. And now Caillou with nothing but a bucket and a prayer is off to A.
Well, at least a little bit of money for Sen off that plant. Small consolation. I mean, you gotta go for it. you gotta go for it in the second. Respect for the jumpy, but other things clean it up with ease. Timotino getting some kills, fighting down mid, just easy as they come.
So active. Yeah, this wrap, I mean, this like exchange in mid I think is pretty big. That buys Cryo time to really tear the wheels off.
Yeah, Cryo has been rock solid switching up his roles this year, by the way. I did see some skepticism about picking up the Sentinel, etc. But he has been him. And I think it's, you know, offered some nice opportunities as well to get in a cracked upcoming duelist like Timotino and have players on different roles all kind of fragging out. Oh, look at this setup, bait wall. So Timotino gets a shot off and then can escape.
All right, Arsenal not
re-swing.
able to slip out. Okay, now, right? Start to build some momentum in this round.
Boy, 100 Thieves are getting active on these extremities. Cryo especially, he's walking all the way down mid. Two players in A main.
The push-up denied there by the Spectre delivery, but there's more than just Cryo that you've got to be concerned about. Big push-up on that A side as well. No blood drawn there, at least.
So 100, or rather, if Sen had any desire to go back into A main, they do need to expend some initiator util doing it, but they just want to worry about this B side. They've got 3 players in main right now. Some pressure in mid is definitely keeping 100 Thieves occupied.
All right, here we go. Refract at the ready. Just a shoulder peek. Timo can't post up on the line yet again. Narrate gets onto the side. Shorties give away his position, but he doesn't mind as Cryo emerges from the smoke and is heading back to whence he came.
Timo yet to get some value from this operator, and that's a tough angle. It's small.
It's such a small window, he's not able to thread the needle. Here though, Sentinels finally get to flex that individual ability. Narrate for 3 on the round. Timo at least is going to walk away with a rifle.
I mean, he's going for it. He picked up the rifle because 100 Thieves have infinite cash, so why not?
Yeah, at this rate, going to be buying for quite some time, perhaps the remainder of this match. Too many angles to check, and Caillou's the one that pops up first. That op is loose. Timo not able to get value out of it, may not go back for it on this round.
A little gimmick play in B main from 100 Thieves to throw out there, and it just fell apart, just didn't work. Timo wasn't able to get that initial kill. Austin tried to swing, but goes down. I think Timo maybe got like one kind of wallbang shot. I think he lit up Caillou, but yeah, getting no kills with the op.
Good shit, nice round.
Tough. Cortesia keeping him hyped.
Please, he says. Really trying to get them back into this game. Now that Bank can start to stabilize a little bit more. no, I would not say ultimates of note in the last couple of rounds. Nightfall getting closer here for Caillou.
Yeah, that duo of Asuna and Cryo can lock down B easily. So Sen definitely don't want to put the emphasis there, but then on the other side, they're dealing with more players able to fight. That's the difficulty of this comp that they're going up against from 100 Thieves.
Posting up! That is brazen from Timo, but of course the Ueda's had a way out. And that's Caillou dealt with. So no scan util available for Sentinels anymore. They've got some purchase on mid, and yeah, Narrate will stick around.
Just Cryo right now on this site has his util towards main, but has to be so concerned about Narrate. Knows that he's pushed up close, knows he's tucked left.
Okay, wow, he was playing in the pocket between those bits of util, the saturate and the guided salvo. Neither caught onto him, but Narrate sharp now. He's starting to come alive at just about the perfect time.
Great time for that pit. Oh, Asuna heads up spam. If Timo can find a kill somewhere, can activate that conversion paths into the pit, that would be a great way to try and get a free kill onto Cortezia and drop it.
Redux back onto the side itself. Cortezia sees the paranoia whistle pass, needs to be careful.
Cortezia in trouble.
It's about to come down, folks. Cortezia caught out by that seize. And here goes Timo. Yep, might as well make use of this convergent pass. Then when Redux simply doesn't have the fire rate to hang.
Asuna throwing down the wall just in case there was a sixth man in Nova as well. Nice retake from 100 Thieves. Asuna fortunate to get that initial spam kill as well. That gets them the man advantage.
And John as well.
Some good retake util. I think there was a dog that gave away one of the positions. Maybe it was Cortezia, and then off the back of that, that's where that saturate was thrown in. They really had a beat on him and get that kill.
Let's go.
Timotino got that initial first kill too. That was nice with the op, finally finding some value there. Still does have it into this round. 23 kills for him now. Catching up to John.
I won't lie, Narrate starting to heat up a little bit, but it might have come a little bit too late in this map. Settle's going to make a maybe fast hit over towards Yard. Here, Convergent Path catching on, and here comes Narrate. What's there to be found? For him down, and yeah, that's straight up through the smoke. He's just that guy right now. Timo, will be punished. It's going to be traded out by Cortezia. Still some presence for 100 Thieves on this A side of the map, and of course, the double Sentinels group up in link. Sentinels well aware of this, so it's another dark cover to slow that further.
Yeah, Bang gets that spot, but a little weary to commit too hard to the angle. Will there be a moment for Asuna to support, for Cryo to support from this link? Will be tough. They're getting dark covered off. Oh, the timing on Bang! Oh my god, I thought he was going down for sure.
On the side here, and that's the spike that's gone loose. This now, and a bit complicated. John knows the push is coming. He's got a sixth sense about it. 4K for John, keeps Sentinels in the game. He's about to drop 30 on him.
Actually picks up that op as well, so we'll see what the plan from Sen is in this final round, but come on, man. Saving them.
He knows he's getting pushed from the left. That is insane from John.
Haunt timing over top is really nice as well, because there was so much pressure in main that it was tough to be able to break it. You know, if the Haunt comes earlier, maybe you get that snap up, break it, and then you can focus back. But with that bit of delay, it got the perfect ping.
This map is really not gone the way that I expected it to, Wyatt. Sentinels really showing us something special, but it's definitely coming from one particular sector of their team.
Yeah, the 30 bomb Tejo. You don't see that often or ever.
Ever.
Literally just ever. Has the Armageddon for the final round.
Be right back.
Evolution for Cryo though, so he can withstand that. Push comes to shove.
Narrator's just been slowly posted up with his op over towards A main. Hasn't been any aggression. It's mid that 100 Thieves are putting emphasis on at the moment.
Looks like their stealth drone has actually earned 100 Sentinels, rather, some positioning over towards this A side. Here it is. Armageddon to the back of the site. This is going to now force all of 100 Thieves to play in it. This is going to give elbow up to Sentinels now. They've got the angles. Cortezia at the 4. Bora might be able to slip away for the time being, and Bang with some fancy footwork keeps Asuna free to get that res. Dirty stuff from 100 Thieves, and they'll shut this down before Sen can push it any further. John QT looking like a sleep paralysis demon out there, but not enough to tear 100 Thieves down on what looks like to be one of their best maps.
Absolutely. Still seeing the value of the comp that they're running, that their coaches have brought, you know, for them in the off season. Something completely unique. the Sage getting so much more value than other teams who have attempted it. Their game plan here is really rock solid. Sen having the opportunity to try and anti them, watching that game that 100 Thieves played against G2, but it's still not enough. Their game plan is way too good. Timatino with a nice individual performance there as well. 100 Thieves able to take their map pick. There was narrow fashion, I think closer than a lot of people expected.
Yeah, close map indeed. John QT looking incredible. Can Sentinels build off that momentum and take that map to push us all the way to 3 after this? We'll find out. We're going to cut away to our desk, and we'll break down the first map.
Holy smokes! You don't look so good, boss.
Tell me about it. It's a real inferno down here, and I'm burnt out.
Here, try a Red Bull. It's devilishly good.
Red Bull? Oh, that tastes heavenly. Wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Wings? Wings? I can't have wings. Not in my position.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's so damn messy. Saturate. Chances, opportunities. Lucio go over a double dash. He's got a shotgun. Oh!
1v2 for Cortesia. Did you see him? Left solo on the angle and Cortesia! You bloody unreal!
Oh. We can't hear
against G2 very recently as well. It was an absolute stomp. This was a closer match, but once again, you got so much value out of that. What or who inspired this composition?
We made this comp basically while trying to figure out how we can play the map without a Viper. I'm not a big believer in Viper in the map, even though it's like a bandage fix to certain problems on the map. And I feel like with this comp, it's very comfortable for us, for this set of players, for our roster. And also it fits the map well. Both Sage and Veto, they complement each other quite well. Like you can't play slow because if like one Sage slow can destroy you when you go late. You can't play fast because of the trophy system, like the interceptor from Veto. So yeah, it's honestly just like a mix of comfort, lots of reps on the map, and like our take on the map. So yeah.
Right, it's a great look for you guys. I'm very excited to see what you cook up for map number 2. Good luck.
Despite John QT's best efforts, 100 Thieves do narrowly get map number 1 here. 13-11 over Sentinels. And I want to start by furthering this conversation about that composition with the double Sentinel. When they're playing this comp, they're of course giving up the double smokes, giving up the double duelists, and not a lot of other teams are playing something like this. So, Myrna, I want to go to you and ask, after getting to watch it twice now, what are you seeing as the strengths of this comp, and do you think more teams might pick it up?
Yeah, I think once you get into like post-plant situations and trying to get into a lot of delay of the choke points on that defense side, it's really good. And like the coach said on the defense side, when they're trying to execute the Sage slows, the Sage wall, and a lot of that veto kit kind of fully delays any executes from going in. And I feel like that util is really good for majority of that. But the problem with it for me is in the first half, we saw them trying to take a lot of that mid control, which worked with the Sage wall, but they struggled to get onto sites until they started just running in and having those full executes.
Yeah, and one thing that I liked actually coming from the coach himself is saying that, you know what, Viper isn't really that good for his team. He doesn't like it. So they made this comp in order to compensate for that. And I think it fit really well with all the points you were kind of hitting there. I do really like seeing the Sage kind of using all the utils to delay on these execs. And I also really like this veto. Like, I think you were right with every point that you hit.
Yeah, I think once they get into post-plant, it's actually over for the other team.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a little bit, Myrna, from your time IGL. How do you make those decisions to balance what you feel is the optimal composition on a map versus what your team is actually comfortable playing and works for you?
I think for sure the coach put it in the best words, where it is up to kind of the players to see how they're feeling and how they're kind of going and feeling towards the map as well. So for me, you know, I have a couple players that used to only prefer playing certain agents, and so we'd like to build kind of a game plan around that. And if it fit into the map, great. If not, then we'd focus on like, is there something else that we need to learn?
Yeah, trying to get closer to that comp you really want to play. I mean, one guy who is certainly comfortable here, Emily, was John QT. I think we have to talk about it. He drops 29 kills in this map one loss. It seemed like he was the only guy who was keeping Sen in the game.
No, it really did, because I feel like there were a lot of those rounds in that first half that Sentinels shouldn't have won, but John QT comes in and saves the day. We saw him with a 4K clutch. We saw him with like a 1v2 that he just shouldn't have won. He was so impactful at keeping, like, this game shouldn't have been as close as it was. But because of John, as he walks by, they really made it a lot closer than it should have been.
I think too, he had the vibes. He was yelling after every round that he won. He had the clutch. It was just insane. This guy was literally the final boss. His positioning, even a lot of his Taeho ults really denied 100 Thieves a lot of rounds. And yeah, it was literally like 3 rounds in a row where he clutched to defuse, and it was kind of insane.
Yeah, specifically his util though, you were right. He was getting a lot of impact with those ults, but not even just the ults, the missiles. We saw him get a couple kills with those.
Yeah.
Like, everything that he was doing made sense. And you highlighted before, like, you like seeing his tail on other maps, so it was really cool to see him bring it out on this one.
Yeah, very refreshing to see him playing this.
He was so on point, and I think really what we have to look at as we go towards the rest of this series is he enough? Can he light that fuse and get the rest of his teammates in it, which is going to be difficult, especially playing against Cryo. We talked about this composition on a macro level, but I think some of what MBS might have been alluding to with that personal comfort has to go down to Cryo on the veto. Emily, I know you loved what he was doing on defense.
Yeah, no, we saw a bit of change of pace from the first time that we saw him against G2 playing the veto. He was a lot more aggressive, right? If there was pressure on the other side of the map, he would walk up, kind of get in their spawn. We even saw him flank a few times, and it works out. Even though he got punished a couple times there, he still held with that aggression because it gave his team so much info to play out the rest of the round and kind of helped with their rotates mid-round.
I feel like even on attack too, like he wasn't worried to just lurk. Like there was one of these rounds where his whole team is on A playing that post line, and on B, and he was literally just lurking up A, getting free kills of people that were too late to rotate.
Yeah, what a performance from Cryo to start this one, but it has to feel heartbreaking to lose in that fashion for Sentinels. Coach Kaplan, he's getting the team ready for map 2, so let's get a word with him.
Kaplan, super close first map. Unfortunately, it did result in a loss. However, not without John QT dropping 30 on the server. He's been like phenomenal, lights out now that he's released of the shackles of IGL. It's of course a risk to bring in a new IGL to a team, especially coming up from the academy team. But it's paying off for you and the team. How have the comms dynamics changed? Is John QT still involved, and how involved are you?
We're all involved. A lot of smart people on the team, a lot of people that want to win. I think John is playing lights out because he wants to win. I think that's all there is to that. He's always done that. I think Caillou's a great player, and that's why he's on the team. We're all just doing everything we can to win.
All right, everyone's doing their job, and it's working out. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, John certainly wanted to win map 1. Didn't work out. Now we head towards Split, the choice of Sentinels. When we reflect on that close loss game 1, what are you looking to see turn around here going into Split?
I think for sure the confidence. I think John QT as well, like having that Tejo, he could play it again on the Split and just keeping up that confidence, because for Sentinel, this is their map hit pick. They want to start off strong. They don't want to lose those pistols. They want to make sure they're kind of coming in running, because 100 Thieves, they play really well off of momentum, and they usually tend to go 2 maps in a row when they're playing these games.
Yeah, but I also just really want to see Nere get set up a little bit more. He was struggling with creating space for his team, getting shut down very early, and just not finding success in the fights that he was taking. So I want to see the team kind of helping him out in that sense so that they can not always be at a disadvantage going in these rounds.
I think what I really liked too was I felt like everyone had kind of stepped up and taken a round under their wing and been able to be that person. So like Cortezia kind of holding down sights as the Viper, and then you also have Redux just doing a really good job on that Omen. So I'm kind of expecting to still see a lot of really good plays and a lot of really good heroics, and I think Sen, they can kind of close it out, especially if it is their map.
Yeah, on the other side too, for 100 Thieves, this is a map we have seen them play. They've played it twice already in Americas. They've been rocking with a Sage comp here as well. What did you like when we saw that one the first time around?
I feel like the OG Sage wall to get onto B has just always been good, and like it got deleted after the nerfs, but now that Sage is so back, I think it still works. So definitely expecting to see a lot more explosive plays and 100 Thieves trying to get into those close time positions as soon as possible.
So as close as could be, map 1 Split, a map both teams are comfortable on. We'll have to see if 100 Thieves closes out quick or if we go the distance after the break.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
One of the best maps we've probably ever seen from Sentinel's John QT is not enough to get them over the line against this double Sentinel composition from 100 Thieves on Corrode. And so we're off to Split, a map that for Sentinels looked highly dubious last time. We saw it with the solo initiator Tejo. Wyatt, they've retooled the comp pretty drastically.
That was in their debut game against Furia. They got only 5 rounds, and now they are picking the map, which 100 Thieves did lose to G2 and did really struggle on defense. So maybe feeling like they can anti that hard as G2 did. I'm glad to see Sen switch over to this Fade though. Having just that solo drone from the Tejo to deal with Koala Noob's op in that game, it just wasn't enough. He was running around on Yoru, absolutely ruling the map. And against 100 Thieves, you know you're going up against another, potential Opper and Cryo, though it's going to be harder playing the Viper, and they don't have that Yoru. So stakes a little bit different there, but I still like the Fade much more in terms of how much information you're going to be gaining from your initiator pick. I think that's something a lot of people wanted to see, so they will be content with that. Let's see if Sentinels can have a much better affair here. Round 2 on split than they did the first. Redux on that Yoru, Narrate on that Waylay. They've been loving the double duelist. In contrast to 100 Thieves, who've not been playing it a whole lot. Very much just this solo Timatino Waylay for the most part.
All right, moments away from jumping here into split. 100 Thieves on the attack side. Cryo, of course, now picking up that controller responsibility on quite a few maps. Beyond that Viper, well, maybe not expecting him to opt, but there's still plenty of candidates looking at Timatino in particular to take that route. And they are going to quietly cross this very standard Viper wall setup.
And now counter wall for the defenders to play off of. Good spot, one player's head. Great saturate. Asuna caught right now, but won't go down. Yes, he will. Caillou with the spam.
Good saturate. Caillou's not going to be able to walk away. Asuna, brave, hung around
Yep.
after being saturated. Had no choice, nowhere to go really, but it ends up being an even trade, leaving the A side open for 100 Thieves to hit.
Wow, Timatino is just so fast to get into screens there. That's a nice heads-up play. Now, Cryo was just out in the open getting that orb before. Felt safe because there were 2 players in heaven, but nope. Redux teleporting over, getting there quick. Let's see if John can do more John things. Not on Mateo, now on the Omen. They have a Paranoia.
And 2 smokes, honestly. He's got all of his util. He's going to be able to cover up heaven here. Maybe even that A main angle. They still need to find a way to get into elbow. Bang will be avoiding that Paranoia as he's playing up on the side probably, but Cortesia, sharp as they come! In the blink of an eye, the 2v3 completed with flair. Sentinels, not many teams can pull that kind of moment out, but Cortesia and John back-to-back get it done.
100 Thieves not doing anything wrong there. They triple swung onto 2 players, but the individual skill shining for Sen in that moment. Cortesia, obviously, such a talented shooter in the form of John is. John is just stunning at the moment.
The Raptor? Does Mo? No.
See that remarkably clean.
Come on, let's go! Come on!
Got to get off to the races early after a crashing loss in map number 1, a close map that it was. And now we'll see Sentinels have a bucky for Narrate. They've already gone up to that Outlaw for Redux, so they do mean business.
Oh, a little messy, but he's out of there. All good, all good. Timatino trying to capitalize off those misses and the forced retreat. And in the meantime, it was 100 Thieves just sending out that flash into B main from their sky, see if it gets a ping, see if anyone pushed up. They did not, so they get control of that extremity, able to get an orb as well out of it.
Now up mid. Narrate waiting inside this smoke.
Loves his bucky.
That's a pretty valid spot to take that in his second round. So realistically, 100 Thieves haven't done a whole lot across the map. They've got no real advance on this A side either. Obviously, Cry just playing passive lurk there for now.
Redux just sending his gate crash over into screen, so can play back sight, try and rectify those earlier shots with the Outlaw. A miss, and he does.
Yep, that's one down, more to come. You'd have to imagine Caillou inside the smoke. And Redux finds his second. That Outlaw still at large, of course, as Arsene has to go for the plant, leaving Bang with only a small amount of health back towards main. And instead of checking for it on ramps. Again, classics, bear that in mind. Only so much you can really do here. I love the slow orb. But Bang can't see the wood for the trees right now. Hard for him to get involved. He got the drop of Cortesia, though. There is a Guardian to be picked up there, potentially. He's got it, but Redux catches him. He tries to back up there in heaven.
Yep, finishes that off with the triple. Going to get this orb from the defuse as well. So close to that dimensional drift pretty early. 100 Thieves content with that there. A couple kills. They got the orb over in B main, get the spike down. So they accomplish some side missions in this round for sure.
Let's see how it went down. Redux just playing passive lines for the most part after almost getting caught out early in the round. 4-1 so far in this Yoru, so close to that first dimensional drift.
Redux obviously in that last series had a major bounce back as the Yoru from week 1. An uncharacteristic, just bad performance from him that he immediately found some rejuvenation from.
I mean, he was 11-4 rather, first kill, first death in that second game.
So series was real standout.
Made for two very contrasting results. Cryo here's done pretty well, catnaping the entirety of Sentinels, at least 3 of them, and even gets Redux for his trouble. That Outlaw, of course, runs into its natural predator, the full armor.
Yeah, full armor is in every single 100 Thieves player's hands, with good reason. They're expecting that Outlaw, so that's a nice opening pick. I like this from Sen. It's pretty bold, double push out just to retake this space. Bavora, Cryo for its potential. Bucky not too effective at that angle. Wow, Caillou wins that out with the SMG.
Still mid is open here for 100 Thieves. They're going to go for it. Yeah, Sentinels have got that A-side information, but hit B with an advantage scenario. Better guns, that's the plan for 100 Thieves right now.
But it's John and Cortesia anchoring. That's still scary.
Okay, that Snakebite ended up in hell. I'm not sure if that was the plan on upper.
Spike down B.
So it's going to be avoided for the most part, and now it's really just the stragglers for Sentinels have to get in position. Allowing 100 Thieves to control that upper side and bang forward.
Got to pay attention to the weak HP on these 100 Thieves players, though, but that sharp from Bang and should seal this up.
It's just Caillou, of course. There is that Sage Wall in play. Not that he really has the time to go all the way back through spawn. Seas doesn't catch. Make sound there on the rope. So Bang will find his third on the round. 100 Thieves get in on their first buy.
Yeah, that was well done. You know, even though things got a little bit messy on A with that repush from Sen, I like that decision. And Caillou had a pretty shocking 1v1 win against Cryo, who was on the angle. He just had that Spectre. But 100 Thieves are able to make a nice fast pivot, splitting into B, pinching the 2 anchors, and it's a bit too much to deal with. Cortesia and John without weaker weaponry.
One enemy remaining.
Felt pretty straightforward. 100 Thieves make the response to a deep extension by Sentinels on the A side. Pretty elementary to bounce over towards B and just try and flood it. So here we are. Timeout going to get called pretty early on in the piece here. There might be Coach Kaplan trying to get into his players' ears. I mean, it takes some juggernaut coaches to, you know, put Kaplan under pressure. Doombros, for those that don't know, someone who was coaching so early on in Valorant, coached FPX, Na'Vi as well, was really around in the mixture a long time. NBS, of course, who spent some time coaching, was it Ascend, I want to say?
Ascend,
coached Ascend. And then
TSM.
Yeah, I mean, we watched him coach TSM, and obviously he was, you know, in Eastern Europe. He's up in the middle of the night for all of those games. Just locked in. Fantastic run with that team. So between the two of them, we've already seen what 100 Thieves cook up in that first map. And it's not like this is the first time they've had coaches that like to innovate, right? I think Zix was definitely cut from that same kind of cloth. But yeah, this is quite a step forward for 100 Thieves so far. Off to a great start.
It really is good to see Doombros back in that position. So highly regarded, felt nonsensical that he was lacking a coaching role anywhere for what felt like kind of a long time, honestly. So he definitely deserves this spot.
We've already seen a corrode comp from them so far. So they come into the season with good ideas. As has been the case, and actually something 100 Thieves always seem to suffer, is that teams start to adapt to what they do on a couple of maps. It was the case with their Bind last year, right? That was such a strong map for 100 Thieves, and they just got figured out after a while. I could say the same with Sentinels on Lotus. That was the kind of map that they were looking really good on, but put a lot of footage out there, gave a lot of hungry coaches chances to adapt, and all of a sudden, those home maps for these teams weren't so great anymore.
Yeah, Split was one of the maps, and I mean, evidently is that Sen were always using as a home way back to when John first joined this team. This map, Sunset, that they were always relying on, always at the top of their pool. So it did feel strange that their first outing, they were so off kilter, but picking into it, obviously feeling confident that they can bounce back, and maybe also feeling that it's just the simple initiator change that they were regretting leaning into that Tejo and immediately finding better results, just going back to the traditional fade here.
Yeah, and like John did sort of talk about this. He didn't feel last week the Sentinels' woes really originated from these interesting initiator picks, right? He specifically mentions the Sky, on Breeze, for example. And I think, like, reasonable minds might differ on that point, but he really cites a lot of communication issues, standard jitters. He also mentions that, he had a chat with Ravish, just where I heard it. He does still do a lot of supporting calling for Caillou. So he's still very much involved in those conversations, just at times where they maybe don't limit his ability to frag out and to be a wrecking ball in the server.
Yeah, just doesn't need to completely take the reins in that situation. We were almost back into it. But back to a quick tech pause for the gear.
Yeah, it looks like we were a couple of moments from heading in, folks, but that's just been delayed for the time being. And again, like I kind of circled around to it, when you are Sentinels, you have less of a runway, or it feels like you have less of a runway. I think you were mentioning the Kaplan was commending his players for, Sentinels players don't have as much room to grow and to make those mistakes. Feels like as soon as the doors open, everyone is expecting excellence from them. So that's an extra burden you bear when you're on this roster, but it looks like they're taking to it well, and that's what Kaplan seems to indicate anyway. Round 4 here for you, folks. Sentinels up by 1. Both teams are bought in.
It's definitely a match to prove that opener against Furia is just going to be a blip on the radar for this Sentinels team, who bounced back against EG and already, frankly, looking good against 100 Thieves, pushing them to the limit on a map that they were so dominant on. Just slowly working up that ramp side again. Caillou in trouble. Swing from Narrate to assist his IGL.
He's actually going to repost up now as the walls come up. He wants to play closer towards heaven. So pretty insistent on trying to at least get something for his money in that side. If 100 Thieves really lean in, but that's a kill that really hurts. Now you don't have that wedge in the middle of the map. You don't have the ability to rotate in through ropes. It's honestly an information blackout for Sentinels on so much of the map now.
With still enough time for 100 Thieves to peel off and try and hit towards that B side, and that does look like the idea. Going to work up mid as a unit. I mean, if they wanted to, Ben could even, go for a quick TP into site just to do a little info gain. Sen have the idea, though. They are reading into this. They're stacking the B side. They have a legit shot of holding this down with 3 players set up. There's that info TP.
On the side we go. Timo fighting for it. Has to deal with that Haunt, though, and Caillou has the room. Or at least it's been traded out. That is nicely done. Now it's on John, 30 health. In that 1 versus 2. Vora sprayed down slightly, but Bang is going to be able to get this plant stuck, and John TP's across the way.
Just trying to get that spam kill when Bang was on the rotate. Oh, man, I mean, just a little bit of damage from that shorty is more than enough.
Bang implies a TP to rafters. John has to just stick on the one angle anyway, and he's being waited for with the shorty. That pick on Cortezia in mid, punishing for Sentinels as 100 Thieves get to work the map.
Really does feel like we've seen a disgusting amount of shortying and buckying in 2026 so far. That's a bad omen for where we're headed in the meta. That shorty is just the best weapon up close.
Let's go, man.
Dangerous, but Vora really stepping up there. Seemed like Sen were going to pull it off when they get those first 2 kills, but able to snap onto Redux.
Standard B-Garage presence here for the attackers, and there's Narrate with a bit of flair. Timo can't respond, can't interact with him until he decides to take things into his own hands.
I mean, what was I just saying, man? This is what I'm talking about. This state of the game. Modern VALORANT, just dashing in with shotguns. It is so silly, but there's a reason it's happening. It is just so effective with Waylay being just the best duelist at the moment. Because that's not a real duelist. That's just
an initiator.
He's everything.
In duelist clothes,
yeah, I mean, he's just everything, so that doesn't count.
Cortez there dinks Timo pretty hard. He has to run back and get some Sage healing. And that little interaction is actually a pretty big deal. It allows Sen to stack this B side, or at least that heaven to mid position.
Feels like last round playing out much like this one. 100 Thieves just working their way through B main. Some Sentinels players towards that B side, 3 of them, but not anchoring like they were on that prior. A little boost for Tina there. And it should be easy for 100 Thieves to clean up at this point. Wall down, much better weaponry.
Bang also threatening that late lurk up mid. Timo boosted up, unexpected for Caillou there. But Sage Wall really messes with the calculus a little bit. Timo looks like he might be still hungering. Bang should have a timing here easily. John not ready for it, still able to reach for the sidearm. Bang dropped low. Justifiably doesn't want to fight any longer. But Redux and Cortezia are going to be caught here on stairs. Hoping for exits, but really not pinning their fates on any more than that.
One enemy remaining.
That's a... Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh, okay, oh, yeah. This is fine, this is fine. For Asuna, they were one away from the orb, so I was going to see if they would try to chase, hunt a little bit, but I think Vor only had 300 left in the bank, so all good. On this round, they can just try to contest for some of these orbs. I mean, this could be an explosive all-round coming up.
This early exchange here is tough to follow, but essentially it's just both waylays dashing in and getting out.
His teammate died and he gave me ult. That's actually unreal.
That is the Convergent Paths, the one ult for 100 Thieves, but yeah, they're one orb away from 3 of them at the moment. I mean, and same can be said for Cortez, Narrate. This could be a very explosive round.
Yeah, I'm anticipating volatility. He's the guiding light, so expect John to be up there on their box apparently, but Redux is able to trade into it.
That's some crazy awareness. Wall down, res attempt from Asuna. I mean, Head should be poking to the top if someone was in heaven, but yeah, Cortez able to just get that free kill from Rafters.
Redux kind of got forced away though by that slow orb, had to get back, and now it's just out and out fighting in the open. Honestly, that looked a little bit lackluster there from Sentinels. They had to anchor. They didn't want to give up the side entirely against the Sage, which I understand. They don't do a whole lot when the sparks start to fly.
Yeah, that felt pretty routine and light on support. Cryo just on the lurk, getting some free, easy kills. That's 2 of them. That felt like one of the simplest rounds I've ever seen in the history of this game.
The sheer contrast in body language is insane here, Wyatt.
They really just walked in and shot them together. This was pretty sick from Timatino, having that read. Easy for Cortezia off the res. But yeah, in this moment, they just both drop down, their back pillar.
Man, how is John late TPing? Come on, bro.
And they go down with these. And then Cryo just flanks and gets 2. I mean, all right. Easy as that. So they're going to have enough for this next buy out of the timeout. Kaplan getting in the mix. Trying to keep cool, calm, and collected. I mean, the man said he hates losing, and we definitely see that. He gets passionate, but he's just trying to remind himself and understand that, you know, with the team, young, new players, they're not going to be perfect right away. You know, he was saying over on the LATAM broadcast and interview, they're not perfect right now. They're not going to be perfect in scrims just yet, but as long as every week he's seeing them make those improvements and those strides, that winning is just going to come naturally as they make, you know, those improvements, continue to learn.
Yeah, it's definitely when there's not that upward trajectory being displayed where it can get frustrating, right? When you feel like you're running against a brick wall. Sentinels absolutely need to amass a couple more of these defense side rounds, and they've got a bank of ultimates in order to do so. I'm very curious to see how Narrate wants to make use of this. We saw from 100 Thieves, actually, like them trying to counter ults and push up ramps, for example. But Narrate's really leaning on this heavy B and mid presence right now. It's just the Caillou over at A.
Bang, by the way, just off to a hot start against his former team, sat at 9-2. This is 100 Thieves all gathered up, ready to execute over on this A side. 5 players, Dog to clear out close on ramp. I'm sure that no one is tucked in that corner. It's going to make it nice, free, and easy for Timatino to get up there. Real close. Convergent paths into heaven. Did they try to go off the back of it? Yeah. Retreats.
Not sure what Timo sees that and actually makes him want to recall there. Maybe just feels like he's a little too far ahead. Either way, Redux is bogged here with that slow orb in play. 100 Thieves definitely have that heaven control, and they've got plant down. Smoke over towards screens. Viper's pit after the fact. Everything looking good for the attack side.
Sen are getting a bit sloppy here. Caillou rips that Nightfall really early. Sen are not in position to do anything off the back of it. Redux going to get some info towards heaven, sure. This retake is going to have to be extremely coordinated now.
Here's the convergent pass that started off. Arsena still inside the pit. Don't be fooled. He is obscured. And Narrate's going to be brought down by Bang through the pit itself. Vora, seen better days, but in a position to surprise. Flash into the pit for Redux. He's going to go for it. Nothing to see yet so far with Vora on the outside. And Cryo's found two inside it with a shorty. That's without reloading, by the way. Caillou and Cortez decayed down far enough that he makes mincemeat of them.
All of the ultimates expended by Sen on that retake. That's Nightfall into Drift into Paths, all to try and counter that pit, and it just didn't work out.
It felt like bringing a kid to work day. Sen was just watching as Hundred Thieves moved in and took all this space.
Oh, that's so nasty from Cryo. The short.
Jordan, I was so lost. I was shooting at you, bro. I was so lost, bro.
But yeah, I feel like the sequencing with some of those ults there a little bit off. I mean, maybe that was Vora just feeling like he was about to be rushed down, so he nightfalls anyway. Here's Cimatino with some crazy pace. Look at that.
I mean, not even a chance to gate crash away if there was even one ready. Redux completely caught out. John here tucked. Nice. Timo he's quick with it, man. On a hair trigger that guy is, and he whips to deal with the Omen.
Yeah, that is tough. And this round, good as done. Both Sen players just going through mid right now. I mean, Austin is just putting a wall in B main. Sure. Can't get flanked there. Why not?
He's creative with it. I'm glad that he makes use of it even in rounds when there are no opponents alive anymore.
Yep.
It's also
no matter the circumstance.
Very diligent.
He's just too dialed. Just too dialed. Cortezia not even an opportunity to get this outlaw shot off.
If it's not clear to folks at home, we're certainly considering this round to be all but over.
Also, by the way, in that previous one, Cortezia used the pit in mid right away, and Hundred Thieves just stormed into the A site. So that was 4 ults from Sen in that loss.
Yeah, so that convergent pass thrown in that wasn't able to be followed up on because that Viper's pit was in play. It's just dimensional drift there. Saw a little bit of information, but not a convincing use of those ults at all.
Awesome.
He was putting a wall up. He was putting a wall up. Don't worry about it.
His second wall.
Yep.
All right, bye coming through for Sen. What is the move here?
Look at this one too. Oh man, and he's just up on that box too. And Bang is there for
he's just ready for that swing. That's nice. That's a nice setup. I feel like we were seeing Sen go for a lot more aggression on defense in their opening, but hasn't really come so far. You know, there were, I feel like, a few more of those like A main, dashing in with narrate, supplemental utility type plays, but not the case. Hundred Thieves, they just want to go right back into this A hit, but that's a fast combo over towards ramp if an anchor was there.
Refract active. Timo doesn't try and test the wall. In fact, this is really just a bit of a fake. It hasn't really had the intended effect, though, despite mid being pretty lightly held. Sen are happy just to keep 2 players on A.
Yeah, no motion from Sen, and then a late Prowler just came out from Caillou. Obviously spots nothing over an A main, and a Haunt now that reposts narrate.
And they smoke mid here just in case they're going to be dealing with a split because they've got no presence there.
Yeah, Cortezia is watching towards heaven. Redux with the op on main.
Yeah, Sen don't have... Hundred Thieves don't have information about this heaven setup, though, so they are going to be checking for it. They're going to be smoking for it. Here's Timo trying to catch on to John there, who opts to TP out of trouble. Hundred Thieves have a real strong foothold now on their side, but they're going to move into the open. Cortez is only good for 1 here. Narrate drops down, has to refract away, but actually could have found a kill potentially. It's Caillou, though, off the Prowler to get that info. Now 3 kills where it really matters. Leaves Arsena alone.
What a demon play. 30 seconds remaining for
30
Arsena.
seconds
Can
left.
self-heal, at least back to 100. 25 seconds. What is the move? Does he want to try to run it all the way to A? Does he even have time to do that? Or just go back through heaven?
We see the commitment here for Sentinels. They are at B.
Yeah, no, he'll be fine on
10 seconds
time.
left.
Surely, yeah. All right, let's see if Austin can clutch it out. He's been in a few of these 1 versus 2 situations. Had 2 opportunities, I think, back on Parode. And came so close with that one insane snapshot.
So a little bit of extra cash there for Hundred Thieves, but importantly, a chance to win the round. Arsena in a 1 versus 2.
Oh, look, Sen need this bad. They have to close this out.
Sen can clear that corner, though, with this saturate. Oh, goes in! Narrates down, but where? Where is John? He doesn't know. And John with the classic is able to get his team out of there. Yep.
What did he have that one out there? I mean, that's fine. That is fine.
Looks like he might have just touched down, so I'm not sure. Might have been a bit hurried either way. Not punished for it. Takes no damage in that exchange, but it's a little bit of a sheepish look on the Moroccan's face.
Arsenal just keeps coming so close in these clutches. Wow, what a shot from Caillou.
Yo! How does he just drop and insta me?
With a classic.
Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Hunter's still with a nice lead here so far on attack. Could try to get an orb Austin his way. That'll give him the res for this round. Timatino getting close as well to the paths. See how much Cryo tries to work this A side, or does he just attempt to contain in the 1-3-1?
Honestly, the only action we've sort of seen on this A side is when Timo has been here.
Oh, feeling bold and presence is known.
Cryo's just been waiting for over pushes, I think, and has just been waiting for a rotate back to that side of the map, where there's like that mid-round hit for Hunter Thieves towards A.
Real patience on this attack so far. We've seen Hunter Thieves absolutely mix up the pace and have some cool set ideas to do it as well. Hot flash on a Cortez, and they try to sync that up with the Hinder, but it doesn't work out.
Cryo actually pushed up. He went in the Rams direction, but Narrate was holding that angle. Now though, big heaven presence for Hunter Thieves. They've got the wall as well.
Look at that Sen rotate. They know this is going to end be 4 players ready to go, ready to anchor.
There's the wall. Arsena gets that one ready. Timatino extends out. It's a clone that he's shot now, unsure about where the rest of them are. Another flash off the side, and here's Narrate for his second. Cortez catches Timo actually inside a snake bite of all things. Vora v4. Tough odds for anybody. Does he do an Arsena here? Thinks about. He's on the rope. Okay. I guess.
But now
Arsena
on the
rocks
rope,
up on people. Yeah.
Hunter Thieves, they're running it back. Let's see if Vora can succeed in this same situation that Arsena was just in.
Unlike Arsena, he can't heal himself. That's the issue. One of them at least. Okay, slightly different plant location. Oh, tries to get ahead of the game. I respect it, but Vora was simply out in the open and Sen came to call.
Big round there from Narrate. That initial pickoff onto Cryo, that really gave the game away as to what Hunter Thieves were intending on doing, right? Yeah, that moment there, and then rotates over and Tom gets the kill on Asuna, but not only was he there, 3 other players from Sen just within the premises of that B site and absolutely shut down the Thieves.
And for the other 10 rounds.
I saw the world. Insta boom and then 1v1.
Nice shot, bro.
Oh, these rounds are really...
I mean, Cryo for the last 10 or so rounds has never pushed further than kind of where he is right now. So kind of getting punished for that one time he decides to walk up. There's an extra player at A this round.
Yeah, looks like the move is to set up a bit of a crossfire over on ramp from Sen, and in the meantime, it's Timatino picking up the AWP here. So expecting a bit of a slower work from 100 Thieves, hoping that Timatino can just exposing himself.
What?
Oh my god, his awareness, man, on this site is crazy.
Just walks up with the op that is absurd. He knows Narrate there. Converted pass comes out. Narrate cannot escape. Man, these guys got absolutely slapped down by the waylay. Timo absolutely brazen.
Spike planted.
Onto the side. And Redux was, I mean, it's the weak side, so they make the right call. Redux just doesn't have an opportunity to react at all, and Sentinels are wondering why they should even bother.
I love that 100 Thieves can play with that electric pace there and just insta-dive off that pick, 0 hesitation. And that's how they're able to get the kill onto Narrate. And honestly, something that I've always liked about Arsenal when he's on these flex rolls, especially when he's playing the KO, is that he is fearless at keeping pace with his duelists when they're fully activated. He does not hesitate in supporting in those situations, being a second guy in. He's right there to capitalize off of what Timatino is doing. And 100 Thieves now with the economy in a solid place, they can go hunting. Sen need these guns bad. Really only Caillou in danger, and he goes down.
I'm really glad you addressed, like, it's not just Timo, but the player that's with him. It's every time Timo falls back, refracts away, there's another player that steps in.
Yeah, that is always why I liked Asuna in these flex rolls.
Jeez, man. There just is not an option for you there. Narrate is scrabbling to try and respond in a timely fashion. But unfortunately, he's having another really difficult map so far. I'm not buying into, you know, the narrative that Bang's trying to put out there. But so far, Narrate has not been able to exert his will on the server.
Neither is John switching off that Teo so far. Timotino timings have to go forward. This is such a sick play. The confidence that this guy exudes, but not just the confidence, the real sense for how the game is just operating around him to get in these positions. He's got the mechanics, but he's also got the smarts.
Now, that kind of like went back past Narrate, so he 100% has the timing here, but the game has gotten away from him a little bit.
But that is allowing Redux to now quickly move over towards the B side. 3 players can anchor this. They've got a chance, especially if Narrate finds the timing window to assist. If he can get there.
Oh, I don't know if he has time. Look at them accelerating onto the side. And again, Narrate's got to be caught outside of the play. He can't afford to speed up and give away his position, but his teammates are going to be dead by the time he gets there. Cortez needs to buy some moments, and that's all he's going to get. But now there's a res into an extra player. Cryo's back. Narrate might be good for 1 here, but eventually a cat's going to be out the bag. And 100 Thieves are going to touch down after an attack side with 8 rounds to their name.
What a round, again, from Timo and Asuna. They are just so fast. He's taking great timings, and then Asuna is right there. On that execute back in, Timo spots out the player. He doesn't get the kill with the shorty, but immediately, look at the 100 Thieves players there, rushing him down. Cryo and Asuna, no hesitation. This guy really understands how to use this Waylay kit to the max.
Pretty insane stuff from 100 Thieves, a very gainful attack side with a 4-round lead. We'll be back to see the conclusion of Split, though, just after these messages.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And it's not like this is the first time we've seen this Timotino guy just kind of run it down in the server. I feel like in challenges, you know, he came onto that TSN team as someone who would just kind of go and do whatever, kind of go and push the boundaries. And it resulted in some of these really high impact games and some where he was literally invisible. Here though, there's a whole structure built around this tendency, this desire to keep asking these awkward questions of his opponents every round, Wyatt.
It's the combination now of having 3 highly experienced players around him in Asuna, Cryo, and Bang. 3 guys in this server who have been in every single season of VCT with that injection of fresh energy and hunger in the new guys that Asuna mentioned in interview, right? Timotino has just been phenomenal. These timings he's catching are so good. And then you can feel the support from Asuna who is coming in. But let's see if Sen can run it back now on this attack side. This is their map pick.
Do they have remotely the same levels of swagger? When fighting for this early map control, it's really hard against this Sentinel setup. Asuna quickly has to respond. Where the heck did they come from? Narrate gets across to the side. And 100 Thieves did not have the time to set up that architecture before they were collapsed on.
Yeah, intending to try and just disrupt the pack from the duelists, right? Standard, you're going to have your Yoru send that gate crash backside, and Narrate dashing up top. And they just find success in the straight-up aim duel wins.
I do think I want to be watching Redux over the course of this half. That's a big point of difference. to have the aura. That's something that 100 Thieves have to go without with this comp.
Right, nicely done by that double duelist. I mean, we'll see it on the replay, but I think they just hit some crazy shots. I mean, that was like 300 Thieves players that just got deleted.
We've been raving about the Yoru Waylay comps and their ability to just bypass those chokes in a second. You've even got Omen TP as well. We've seen that also used.
I mean, that's nice. Look at how much that's going to disrupt your crosshair placement, though. Having a guy dashing the top box with a teleport backside, way too much to look at, to adjust to. Not just swinging left to right, but you got it, like, it's crazy. You have to try to get it up to the box, then back down. There's so much going on.
That's going to be the big wrinkle here for 100 Thieves. How do they get this Sage to set up in order to make that impossible, right? Cut the team in half. Maybe the best Arsena can do is prevent the rest of Sen from flooding in behind these duelists. That still doesn't feel optimal.
Arsena there basically just saying, why not? I have a classic. I'm just going to main and get this orb. So try and get to the res ASAP. As Sen activate this split into B. Redux slow to clear out main while the pack goes through heaven. Cortez picks up Timatino over on the flank as well. Oh, good right timing. Arsena's fearless on this round. Why not? He's got a classic. Okay. Oh my god. There's no way.
Redux with the ghost is just not sharp enough. That should not have happened. None of it.
Oh no. That is such a disaster. Arsena giggling away because he was just no fear in that round. Literally, why not? Just has the classic. Come on, man. Cortez wins that duel opposite side of the map as well, but then, all right, Bora catches him. Not a big deal, but it was Arsena placing the wall to cut off. That's what I'm saying. They can't believe it. NBS can't believe it. I can't believe it. Cryo catches the guy who's stuck behind the wall that can't support. Arsena's getting creative again.
100 Thieves might just be a few rounds away from, for the first time ever, beating Sentinels in a VCT Americas Kickoff. Here's Timo, bristling with confidence. Vora not so fortunate. This is a pretty sensible save from Sentinels. They're up on that A side though.
John has the stinger. Nice shot from Cortez. Oh, that's the spike drop out in the open, though. How can they recover that with Timatino in? Oh, my God, man.
Okay, yeah. I mean, he sticks around there and is punished for it, but these are trades that 100 Thieves are happy to take. Now it's got to be up to Redux. Struck squarely by that paranoia.
Gets a rifle.
That slow orb is a bit of an issue for him, though. He's going to get double swung, and that is that. Chalk up another one for 100 Thieves. Sen really just had to let that one go through to the keeper.
Bit of damage, but it's made less relevant considering 100 Thieves got away with 3 guns when they won that eco round. Some nice shots from Timatino again. He is dominant in the server, top of the board with 17, 11 deaths.
Nice! Come on, bro.
Looks like Boostio, and he's got the Boostio energy.
Yeah, exactly. If does not give the impression that he's a super loud guy, but bro's got lungs.
100 Thieves now. Postured up for a mid walk down. 3 players.
Vora calling this audible. All right, this is kind of insane. Oh, it kind of, well, falls flat. No one is really watching that line. There's no trade opportunity for Timo, so they've just given a free kill virtually.
100 Thieves going for an aggro play on a round that they feel likely would have sealed up the game. That would have broken Sen's economy. So mix something ultra disruptive in, but Sentinel's really predicting that with the passive watch. Now Redux in trouble. Oh man, 100 Thieves are happy to fight everything. This is a 2-man swing on both extremities, same time.
Awesome with a wall that comes pretty late into the round. It's going to be irritating, to say the least. Oh, they're all drifting back towards this A side.
He's just playing like a goblin right now.
This, yeah.
Okay, he drops off.
Although, yeah, Cortez is watching for this angle.
Arsena is out of there. They really think this is going to be a B play for the Dudes.
I'll handle this.
He's now realized that's not the case. At least he had some early warning. Dimensional drift, though, is going to allow Redux to spot out a very clear lack of defenders on the site.
Arsena fully committed. The rotates need to get here ASAP to help, but that's a good flashback sight to remove.
Yeah, left himself exposed. I know he didn't want to be caught off the side entirely, but he was overwhelmed instantly.
100 Thieves are definitely playing with a lot of confidence there, and I think a bit overly so in this
10
round, with
seconds left.
Arsenal trying to find the timing to get back into sight.
Planted.
Really disconnected from where 100 Thieves rotates would have had to be on the minimap to support in time. They're just too late, especially factoring in the Waylay meta and getting rushed down by her. That's just going to be too much.
I mean, that's a round where 100 Thieves for 95% of the time are down a player, and they'll just really look to try and remediate that.
Yeah, they push mid, then they push both extremities paired up at once.
And Arsenal may be a little too fast to rotate off the A side. I don't know what is the tip-off that, you know, he should be out of there entirely. But then, yeah, he just tries to squeeze himself back into the site, but there's a dimensionally drifting player that can see him.
I think maybe feeling like if they were there when they hear him drop off the wall, surely they instant try to blow it up and there's a Waylay right on top of you. So I think the fact that he gave that audio cue and nothing happened, that might have made them all feel like, okay, they probably are going towards B, right? But they were just, you know, slowly rotating over to that side of the map.
So round number 17 here. 100 Thieves, of course, still with that healthy buffer because, frankly, what happened in the second round of this half, this egregious, classic-driven, thrifty on that anti-eco round. Just as Sen was trying to get started, building brick by brick in. John, in contrast to his previous map, has had a very quiet outing here on the controller for this map and has not had that same level of impact.
Can't understate how important this round is right now for Sen's chance at making a comeback. The economy for 100 Thieves, despite winning an eco and stealing Sen's guns away, are now on the precipice of it being broken.
Okay, mid-round dog here. So, oh my goodness, Bang. Tries to step into that space he thought was vacant. It was anything but.
All right, Timo, Cryo finding a moment to silently cross to B.
Bring them down.
100 Thieves feel like the emphasis from Sen will be placed. Timo, 1 kill away from getting those conversion paths, and maybe there's a moment that Arsenal could go for a res.
There.
Feels like this is the kind of round where that tempo gain matters off a safe res. And again, back towards A. This time I would find it unlikely for Arsenal to commit too deeply.
Looks like he wants to get in. Look at this. 100 Thieves trying to rotate
Surely
over in
not.
time. Slow. Will offer some delay. Oh, no. That's brutal to get caught.
Oh, hinged it up. It is tough to fight from that position. And the spray follow-up catches Cryo out there in screens. That kill, specifically that kill, a huge boon for Sentinels now.
Wow, what a kill from Timo. And the convergent path.
For it.
Is that getting all 3? No.
Going to catch him on towards elbow here, but nice paranoia in response from John. Knows where Timo's coming in from. And make sure it's lights out for the Waylay.
That ends up being a sizable commitment from 100 Thieves that results in, you know, insult added to injury. Not only just Sen win the round now, that breaks their economy. 100 Thieves at different points here could have decided to save, I think, you know, when they have the 2-man left. But then Timatino gets 1, and they risk it all on the path. So lose the round, economy broken, paths out of the game for a while. That's big for Sen. Comeback can be super legit at this point.
Cryo and Timatino hold up in mid both. Sheriffs and Stingers. They thinking about something harebrained here. Arsenal just lingers out too long. Narrate has a great sense for where they might be. Look how low these two are in mid, and yet Cryo's still able to get out with a kill. No gun though.
Even though Narrate knows he hit that saturate, even he knows that he shouldn't be committing to it, right? I mean, no sense in going for that aggro of a play to pick off a guy that just has a sheriff and lower HP. Just relax. Don't make a mistake. Don't throw any guns away right now. It's going to be dangerous for Cortez. That wall up, he wants to push through it.
Oh, he might catch him. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, that's a good catch, but he might go down. There's 2 players flanking him. That's super aggro. Pretty high risk.
Does Bang have the stopping power here, though? Cortez has definitely drawn a couple of 100 Thieves players over towards that side of the map. Doesn't linger too long. Credit to him there. Bang has to get away here with the paranoia. Now fake TP, though. Where could he be? Narrate's looking for him. And it bought enough time for Timo to arrive with the rifle picked from Cortez's body.
Cryo just with that sheriff, but there's never a just with that sheriff for Cryo. He's been hitting some sick shots with it in this series so far. Teemo able to maybe get some info, then refract, or a free kill into it.
And he had the refract anyway. Now it is up to John. No paranoia here. Just the TP. And he's already getting double swung. He cuts that angle up so nicely. There was no chance for Cryo to help, and now it will be down to Teemo. No armor, but John is low. Tap of the spike. Gonna have to get up early if you want to come at the king. John will stick around the corner. Little peek, John low on ammunition! And Teemo gets there! This guy is unreal, and he has done enough to keep 100 Thieves in the lead.
These eco rounds, simply the undoing of Sentinels on this half, man. That is what a victory for 100 Thieves will come down to. Cryo out in the open, 11 HP. Nuts shot. Cortez,
30 seconds.
he's going to regret overcommitting to that. You just don't need to be going for lurk kills
They're
there.
gonna know your name, Tim. They're gonna know your
Of course they will. Everyone will.
I mean, they're not wrong, man. After a showing like this against Sen, the consistent foe of 100 Thieves, as you mentioned, the team that has bested them in every kickoff so far. Teemo is turning up, and you can't help but feel like Sen really just threw that one away. Solo plays not necessary. Guns given up. Here's Teemo up on the line. Opportunity for the first kill.
Prowler will force Teemo to get on out. Again, Nightfall. Catch on, conversion pass. They're going to throw everything at this round. Sentinels are betting the house on it. And they've caught Teemo already. There's TP here for Bangs just to get into position. Cortez is close, though, and shuts him down.
Spike planted.
Sentinels have spent extensively here in round number 19, but it looks like it may well have been enough.
I mean, yeah, they've got one flash to try to get back in and use it. They're through screens right now.
Cryo, okay. Gets fortunate there. Slow warp, though, is in his way. Arsena's trying to bide his time. Okay.
Asuna like jump peek there to have the trade come through on the swing. That's a play that he loves to go for, but Sen finding success with it. A nice conversion paths committed from Narrate that just removes Cimatino from the server as the anchor. He had zero options. Cortez far back. Here's the TP from Bang. Easy crosshair placement to collect from him on that kill.
I don't know if it could be any more excessive than that, though. I mean, Nightfall and convergent paths.
Anti-eco for Sen. Anti-eco alert. They must win this. They must win this. It can't happen for a third time in this half.
Money's looking okay for Sentinels, and bear in mind, in that EG series they were trailing and then ended up winning out the series once they started to get a bit of momentum.
Redux picks up the anti-eco gun. He has the outlaw. He's waiting for the aggression. However, it's over on that A side. Okay, so far, so good. Cortez containing.
What?
Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no.
Now as well, like, he pushed really deep onto the A side. That is valuable information. This lets 100 Thieves really concentrate 3 players on this stack, but there is time in the round for a cross here through sewer or up mid. And 100 Thieves are kind of matching this already. Is this a pump fake though? Do we go heaven instead?
It looks like it. Asuna with the res, but shouldn't have a chance to use it here. Just slowing them down with the orb. Going to do it again as he's stunned up. Doesn't catch him.
Oh yeah, rough. Not punished for that somehow. Asuna! Don't know how he got out alive, but he still needs to have an impact in this round. That's more important. Teasing some shots out. A lot of footsteps on rafters, and yeah, Asuna just doesn't have the right weapon for that scenario. That window closed long before that moment.
Exposing himself to the long angle, and that should be enough for Sen to close this out. Unless Bora wins an isolated 1v1, you know, over in B main, maybe opportunity there. Huge fight coming up.
It could be free. No, John knows. Fully aware. Happy just to keep him contained in B main for the time. Being at Redux, well, satisfy himself with a couple of easy kills. Before he's done it again. Also takes a minimum of damage in that exchange. Keeping a cap on this Sen economy could make the comeback, the run back, that much more difficult.
Well, Redux, third on the round to deal with him. Dimensional Drift moving into the next. Could definitely see Sen going for an easy 1-2. Dimensional Drift, clear out the site. Cortezia drops the pit. Keep it nice and simple. But there would be counters for the pit from 100 Thieves, as they have a lot of ults heading into this. Importantly, the Seekers to try and locate the Viper in there. And then when you do get the info on the player's location, convergent paths from Timatino. So
let's go.
This could be an ult combo type round coming up out of the timeout being called.
2 out of 3 of 100 Thieves round wins in this half have been on Sheriffs or some form of awkward low buy. If not for those moments, Sentinels may well have already caught them. So that aside, 100 Thieves, now we need to see what they can do in the gun round with some real tools at their disposal. With this entire back shed full of ultimates.
I mean, yeah, if not for those eco rounds, look at the state of the Sen economy. They got ecoed twice, and they're still up to 7K on a player, everyone 3K plus minimum, which is a testament to when they are winning these rounds, they're pretty clean. They're getting a lot of guns saved into those next rounds, and that's honestly been part of the reason they're still in this game, is that they haven't been forced onto ecos themselves often at all. And Redux coming to life here, now matching Timatino and kills on the board.
Very much an inflection point now. A lot rides on this round. It doesn't mean curtains for the economy of Sentinels, but it gets 100 Thieves that much closer. And if they can if they win around here, save some ultimates, then dangerous, dangerous for Sentinels.
Very early pit now in mid. Pretty standard though, from your Viper, just to try and deny that space. And Austin throwing that fast, slow orb, wanting to force Sentinels to need to, maybe re-clear this with some util, but they just wait for the dark cover to drop and get multiple players swinging out of it. Silent contact take.
Bang is stacked here with Timo on the low ground. No heaven presence at all, and Narrate's walked into it, straight into a crossfire TP attempt there, but Timo's gonna at least find the trade, and then what? Then what? Sentinels stuck back out in B main with the Vipers still very much in the game. Seekers trained on their location.
Frankly, I'm just confused at the lack of dimensional drift being used to get in there. Find the location of a player, disrupt positioning, then have Narrate go for the light speed, double dash in, knows where to throw the saturate right away, can get an easier kill. I don't understand why that ult just isn't used on an execute in this round. On a round where 100 Thieves are at 11, that's honestly kind of perplexing.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds left. They're trying to make the dash towards A. They're going to be able to get into the site. Cortesia can and should be dropping the pit on this round, no doubt. They need to win this 3v4 out. At least they've gotten the 4 Seekers out. They've gotten that convergent paths out. Well, Austin, the easy res.
10 seconds left.
It'll be more difficult to clear them out of this pit. That could be their saving grace.
So we have 4-5 players now return. They're going to go for it. John sees Timo coming. 3 players in that spawn direction now. Kai going to try and keep them out. Double swing into them. This is getting costly for 100 Thieves. They're down to 3. But Cryo taking John out of the game is big. It's just Cortesia left. He's made his way over towards screens. And he has to go absolutely monumentally big to keep Sen's head above the water. Player on the spike, trying to spray it, and shows himself. There's the defuse, and 100 Thieves get 2 match points.
Just able to defuse around the corner there as well. I just don't know about that round, man. I think Sen could have approached that in a much simpler way, just ults here. I mean, Narrate is dashed in, doesn't know there's a player backside. If they drift in, they know it's there. Also, if they're just going for the TP play backside, the TP is like, I'm really confused at what just happened there.
It's rushed. It's
yeah,
just a bit rushed.
And obvious timeout coming in here now, not just to get a strat for this last round on the bye, I think from Kaplan, but these guys are going to be frustrated how that played out. We got to calm the nerves if we're Sen and lock back in.
The body language, we've seen it a couple times as we've been around the grounds in this series. There's been fingernails getting chewed. Definitely these Sentinels players feeling frustrated, looking frustrated. And again, you're getting ecoed twice on this half. Rounds like that last one kind of fall flat. The planning's not there. Maybe they just get ahead of themselves. Remember, these are 2 teams with rookie callers coming up from challenges. It's Caillou and Vora both trying to show the fruits of their labor at, frankly, a pretty early stage of their Tier 1 careers. some of the ideas from the 100 Thieves camp, the team comps we've seen, especially what we saw in that previous map, that is giving them the edge here, alongside Timotino just being unleashed and clearly looking free to express himself in his playstyle.
Yeah, if you're a 100 Thieves fan, this outfit that they have this year is strong with a combination of the new talent, fresh ideas from their coaching staff, a renowned coach and Doom Bros and NBS for the Send as well. They've been around forever. They have the experience. Let's see if 100 Thieves can close this out or if Sen can make the comeback and bring us to OT. They have that dimensional drift out of the timeout. What is the plan that Kaplan has given them? Cortezia was early on that A side, but now rotating off. Looks like they want to work into some kind of B hit, but main controlled right now by Bang. Has the ability to take a first engagement, try to quick TP away if necessary.
Where does this dimensional drift fit into the game plan for Sentinels? You know they've planned to use it here. They've got no other option.
100 Thieves are pretty baited into stacking up towards A right now. There was even that rotate from Cryo, but he's quick to get back towards B Heaven. Vora alongside him on that rotate. If they split into B here, Sentinels, the main fight is so pivotal. What can Bang accomplish? Or will John be able to just remove him from this side of the map?
Senna teasing the ropes.
I mean, honestly, that's given the game away. I think that's made it obvious. Austin is already on the rotate.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he does stop. He does stop.
Second guessed himself. Drift onto the B site now. Bang has to step back and he just gets caught out. Nothing you could do, John, just a little better there. Redux gets into the backside. What you want to see from your Yoru. Now Timo would have had to have done something absurd to win that engagement out. And all things considered, pretty quiet from 100 Thieves as Sentinels finally starting to look like they're composed after that timeout. Kaplan's whipped him into shape. And Cryo is looking black and blue.
Yeah, great job on that execute with Redux getting in back sight, able to get that one kill. But crucially, it was that B main fight that I mentioned, John, just being able to best Bang there in the 1v1. If Bang wins that out and is a nuisance, all of a sudden that attempt at actually splitting is pretty nullified, right? So John getting a crucial kill on a map that has been more silent than is Tejo on Corrode, but stepping up when they need him.
I take credit for the curse. I think I coined the previous map as one of the best we've seen from him, and we've seen some incredible maps from him. In a loss, he was able to look fantastic. Sentinels here, trying to stay alive in our middle round. Drop down to lowers, and then it could be all over.
I mean, that's John just catching the Bang actually on the retreat. They were forcing him back. And 100 Thieves, I mean, they had so much money. Actually, they don't even have that much money. I thought they were going to have a bit more at this point, but no, a couple players there just walking in, throwing the guns away. So if Sen win this round, the 100 Thieves buy for the last round is going to be pretty messy. Puts them in an awkward spot.
Can they get it done with this Stinger and rifle assortment? Sentinel's really heavy presence on A.
Yeah,
Arsenal can't get deep into B to confirm this, but now they're going to know. Vora trying to fight in the middle of the action. Going to be John, though, for 2 and 3. Yet again, he's put Sentinels in a winning position, muscling his way into heaven. Now he'll stick around and make sure 100 Thieves can't pull at the threads.
Just lights them up. When they needed him most, he is back. Both 100 Thieves players trying to maneuver through heaven. John could catch the timing to seal this round up. Nice cross here from Cortezia as well.
John's been behind him this whole time. Arsenal's not going to be ready for it at all. And an ace from John QT. Brilliant.
That is his second of the series, by the way. 1 on each map. Shooting off the scoreboard.
He was 4 and 10.
Oh, look at that. Nice little transfer down to the rope, and then really patient, finds the perfect moment. And Sen also, you know, even if they have a nice crossfire with one guy backside, John in heaven, Cortezia in main, and because of 100 Thieves not saving on that other round and kind of throwing their last couple guns away, their buy here is modest at best. Couple stingers, Guardian, etc. You know, Asuna and Timotino, guys with rifles. You definitely want Timo to have one.
Brilliance there from Sentinels, and are able to double down. It's Redux who has Timo Crane just run straight at him. Arsenal at least able to assert himself here, but it's not remotely enough, not with John on the side, bang as low as he is. And quick as you know it, we're off to overtime.
They're just overrun on that round. What was going on in Mail with Redux? They thought they had a timing to catch him off a teleport, I think? Just double jump into him with pistols, and he gets an easy little two-piece, and then Swift from Sen back out in main. Narrate here, immediate off of that Prowler onto Asuna.
I told you. Yo, let me ace, let me call you the round.
All right, John's back home. Whoa.
Calling the round?
That's crazy.
He was 4-10, now 16-12.
Hey, he said he still likes to throw in those ideas sometimes, like supplemental caller for Caillou, who's going to be in charge the majority of the time. Redux up to 27 kills. That is sick from him. The bounce back from week 1 is definitely continuing. Can Sen take us to map 3 now, after stringing 3 in a row to take us to OT.
This puts 100 Thieves, though, back on the attack side. Obviously, their composition lets them get into B without being pressured from Heaven. That's why we've got no Heaven presence, really, for Sen here. They know that Sage Wall is always going to be a factor. They want to fight here in the side.
Paranoia definitely going to deny 100 Thieves for now if they had any intentions of legitimately getting in with that timing window.
Cryo, again, this is what we saw earlier in that first half from him. Really passive, just holding a line, not pushing up. So he'll start to drift over and maybe give them a mid to Heaven lurk prospect now.
Yeah, it looks like they just want to go for a straight up B hit, Cryo, delay, maybe catch a rotating mid, double dash coming through.
Almost in, but not fully committed, doesn't hit backside. Definitely gets Sentinel scurrying around a little bit. Redux caught inside that slow orb right now. This is classy work from Timo. Redux able to take the trade, but only one more for him. That puts Caillou in narrate from the outside looking in, and Cryo has been waiting. Slow, patient round here from the Viper.
30 seconds left.
And he'll put Caillou in a very uncomfortable spot.
Even at that, taking no risks, just molly down, backs away, triple up. 100 Thieves ready to just play this textbook, close this out.
No one showing anything. Vora there caught out. That's just not a line that was being watched. Too deep was Cryo's position in that back corner, and so 100 Thieves get their attack round after a spell. And Timo fighting in the side still looks just as good as it did on the first half.
It's that swarm coming through on site. John needing to deal with a pillar wrap from Timotino. Redux can't really do much to swing or assist from that angle. He's playing backside in the slow, tries his best with the two-piece, but not enough.
Oh, Matt, you are nice, bro.
And then Cryo is just late, patient in mid, playing to the intentions of the plan, which is let everyone else make the noise and find that timing window to just get the closeout of the round with ease. Listen, we've seen that a lot from Cryo. His lurking has been really solid. How many kills have we seen him get just shooting someone in the back? I mean, we're used to seeing the Jet Op Cryo in the past, the Chamber Op Cryo, which is a little bit back. He's played plenty of different duelists. He was playing Yoru with 100 Thieves, running a lot of double duelists early into Stage 2 last year. But now going to a completely different path of the game. Lurking, playing Sentinel, playing Viper here. And he is really solid. This was a point of skepticism in the offseason with the changes that 100 Thieves were making. When they bring in Timotino, he's going to be your main duelist. But listen, so far, it is definitely working.
Don't forget, we did get Cryo on controllers last year. Brimstone on Bind always.
Oh yeah, that was his classic, the Brim on Bind. That was his switch up, the Bind Brim.
Yeah. It was always a good look. He was always very active, fighting in the A side on defense, inside those smokes. Now, Sentinels looked really good on these attack side rounds towards the end of regulation, so surely not a whole lot to retool here.
Asuna placing that wall over in A main early. Opportunity for them to close out the game, take Sen's map pick.
Asuna's always trying to leave the site early. Look at this. Again, he's already gone. Back into Heaven, but pulled off away from main pretty quickly.
100 Thieves ready for a bit of a double face into mid. Crowd jiggling. I mean, what is that spray? What is that? All of a sudden, the entry player for Sen is down. The space creator removed.
Okay, there's Cortez.
That's a hell of a shot.
Gonna open up that A side of the map. Cortez always wanted to chime in with some ungodly accuracy at an important moment.
Opens it up, but they don't want to accelerate just yet. 100 Thieves on this silent re-clear of mid.
Leave Timo, yep.
Maybe resulting in a situation where a flanker like Timatino will be faster than Sen expect. And when their hit comes in, could set up a crossfire fighting from main while one of the 100 Thieves players or multiple get the screens.
This is slower though than I expected. I think they're waiting for some of these cooldowns to come back around. And so Sen are going to hit the site, but look at how close behind them Timo is. He's really managed to cover some ground here. He's going to be ready to fight.
Yeah, bit of an accidental team flash. Everyone from Sen relegated to backside. They're going to have to work together, set up some good crossfires with these duels.
Saturate, is there any way to play with that though? It's unclear. Timo's very, very low. Bang is asking for more. Knocking on the door. Four ready to swing off him there as well. And Four is able to win it out. It's going to be Timo v John. The two standouts. And John shuts him down yet again. Any problem you have, leaky faucet? Flat tire? Risk of losing the series? Just call John.
Timatino trying to work with his bread and butter there. We've seen him clutch with the dash-in shotguns a couple times just throughout the entirety of Kickoff. Honestly, it always feels like a sure play when you're watching it. But John is able to get that spray down in time. Kaplan is elated. And they are still in the mix. It's not over just yet. What was John's stat line again? And now he's at 19 for 13.
4 and 10.
Crazy. All right, pace back from Timatino to get up ramp. 100 Thieves. Intentions of working quickly here and there. It wants to slow it down with the hinder.
Back to the site for Narrate. Play a little safer. Redux tucked in here. Under rafters. Cryo out. Narrate a little wayward. This is... it's not clean, I'll say that much. Redux inside the smoke here. Shorty makes short work of Timo. The Sentinels are down a player until Cortezia gets in, but it is 100 Thieves all up and on this site, and rafter presence for Bang could be dangerous.
Arsena close up with the Shorty. Everyone from Sen trying to get out of screens right now. Bang on the swing. Perfect timing. What a shot.
Oh, and no more than that required from 100 Thieves. Arsena, a real problem there in elbow. And once again, they will take advantage in this overtime.
Bang really has looked sharp today with the Phantom. Those jiggle peaks, crosshair as steady as it gets. Vora up in heaven catching that one was nice. And, you know, I thought Cortezia was going to bring it back when he removes Vora, removes any potential from a heaven swing. They can focus forward. The shots from Bang were just too nice, too clean.
Glass cannon up for Timo.
Mixing it up, playing over towards A main right now. Teleport from Redux is all the way thrown towards A, so that definitely implies that he wants to make some noise, get back there. They go into this A hit. Dog, so Timo can get on the line.
No connection there. I think that might have been a clone. Off to the side we go now. Very quickly, Vora's going to have to tuck his way back into elbow. Redux could be in trouble here. Has to get Crash out because of the snake bite, but still got Cryo on the backside. Vora again anchoring well, and Arsena doggedly fights for that heaven position. Got to top himself back up, but this is getting a little bit uncomfortable. Claustrophobic as it was. Arsena Houdini's his way out of the coffin. And now it's on John and Cortezia. Running together. Usually the saviors for so many of these Sentinels rounds. They've got to do it yet again. And Bang looking for a timing. They're just too fast. Heads on swivels. Cortezia and John shut the duo down. And now Vora called up from Tier 2. Called up to call for one of the most iconic franchises in VCT. Has to 1v2 these two to win the series?
Cortezia as well. About to get the hit off this plant. Going to pop that right away. Vora, no utility to work with. Has to go through this dark cover as well. What a nightmare, but what a shot!
What? Vora almost had it! Moments away from some real filthy stuff. Cortezia shuts him down, and once again, we'll see 100 Thieves go back on the attack side. Round number 29.
100 Thieves are just simply cursed to play out infinite 1v2s where their player gets one, gets so close, but just cannot win out the clutch. Cortezia jumping to the side, swift to get the Vandal back out. And they're not done just yet. When will the team win on defense? It has just not come yet.
Okay, deep breath. Chance to recoup here. 100 Thieves on these attack side rounds been pretty flawless. Both sides have been able to get in. You can imagine the blood pressure inside the 100 Thieves coaching booth. I mean, both of them in fairness, but haven't come so close to closing out the series, but having players needing to clutch out under ridiculous circumstances. It's been ridiculous. And I wonder if someone's mouse has just run out of juice out there.
Sen just will not let them win this game. 3 rounds at the end of regular time to tie it up, bring it to OT. 100 Thieves win the first round twice, but Sen bring it back to win. 2v3 that time. Relentless.
Sentinels have been adamant that this is not a rivalry. We kick their asses every time. And they're not wrong. This would be, like we said, the first time 100 Thieves have beaten Sentinels at a VCT Americas Kickoff. That has some symbolism to it. It matters. Getting off on the front foot, representing your region in the first global event of the year, these matter not just for status, but also as vindication for 2 rosters that have taken some big risks. Taking a step back in some senses, maybe stripping back the seniority of these teams to try and raise the ceiling, to try and go further than even some of both these teams' star-studded teams in the past have failed to reach.
For me, this 100 Thieves team, throughout, honestly, their entire history, are so often making people believers. They go on a run of insane games. Like, think back to the beginning of Stage 2 last year. They were tearing everybody up at the start of that double duelist era. And then they just falter at the end when it's in playoffs, when it's getting closer to time to actually qualify for a global. They give you these runs of greatness, but not enough to make the international events. And this is a moment where it does feel like what they've put together could be good enough to make it.
And this is a pretty unique situation. Don't always run into these sort of breaks in the action in overtime. It's an audio issue that's being diagnosed at the moment. But how does this affect things? An intense overtime after, honestly, a really back and forth map. Narrate just, we're having a discussion about what he can do to tweak some of those audio levels, but now, if there's any kickers out there, they've been well and truly iced. You obviously don't get to consult with your coaches during this period of time. This is not a strategizing window. So now you kind of got to remember what your coach told you, a few rounds ago.
Yeah, not a lot of consulting when Narrate also can't really hear. He needs to fix that headset so we can get back into this.
A lot of fandom riding on this game. 2 orgs that always want those bragging rights. 100 Thieves who've had to take a back seat.
Oh yeah, social media managers with bated breath right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which post do they make?
But it's usually been, 100 Thieves put in the corner in stage 1 or in that kickoff. Watching Sentinels get off to the start they were looking for early, go out and represent. I mean, saw what happened in Madrid. I think they as a franchise really feel like it's their time. They feel like they're next up to represent the region at Globals, but there's a lot happening at the strata above these 2 as well in the upper brackets. Never been tougher. The Super Team, MIBR, the World Champions, NRG, G2 Esports, they're all up there. And they're all teams that these guys are going to have to reckon with at some point. 100 Thieves already going up against G2. A relatively compelling series. We got to see their Corrode debuted, that unique team comp that we saw come out again today. 100 Thieves want to be in that bracket. They want to be in that room. Not fighting for their, not lives, but fighting to save face here in the middle bracket.
And don't forget Furia.
Oh, yeah.
The sleeper hitters that have made it through into the current top 4. Oh, wow, he's like that? With the hand warmers?
Yeah, like it. I mean, again, you're trying to keep yourself dialed in to some degree, right? You've had some really intense rounds, and anyone who's tried to concentrate on something for long enough knows that the break-in action is definitely going to make it hard to get yourself reacquainted with match conditions, with that level of pressure. Especially because these 2 teams are about as close as you can get. These rounds have gone about as close as they can. The 100 Thieves have had to try and 1v2 on 2 separate occasions to get out of this series and not have to deal with the prospect of Pearl looming around the corner.
I feel like I'm seeing a lot of 100 Thieves support in the chat pop-ups right now.
Yep.
See, another one. That's like 5 in a row. People are loving this new 100 Thieves.
I also think that there's always as the start of every 100 Thieves campaign, I think is always exciting. I'm always interested in what they're doing, right? They looked last year as well. I'm thinking, okay, what's the move for this team, right? Like Xander's in the mix. Okay, we loved him in challenge. I thought he could go really far. You know, Boostio, there was questions about how he would sort of step into this team. We knew that Cryo and Arsena would sort of continue to deliver, but everyone was asking, how do we move from being like genuinely solid 3rd through 6th place team in Americas to consistently qualifying for these global events? Like, what do we have to do? We have some of the longest standing players in VCT Americas, and we can't accept the fact that that would need to change. We need to keep them here. How do we build around them more adequately? So they put those players into their real veteran position. And finally, it feels like this year more than any other. Last year, I feel like we drew the curtain back on Brazil's tier 2, right? Players like Cortesia came into the mix. We had 2G appeared. We saw Artesian, increase his game. Look so much better. We realized Brazil was alive and well. This year, I feel like so many teams going to the well of challenges in America, bringing so much talent forward. It's their time to shine.
Time for the players to dial back in after a little break. Sentinels on defense. The side in the server that these teams just have not been able to figure out in OT. Timatino fast at mid with the rest of the team, just playing around this cloud for the moment. As a crossfire is set up by Sen, and actually backing off, but it was watching towards Mail for at least a moment before clearing out some space with this Trailblazer. And Timatino can garner it off the back of the knowledge that his initiator got. But some of these actually pivoting everyone towards a main, leaving the Waylay on the lurk right now.
Redux is starting to get pretty antsy on that B side. He's been able to get pretty far forward. So this allows for a drift over of John. He's heading over to A to help out. And there's eyes turned towards drop. Yeah, Caillou concerned about a wrap from mid here. That's definitely on the cards at this time. It's really about finding the timing. Cortesia is going to have his back turned through though, and Timo emerges. Cortesia, no chance to do a thing about it. Caillou cut out in the open now, especially guns trained in all directions. And he had nowhere to go. Once again, great opening sequence here for 100 Thieves on these attack side rounds.
The Timatino on that lurk definitely gets a lot accomplished. Finds the moment to get the kill on Cortesia, and then straight after that, oh, spam through from Neri. This is getting awkward. Is really expecting that someone is in vents.
He can't get out of here.
He is right. Timo is chilling, man.
Bang unbothered. Low in health, but knows Timo can just pop back up. They'll have a crossfire set up, potentially. Making use of this smoke. I mean, Nare looks a little lost in that kind of moment. Timo for 3 in the round. Conversion paths earned. And made extensive use of to close a flawless round here for 100 Thieves.
Definitely making a name for himself in kickoff and in this series. Absolute phenom pulled up from tier 2 with this TSM core that is merged with 100 Thieves here.
And these timings he is finding. It's an innate sense for them.
You could just see the effectiveness on Waylay again.
I don't know what was happening before.
With the double dash out, Heaven just breaks the crosshair of the anchor. Free kill for 100 Thieves when they pull out of main. Again, 100 Thieves win the first round. They have to close it out. But Sen have been unrelenting in this situation. They've clutched up. Will they do it again? Will there be another series of OT rounds? Timatino's back to the rifle. Last time was using that glass cannon operator, shying away from here.
Thieves are not afraid to stick their necks out for each other in mid. Poison Orb has just been thrown down now, so there's some room to breathe here. Timo's going for it. I mean, I think Sen have been playing for this. They've been waiting for something like that. Can they do a thing about it? No opportunity. But this is time. Bled down. We're down to a minute here. Still limited information for Sentinels about what the map looks like.
Timatino just waiting to safely cross back. Sen gathering up for this A hit after making some presence known towards that middle side. It's just Asuna on a ultra passive position, basically playing for spam. We've seen him really willing though to try and get back sight during hit timings. Looks like he might be thinking about doing it again, but this time You know, in contrast to some
30
previous
seconds
rounds like
left.
this, he has support getting into the site. Now doubled up with Cryo.
Eyes on Timotino here. He could be huge. Flashed out. Can he escape? Good. Saturate, but it's a clone. Still will be able to double dash away. Vorid steps in. He's always able to find these running little kills. There's Asuna inside the smoke looking good, but John always an issue. He's found yet another one. Cryo, those kept the dream alive here for 100 Thieves. Plant going down. Cryo behind the screens here. Swing timing is perfect, and John has to do it again with 22 health. It's too much to ask. Cryo shuts it down. And we'll finally have the defuse here to give 100 Thieves their first dub against the Sandals franchise in VCT Americas Kickoffs.
Incredible showing from rookie Timotino there. I mean, phenomenal play on split. We saw him not only just racking up kills on account of the mechanics, but on those attack rounds, the intelligent timings that he was finding to get opening picks, the amount of first kills he got there, really sick. Racks up 8 in that game. Stunning play from him.
And it's crazy that that's enough to overshadow Redux, dropping 34 for the map, 294 ACS. Generally just a workhorse out there. Less flashy, less double dashing in. We were wondering where this sort of backside gate crashes and dimensional drifts were supposed to be. And we thought there were a couple of rounds where maybe the connection between Redux and Narrate was just not there. Narrate has a rough first map. The second one has moments, but it is not enough. It is not enough for Sentinels here. They absolutely need that star power and don't have it. We, of course, are going to cross to our Verizon post-match interview in just a moment.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Welcome to your Verizon post-match interview. I have Bang joining me for a quick chat. First, of course, congratulations. That was an insane series. I saw you exchanging looks with John Cutie. Pretty much the reason why they just stayed in that game. He just like kept on putting Sentinels into a winning position. Did you, at the very end there, start to target him or just avoid him altogether? Like, what's the game plan?
No, we didn't really play anything like that, but it wasn't helping that he was just having, like, he's been having such incredible, like, series in general. I feel like he's in just the greatest form since he hasn't been IGLing. He was even in great form when he was IGLing me, so to see him play like this and be, like, basically just full freedom as a player, it's actually really incredible, and it's really hard to play against, I can't lie.
It looked like a tough task to go up against. Now, speaking of performances, you are finally reunited with Cryo, with Asuna. How has that been like for you? Have the players changed at all? Is everyone still kind of playing the same way?
I think they mostly play the same way. It just feels like they've kind of upgraded as players. I feel like every year you learn something new as a player, and you know, like basically things to work on for the next year. So I feel like they work on their own individual things since I played with them, and they just seem like basically like upgraded versions of themselves since when I played with them.
Now, next up for you in the middle bracket, you have either C9 or Envy. What's your read on either of those teams, and is there a preference for you to go up against?
I don't really have a preference too much. I'm excited to play either one. I think they both have like very different play styles. So, I mean, I think it kind of sucks not being able to play C9 if C9 do win, not with their full roster. But and I also hope everything that happens like with Oxy, everything is okay, and I hope that he's like basically just hope everything goes good with his family. He's in my prayers, and I think all of our teammates his prayers. So yeah, but yeah, I think it'd be interesting to play against C9 with Demon 1. I feel like he kind of does his own spin on things. Like he's a chamber player, he's not like a duelist, so it'd be interesting to see how it goes.
Yeah, and he slotted right in, so it's been exciting to see C9. But also very exciting to see 100 Thieves so far this season. I hope to see much more of you here as well. Thank you so much for joining me, and now we're heading over back to the desk.
Yes, that's right. I'm joined with Vora and Asuna from 100 Thieves after a crazy overtime game. Vora, I want to start with you for stepping into Tier 1 as an IGL. A very long overtime played here. Can you talk to me about leading the team through that, how you were coming up with calls throughout that ridiculous split match?
Honestly, just kept my cool, had ideas. I always have ideas. I just had to mix it up a little bit because once you get like into a super far overtime on attack, you don't want to be too obvious. You want to be predictable. So you got to kind of mix things up. And that's exactly what we did. And we caught them off guard, especially with that last attack where we inserted Tim and Vent. I think that definitely caught them off guard in the last attack. They had their backs turned to him and he annihilated all of them. It was wonderful.
Yeah, Asuna, this is a match you've played so many times before against 100 Thieves, but now with very different players on both teams. What was that like?
Honestly, I feel like Sentinels, they've always had, you know, like a GOAT, TenZ, Zekken. Now I feel like, you know, our team has more firepower, we're better individually, and it's going to be different this year. Okay,
it's going to be different. Change the script on this rivalry. We have a little game prepared for you guys. It is called Sketchy. Are either of you good artists?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I never took art in high school.
Okay, you were slightly less confident in not being a good artist. So Vora, I am going to ask you to draw one of your teammates on that whiteboard. There's a marker in front of you. And Asuna, you have to guess. Who's drawing? Yeah. It's pretty simple.
Draw someone who's easy to draw.
I think we know exactly what that is.
I'm gonna pick the person for you though. I want you to draw one of these cards.
Oh, okay.
All 5 of your teammates are on here.
I mean, I'll be honest. I feel like it's gonna be easy.
You think it's gonna be easy?
Yeah.
You know your teammates pretty well?
Yeah, I think about them all the time when I dream.
You're dreaming about your teammates? Okay.
This one's difficult.
Go ahead and get it started, Vora. You have 1 minute.
Okay, I'm gonna close my eyes.
Go for it.
Yeah, go.
Start drawing. You can watch while he's doing it.
Well, I don't want to accidentally look at like the face on the card.
Okay. You want to just wait until the art to be finished and then go for it.
I don't want to, like I'm worried I'm going to see the card.
Okay. Well, he does the art then.
I mean, I could do a little peek, but.
Just a little look. Playing with Bang again, getting to have him back on the team and having him go up against Sen this time. Did that add anything extra to the match for you guys?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like, you know, Sean wants to get revenge. It's not like, you know, you never, how do I explain it? You know, you're going to have a little bit of animosity. Sure. You know, you're going to want to play with a little bit of blood. Yeah. So, you know, he was out to get it. And, yeah, we got our 2-0.
Yeah, you absolutely did. It was a really sick match as well. Vora, you got 10 seconds to wrap up that drawing.
Oh,
it looks like it. I see a nice face coming along here.
It's terrible, but you know what? I'm making it work.
Don't worry, it's easy. We all have, like, some very distinct features. Time. No more.
Put the marker down.
Hey, don't show me the card. Hide the card. Flip it over somewhere.
Hide the card.
Yeah,
and Asuna, look at that face.
What do you think?
Who is that?
Oh, hell no, bro. We're cooked. We are cooked.
Who do you think that is?
You know, I might just guess myself just so that, you know, no one else gets flamed. But, I mean, who else has hair like that? That's not me.
I think.
I gotta think
real hard.
Think real hard. I mean, you made extra effort on the lips.
Yes, those are some.
And the eyebrows.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Is this a current picture that he saw?
It is a current picture, I do believe. It's this year's media day. Which of your teammates is it? I need a final answer.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't think it's Matt. I don't think it's Tim.
Just pick one.
I'm gonna go me.
Is it Asuna?
Fuck no, it's absolutely not Asuna. Absolutely not.
Show the camera who it is.
It's Matt.
That is cryo cells.
That was cryo.
Honestly, we would have done better off camera.
Yeah. Off camera for sure.
See
I felt the pressure on the camera, that's why. What?
Do you see that it's cryo now that he's revealed it?
I tried to go with the hair. I tried to get him with the hair.
He has a different hairstyle right now. Matt switched up his hairstyle, so he did an old hairstyle. He's very.
Yeah, caught him off guard.
That's a good teammate right there for us, shooting some bail. Guys, thanks so much for joining me. Congrats again on the win. Looking forward to the rest of your run in this middle bracket.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back. Envy versus Cloud9, the second match of today, coming up next.
I mean, C9 is an interesting one. Demon 1's coming on right now, and every time I play with this guy, every time I see him in ranked, he's absolutely frying, and I think he could go crazy.
Just straight back down again. I think Celsius probably had to be good for 2 there, but Demon 1 looking to clean up. Oh! This is a player hungry to shine all around. He's got the reads. Remind me again why he's not in tier 1.
Them coming through Ascension, I think they found a way they love to play.
On a bonus here, but still closing the gap to get some value out of these Bulldogs. And Stingers! There go Infiltrator and MTA.
Insane play from Envy. The fastest B aggro play on defense you could possibly cook up.
Everybody in the team is very mechanically gifted, so honestly we just have to do our part and like play the round how it should be played out and not get cut off.
Said it's still an uphill climb in a battle. Zephyr though, that's a cracking shot. Zephyr! He's taken over! An ace for Zephyr!
Any team we play, doesn't matter. We're just gonna win, and I'm confident.
Well, just after watching both these teams play yesterday, we get another look at Envy and Cloud9 as they face off for the final match of this weekend. Guys, let's hop right into this and start to talk about this Envy squad. Yesterday, we saw them get a win against Crew's substitute team, but took all 3 maps to do so.
Yeah, the consistent thread here is in Envy wins. They are going the distance. Both their series wins have been 2-1 victories. But here, I think, Emily, they were able to stick to their style, and it paid off.
Yeah, they really doubled down on those last 2 maps, because first map, Crew did a really good job at kind of fighting up and countering their play style, and they showed that it's possible to do that. You know, they started holding for that mid-aggression on the defense, on their defense, on Crew's defense, sorry. They started anchoring and really just doing really aggro peaks that caught them off guard.
And I feel like once they got into those post-plant positions, they were pretty much unstoppable. A lot of fighting on site and TPing off, getting off of that and playing that post-plant util with defiance. It felt like they were really solid once they got to that point.
Do you think that they can make that style work again, though, Christy? Because they were playing against a substitute squad. It got really silly in those second 2 maps. But Cloud9, it does feel like are a bit of a different beast.
I mean, Cloud9 are very happy to get down into the mud, right?
The classic muddy men, yes.
If there was ever a team to try and receive that style of play, it would be C9. At the same time, I don't think that this is like ever a stylistic thing that's going to be changing for Envy. You're always going to see them fighting forward on sites. It really comes down to how well can you receive that. And I don't think that that's a very easy thing. Even if it sounds simple, it's not an easy thing to do until you actually face it.
Yeah, they're one of those teams that you can prep for them, but it's different when you're in the server. Let's get a word from the IGL of this Envy squad, Poppin, going into today's game.
Envy last year has been considered this wildcard team, right? Because of the more loose and chaotic way that you guys are playing. Now coming into VCT Americas, did you feel like you had something to prove? And also over the course of the last 2 weeks, do you feel like you've had to adjust your aggressive playstyle a little bit?
I would say that overall, we tried not to adjust our playstyle. But when playing on this big stage, I think the nerves kind of got to me in my calling, I would say. But we are trying to go back to our roots and just go back to what truly Envy wants to play like.
That's the Envy we love. Best of luck.
And that really echoes what you all were bringing up, that the key for Envy is playing the way that brought them to the ball, the way that they ended up winning in Ascension. One of the keys of that win yesterday, though, was Inspire, a player, Emily, who was so good in Ascension, and I think we really found get his legs out under him in this match.
Yeah, you know, he started off a bit rocky there, but the plays that he was getting away with, specifically on this Astra on Abyss, even though they lost the map, he was so good at bringing us back to these rounds, winning these clutches, and also anchoring on their defensive half against a really aggressive Crew.
Yeah, and it's something that I want to see continue here again today, especially versus C9 that was looking really lethal on their execs. I think he's a guy that's going to need to do well without a ton of support from his team if Envy are going to come up successful.
I think also one of the biggest parts of their post-plant success is Inspire, because he's constantly sitting in the back with Poppin, kind of waiting for that util, using it at a really good time when the Crew or any other team is trying to retake, and absolutely delaying and getting those free picks for extra with a lot of that Yoru flashes. And so overall, just looking really good from Inspire. I think he's really good on this roster as the clutch player, and I think in tandem with Poppin also really stepping up the last few games compared to like his first week. on the stage.
And I think in a
really
team
good.
that is playing like this, that clutch player is so important because there's so many rounds where he gets put in those positions as the last man standing with that aggressive style. But after their win against Crew, Rossi said that he's coming into today with a bit of a chip on his shoulder. Let's take a listen as to why.
You have either Cloud9 or Leviathan coming up next. Is there a preference for you personally or for the team, or does it not really matter?
I mean, they both kicked me, so it doesn't really matter who we play, so it'll be fun regardless. I mean, every match is fun. I have no, like, bad blood or anything like that, but it is kind of funny that God works in mysterious ways that I have to play both teams that cut me in the same season.
Well, Chrissy, the team he ended up getting was Cloud9, and the way in which he got cut last year was really a cloud over Cloud9. I didn't mean to do that to start. In that he got dropped after winning an off-season tournament.
Yeah, I mean, crazy situation for him to find himself in and then joining Lev halfway through the year. So a very different situation for him, of course, now again today. We already saw Bang get his revenge earlier, so if it's just, you know, revenge in the air, then should be good for Rossi.
Yeah, he really had to run it all the way back. But it's a bit of a different C9 he's going to be playing against today. As we mentioned yesterday, unfortunately, Oxy is not able to play due to a family emergency. We very much hope that he can be back in the server soon. But thankfully for him, he and the team had the best sub possible. How impressive was Demon One?
He was insane. You can tell that they slotted him in and played to his strengths. On that chamber, just being insane, constantly peeking and being aggressive with that operator, and then following up with that Zeppa just having a phenomenal game. It just felt like both these players, but specifically Demon One, really put it out on the line.
Yeah, the individual skill was on full display, but I also think the way that C9 just fully welcomed him into the system, let him have a lot of freedom in terms of calling where he wanted to play, especially on the defensive side, which is exactly what you want to have in your opper, in your chamber player. Like, he was dictating a lot of where those early fights are going to go down, and when he was feeling it, absolutely all the green lights
For
him.
sure. Athena, I do want to look ahead to today. Let's say we get one of the maps where Cloud9 plays something like the double duelist, or isn't slotting in that chamber usually. Do you want to see him still kind of one-for-oneing into that role, or do you want to see this Cloud9 team trying to adapt to put him on comfort?
I mean, I feel like adapting and putting him on comfort is what they're doing, and I think it works really well because Penny on that duelist has done a really good job of taking that space and being super quick for his team, whereas the chamber on Demon One, or any operator character really, has done such a good job, and I think they have a lot of success, especially Zelsis, setting up Demon One to peak and building that and micromanaging the team around what he wants to do. So I definitely wouldn't change. I would stick Demon One onto his comfort picks and just continue building off of that.
Yeah, and I feel like it's really not too hard for them to adapt just because Penny already knows the system. So him stepping back into that duelist role for them is really seamless.
Yeah.
He knows the strats.
He absolutely does. Well, another member of Cloud9 that had that standout performance yesterday was Zeppa. He's standing by with Zoe.
Zeppa, it's a short turnaround for you guys, so you don't have the luxury of over-prepping for this match. Luckily for you, your opponent has a very distinct play style. How do you as an individual looking to punish the aggression and the contact-heavy play that I like to play?
I think that's very easy. I think we have a guy named Demon One, and he's going to be doing all that, punishing, and I'm going to sit back and hopefully watch him do that.
That sounds like a really great job. Good luck.
Yeah, sounds like a pretty good role, all things
That sounds like our job, actually.
Yeah, just hang out, watch Demon One go. It's your job, too, at home. Very important one at that. But yesterday, I think Zelsis was making waves in leading the team, in particular with this change to the roster and having to slot in a new chamber player. The defensive aggression and calling was on point. And Emily, I know you want to go in depth on some of that calling.
No, I really was impressed with their proactiveness within rounds, the way that they conditioned specifically on Pearl yesterday on the defense half. So let's break down a few rounds here. Starting off with round 4, we can see them setting up for this A main aggression here, the double Astra Star, the tail missile, the KO knife, and Penny just kind of running up here. Now, we do see Sato kind of dashing past, or trying to dash past, but actually get punished by this judge. causing a stunt kind of put in, into Lev's plan. And if we speed up here about 10 seconds, I'd say, we actually see Teo here trying to re-drone A main, clear that space, so that they can start shifting off and going towards that B site, leaving Penny on the line, jiggling for info. Now, while they're rotating off though, there are 2 key points here that are happening in the middle of the map. So here we see Spikeson actually kind of jiggle peeking as a solo KO, very important, pushing Demon 1 back, and that kind of made us hesitate a little bit here, specifically in the rotates, but because we have all this space in A main, we hear a Teo drone coming out towards that B site, we still feel confident enough to continue pushing and going for that 3-stack towards B site. Now, if we speed up to around 40 seconds, let's do something a little bit interesting here. I didn't really like it. They tried to sell a fake towards this A site, but we're really bad on that being just a couple of fake Astro Stars and a KO flash. And where Penny is positioned now, he obviously saw that there was nothing backing that up, so it was obviously a fake for them. And now C9 are feeling really comfortable in their 3-stack towards this B site. We see them kind of speed up towards this exec, but Zels is just kind of dumping his whole kit on that link area. King gets that first pick on Zeppa, but Vic was there to trade him out and also pick off the tail that we saw earlier in the round, causing Lev to go into a save sort of position. Now we move on to round 6, a very similar round. We have the A main start. The only difference is Demon 1 coming here to have that early peek in mid. Okay. Zooming out, he gets a pick, he TPs out, he kills the Wailing. But because of this pressure and presence that Lev have towards this middle of the map, we actually see our Neon feeling confident, feeling comfortable to kind of push up, even though we are up numbers, to see what he can get towards that deep A main line. We see a flash come through, we see him pick off the solo Astra, unexpected by the way. And then towards this mid site here, we see Demon 1 actually get pushed back off this angle and our Terror Drone coming out towards this art that actually gets broken by this KO. And normally when an op gets pushed back, you kind of see him take a second angle here and hold a little bit more of a passive angle. But no, we actually see C9 group up and go for a flash play here off of this drone and killing off Spikes. Again, leaving Lev in a position where they're at a disadvantage, they're down numbers, and they have to go into a save. This was a very common trend that we saw in C9's defense half, using conditioning and just kind of forcing Lev to play into their game plan.
It looked totally on point from them. Christy, I know you were listening into the comms during that game. Can you give us some more context of how all that was working out?
I mean, I think primarily it was just very fluid calling from Zels's side. They went into a lot of these rounds where they sort of like took early round information, had very good ideas. I think the play where they show that flash in A main, a little bit delayed into the round where the Neon swings into it. It's plays like those that I think Zelsis was very good at finding, sort of 20, 30 seconds after the initial action into the round that just blew up any chances for Lev to take it.
I feel like a lot of this kind of highlights how much they've changed, but how much Zelsis is micromanaging every single person, like you guys said, but also the fact that they have 3 steps ahead within their defensive side. They know that, hey, we're going to set up Demon 1. If we don't have a fight here, then we fall back. We fall into X trap, or we fall back onto B. Just play that retake. And it just worked out really well. And it was something that I thought was really refreshing from Cloud9.
Yeah, it was a really impressive game, especially considering that they said they only had 3 days of practice getting Demon 1 into the roster. So much of that had to be on the fly. But when you're bringing up those on the fly plays, I think part of the credit does have to go back to Zeppa, that initiator player for this team. It's been such an underrated element of Cloud9 for so long, Christy, but I think showing us that individual performance too.
Yeah, my opinion is everyone clueless. Why are we rating him as mid? This guy's insane all the time. I absolutely love to see him, especially at the start of the year. He's kicking this one off again, just like he did back at the start of 2025, dominating in the series versus NRG, as well as in this last one too.
Yeah, I really feel like he was kind of an underrated player for such a long time. I think he's always been pretty good at performing well. I think it's just because C9 didn't have that history of kind of choking and losing a bit last year that he wasn't there wasn't really a spotlight on him. But now that he's finally
just last year.
I mean,
good point.
And Emily, they broke it last year. At the very end, they got out of it. But yeah, people have been calling for Zeppa's head for years. He's still here. He's still fragging. He's such a consistent player. And
haters keep hating.
Yeah, I'm sure you know how hard it is to be as consistent as he is.
Dude, I mean, I need to know what he did in this specific offseason because respectfully, yes, he's always been a consistent or like a pretty good player, always in the middle or top of the scoreboard. But he is insane. Like ever since the beginning of kickoff, he has been performing. Even against NRG when they're down, like losing 13-2 and stuff, he was still positive. Like that is quite wild. And on top of that, his util has been phenomenal. I don't think this guy gets enough like airtime. We got to talk about him more. But
well, we
no,
just gave him like 3 minutes. We'll start with that. He personally said he's taking a step back today. He's watching Demon 1. I'm hoping for more, but we get an early opportunity to see some actions because these two teams have even seeding going into this match. We have to settle it with Skirmish. Let's take a look at how that one went as it's Zelsis playing against Poppin. Zelsis, the Reyna here, who starts off with a death.
Dude, you think Poppin rips the swing on him?
One would
Poppin I like the IGL skirmishing today.
Wait, no, literally.
Yeah, what the heck?
So fun. We got to
really
see coaches next.
I really want to see
this. This is good redemption because Zelsis did it the first
Wait,
time.
guys, it's 4-1.
No, Zelsis is getting crushed out here.
Yeah, I fear Zelsis has been a little
tough. Zelsis is Reyna. Oh,
guys.
Yo, my bad, bro. Yo, my bad. That's actually my bad. You did great.
Well,
that's crazy.
Just complete misinformation, bigging him up like.
Emily just gaslighting.
Best one kill he's ever gotten. Let's continue this discussion and talk about one of these substitute players that has been brought in for Envy, and that, of course, is Kesnet. So much of what was surrounding him stepping into this roster was if he could pick up where Envy had left off in Ascension with this hyper-aggressive style. In this last game, Christy, do you think that he showed that once and for all? He can fit that?
I think he's delivered so far, absolutely, right? And I personally didn't have many doubts with him coming after, so many solid seasons up at the top of things. I think that the main doubts came with Envy being in a very similar situation to 2G last year, right? Where they can't play with all their players at the start of the year. And already we're seeing Envy make some waves here as that newly ascended team.
I think that's also because Kesnet is still on the duelist role, no swap there, but I think you can see a clear difference in his playstyle with how free he is on a team like Envy. With their playstyle, he's able to kind of do whatever he wants, and like I said in a previous day, Envy's very yes man. They love supporting him. They love going off of different ideas.
Did you say they're very yes ma'am?
Yes ma'am.
Yes ma'am. Yes,
okay.
Yes,
I like that
way,
still. I think that's a good term.
Yes,
sorry, you can continue.
No, and they're really, I don't know what the word is when it comes to acting. You know, improv.
When it comes to acting?
They're so good at improv.
Wow.
Yes.
And that's not yes ma'am, that's yes and.
Yes and. Wow.
Okay.
No, but I want to hear from you,
No,
Mona.
anyway, please, enough. No, I think Kesnet, he's done a really good job slotting in. I think you guys kind of nailed it on the head with how Envy has such a specific play style kind of surrounding that Yoru. A lot of these TP plays, making sure that their executes are pretty much phenomenal. And he's just had free reign, like you said, just doing whatever he needs to do to get those kills and also being able to keep up on the timing and the speed that Envy wants to play at.
Yeah, let's renew ourselves a little bit on what us of 10 years ago predicted for the results of today's match.
Not again.
Some diabolical photos yet again.
Wait, I like this.
Oh, Wyatt.
But we are very aligned here. 100% Cloud9 predictions. Imi, Christy, came up to us when we were getting food. You can tell the story.
And he was upset. He was like, "Wait, what's going on? You all predicted Cloud9?"
I believe his words were, "You want us to lose?"
Yeah, I believe that was true.
I don't. I think they're going to win, in fact.
I think they're going to win, too.
I think so, too, actually.
I really liked what I saw.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Who would have thought?
Do you want to give me a reason?
I really liked what I saw. Last matchup, I think they did really good. I think they actually loosened up in a way that provides a lot of.
You?
You're a problem caller.
You know what? Let me hear your thoughts.
Why don't you defend it?
Yeah, what about you? Huh?
Well, you know what? I was convinced by the calling that I heard. I was convinced by Demon 1's play. I was convinced by Zeppa's play. Substitute, but no problem.
We already talked about all that, by the way. No,
This is like the recap at the end where we get ready for the game. And thankfully, the game is nearly ready. Our second match and the last one of this weekend about to get underway. It's Brent and Josh when we return.
Who are those guys?
We've got two esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이내믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 Pulsar 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 Voxy 是其中一个助力。
Kesnet just trying to square up. Will find it. Can't get the second, but Inspire! More than ready.
Maybe a forward stun to take this line. And that's exactly what it is. What a shot. Picks him right out of the air.
Well, let's get to it then. The last match of the week, and it's Envy versus Cloud9, and they're going to be squaring up against each other here in a battle, honestly, a clash potentially of the similar playstyles, right? Fighting fire with fire. If Cloud9 play like they did the other day, where they were being hyper proactive, trying to clear space, trying to fight as much as possible, they are playing directly into the way that Envy also like to play. Yeah. So that's the question posed, I think, in a match like this, is what direction do Cloud9 want to go into? Obviously, having to make last-minute adjustments in terms of the way that they play, introducing Demon 1 into their lineup. Do they want to continue to play aggro? Do they want to have that confidence in their aim that they can diff Envy as a team?
I think that's going to be so fun. I think Envy themselves are still actually trying to figure out how they want to play. Poppin was saying they want to go back to what made Envy Envy. So map pool here, so interesting. I think it's very smart for Envy to not be going towards Abyss, for starters, but also the selection of Breeze is super crucial. Map 2, if you think about what Cloud9 had previously been running, they'd been running the Breach, which is interesting enough on that map, but also double duelist with the Yoru Neon, which would imply that Demon 1 would have to pick up one of those roles, or you have to change the comp completely. Maybe you can just adjust it slightly and put Demon 1 on Jet, perhaps, but either way, you're going to have to make a change there on that map, I think, compared to the other two, where he can just run the chamber and be big chilling, I think.
Yeah, hard agree. We're going to see as well as we get into, I mean, we'll see later, I suppose, but for now, looking at these compositions for Envy, a little bit of an interesting one here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's aggression, right? That's the name of the game. Envy, I think, the more they hone in on what Poppin's saying, their core style, the more you're expecting them to look for fights, aggression, especially on their attack side. They're a team that doesn't generally like the default as much. They have actually been showing us some of those defaults and slower paced play. I haven't been a big fan of it, though. I do think, actually, that the success of this team is in that overwhelming aggression, in getting extra forwards to set up space for Kesnet. I think that's where they'll find their win conditions.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it might be a bit one-dimensional, but also a team like Cloud9 might end up opting into those massive brawls, and that could be exactly what Envy are looking for. On the attack side, looking towards Cloud9 to set a little bit of tempo here. We mostly got to see, as Elsis calling masterclass on Pearl previously, on defense.
And we get to see Envy as well. Team that are not looking to shy away from the fights, but Demon 1 will step up regardless of that one, and he's still going to be layering down these bullets. A bit of necessary backup in the form of Zephyr, waiting by the side, and he's going to be overwhelmed. There it is, Rossi getting his own back, and he does have skin in the game for this matchup. Wants to try and put that differential into Cloud9, but the rest of the pack shortly behind, and the split into B does work out.
Really good reaction from Cloud9.
And they've got themselves in a very strong position here. It's going to be almost impossible for Inspire to crack this one. He's got a classic. No real opportunity to upgrade either. All of those corpses scattered towards the other end of B. I mean, a turret to play off, but it's a very difficult spot.
Yeah, he's really just, at this point, time being bled out. Can't really play for anything at this point. Cloud9 assuming the appropriate positions. They have left enough of the chance.
Right now.
And there's the pull as well, so that just denies any chance of that one. So, open pistol round going to Cloud9. And immediately we're getting to see that style clash of the two teams in the direction that Cloud9 perhaps want to go into as well as a team, because you know Envy are going to be aggressive. You know they're going to want to try and take fights early on. It's about how you contain it as a team.
Well, this round, I think, perfectly summed that up, didn't it? They wanted to take a big fight over towards Belong.
Yeah, him, Max.
The C9 were able to adopt it.
I whiffed on the third guy.
Yeah, whiffed on the third guy. Kind of rough, actually. I only got 2 on the pistol. Demon 1, that's what I've always said. He's only good for 2 per round. That's why he hasn't been picked up for Tier 1. At this level, need to be getting a 3K in every round.
Bit too hard on himself, I think. Perhaps. Popping with the full disrespect, he just vacuums up the orb and gets the hell out of there. So
something actually we've seen more and more teams doing.
Yeah.
Because the team with guns wants to be playing passive and cautious of a big push, the team without guns can basically run around the map quite a lot and go and steal orbs.
Yeah, exactly. Denying some of the win cons from the attacking team, stop the ults from generating just a little bit faster, really.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
I think it's a generally sensible evolution of the meta. Now, the A site is almost completely open, though. There's clearly a bit of presence early on because Poppin went and pushed up, but now he's the only player back. Watching from Flowers, but he won't be able to form too much resistance here. Might just play for a cheeky diamond.
Yeah, he's going to try and take it. He's already in front of the smoke. It is being watched, though, by multiple players. They've got their aim trained on it, but what?
Sorry?
Okay, Keznit. Yep, shot in the dark and in the smoke. He's rewarded.
Well, there goes the Asher with the pull. Keznit, though, falls.
Here.
Surely there shouldn't be too much more threat.
No, it's about keeping these guns intact at this point. That's getting a little bit too much. Fever the damage done prior. Demon 1 was good for 2 on the site while all that was kicking off.
Still only 2, though.
Still only 2 per round, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Need to see more from him. Must do better.
Demon 1, he was a menace in their last game played, honestly. A big surprise. I mean, averaging out, I think, 172 ADR.
That's not bad.
That's not bad at all.
It's not bad.
9 first kills to 3 first deaths. So he was on one. And all part of the plan for Cloud9, trying to play to his strengths as a player.
And the map pool, too. Look at map 1, map 3. It should be playing to his strengths.
Yeah. You have to imagine so. This is all in from Cloud9. They're not messing around.
All in from Envy, too. They went 4-player stack on the A side of the map.
Yeah.
So this is the weak area with only Inspire. Can he delay? Not really.
No, he doesn't want to do too much for that one. He's going to square and try and take that fight towards the back of the halls. Wasn't set up for much there. And Penny's just able to take him out, Stinger. That's all it took. It's an upgrade acquired as well. With the rifle, and you can start to retreat back now. You have a lot of util to stall if you are Cloud9 in a composition like this. Demon 1, this is incredibly sharp stuff. Oh, goodness me! They don't give him a chance.
Finally, what Demon 1's looking for, a 3K to put away the bonus. That's astonishing stuff. The first kill onto the Neon, slided through as well. Neutralizes any threat to his teammates.
He's on fire.
Yeah, Extra also has been stunned by the Astra, so an assist there from Vic is lovely.
Nice, boys! Clean! Clean!
So clean. Incredibly clean.
Yeah.
They hit the weak side of the map on that round, obliterated Inspire. The Killjoy utility didn't actually look like it did anything to slow them down. Penny was just through.
Just a stealth drone. Doesn't actually push away Extra's position here. Poppin also is in their faces here.
I wonder
if a bluff from him.
Yeah, they might remember that it was a bluff last time too.
He's really trying to miss that opening kill. It's good enough there. At least gets to one before the trade is intact, and he buys a bit of time. So Envy do have players this time onto the A site. Remember last time, gave it up quite freely when they were on the eco. There's danger here lurking in the form of Exter.
With the Bandit at close range.
Yeah, within 10 meters. It's going to be one shot to the head. But, yeah, just tries to take the timing. Zephyr, pretty good game IQ there. Make sure to insert himself in the smoke as it blooms, so...
It feels different now, though, doesn't it? I mean, C9 have met much more resistance than last time they ended A.
Still might look to see if they can take it forward, especially that Demon 1 is in this approach towards Art. He's just making sure to take this one slowly, cautiously at that. He hasn't made any sound cues, and gradually they are going to end up winning this round.
30 seconds left.
Picking Envy to pieces. Envy are going to need to see if they can find some answers to what's been going wrong for them soon enough.
Yeah, it's a strange one. They went for that big... I mean, we've seen 2 eco rounds, right? But on the rounds where the economy's been even, Envy went for a big brawl with 4 players over towards B, and they lost it. And then they went for a big brawl on A, and C9 were in the other area of the map. And then they, you know, you're playing retake, and Demon 1's posted up like a turret, destroying you.
There's damage done to Demon 1 there. He would have gone down to a single shot if Inspire was quick enough with it, but this is just looking, I mean, matter of fact, really. At this point, Cloud9 4-0, leading early. Dire beginnings for Envy.
Well, so far, you've got a pretty good read. They're following as a pack. It's a 4-1 attack side that Zelsis has been calling on these rounds so far. So if you hear a Tejo drone at the beginning...
He's doing it again.
He is. If you hear the Tejo drone, are they taking attack timeout already?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow,
that sort of time of pause.
That's incredibly early.
Yeah.
They've basically only tried one idea twice. I mean, you know, they've had one game plan, and they're 0 for 2 on it, but it's really early days to be having some coach input here. You'd think that the players would already have a plan B in the back pocket. A little bit strange. I wonder what they're discussing here.
Yeah.
I mean, you could read into, perhaps, that if Cloud9 want to play as grouped as this, then, you know, follow the Tejo drone. Wherever the Tejo drone is going, try to put 3 players over there and see if you can get the strong side of the site. Inspire's Killjoy utility wasn't good enough to be able to hold one area of the map on his own, so I don't really like the idea of carrying on going for the 4-1 defenses.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the reason that Coach Stunner has come in, is because they were planning to run the same idea again. Who knows?
Yeah, we'll see. But guns in their hands. They're going to be looking to see if they can take this one with the best foot forwards. Actually, you see him popping. He's got that Odin on lock, and it looks like gearing up for that skirmish here. This could get bloody very quickly.
You want to play? Let's play.
Smokes and stars all placed down here, trying to supplement the fight coming forwards, and Penny wrangling control of that rifle. 3 quick kills to his name.
And they are brawling. It's exactly as you said, Brent. They're taking the brawls. They're opting into them, both teams. It's just that Cloud9 are absolutely dominating them. Round 1 and round 5, both teams have clashed, and this time, not only did Penny get the better end of the Neon v Neon little exchange and skirmish, but Zelsis' single flash that he threw was money.
The support of U2 from Zelsis, even in the game yesterday, was sublime.
Oh, it was.
He was calling, maneuvering around the troops like he was playing an RTS game. I mean, it's true, though. I mean, Ender was speaking about the communication between, you know, Zelsis and the rest of the team, and as well as that, you know, Demon 1 actually getting active in the comms, always asking Zelsis, either telling Demon 1 where he wanted him placed for the defensive setups.
Yeah, or Demon 1 himself saying, hey, where do you want me, coach?
Exactly.
Where should I be? But also, the other thing that I thought was really interesting about the insight that, that Ender gave is that Demon 1 was microing players to like hold angles for him and hold certain spots so that he could get set up as the best possible position. The Astra stun as well completely neutralized Rossi there.
Insane supportive util.
Yeah.
Multi-layered approach to the A main fight.
Everybody predicting Cloud9 not activating a curse just yet.
No, Imi was going around threatening the talent. Wondering who we predded.
There's no shield right now on Poppin.
Yeah, it's just gone for it. Just a stray gun. Extra's going to try and take that time. He was potentially spotted. Look at this, vacating. Further back in terms of the positions. He will have to respect that though. And oh, popping, spraying down, anticipating a rapid reclaim of the space on that. He is punished as a result of it.
Look at the bullets in the wall, and yet none of them landed on Demon 1.
So quick to remove that threat. And it is cautious. Cloud9 are just really getting a mixture of movements. Eggster feeling like he did need to make a play in a moment, so it's a clean shot onto Penny.
And they've actually still got 2 players here ready to defend, so this could be where Envy turn things around in a 4v4.
And they had a flash. Armageddon towards the back halls. You are being forced way out into the open. We'll see if Envy can actually manage to weather this storm, though. Batter down the hatches. They have a player advantage. Salvos forwards. Eggster just crouched up, tucked. He's looking for some sort of bailout. Doesn't receive it, though. That will have to be a bit safer there. Vic looking to tuck. Rossi and Inspire now. All on site. There are ults potentially at work here. Envy, they could offload it with the Cosmic Divide. And it looks like that's exactly what Rossi's got in mind. Cloud9 though, already pressed up forward. Stun. Connect. Deep into the position here. It's a good first kill to be claimed here. Envy find it finally. The round on the board to potentially stop this snowball avalanche.
Strong work from the Envy anchors on the B site to be able to do enough damage in that situation. And a crucial pull from Rossi. I mean, credit to the guy. Nice shot to hit from Eggster. But they did a good job of stopping Cloud9 from being able to get through that smoke. Smoke down, full in front of it.
That was Envy! This is Envy!
Trying to get their confidence back, I think.
Yeah, but also,
it's a good round to do it.
Happy with how that one played out. Eggster was confident enough to go for a bit of a re-clear over or a re-push into an aggressive angle on B main, and then, you know, they fought up close to the smoke. I think just playing with that confidence is also what Poppin's probably looking for from his squad.
Yeah. Not seeing much in terms of nuance from the game plan of Cloud9. Been going for these heavy 4-1 splits.
It's been working.
Yeah, exactly. No real reason to switch it up. Stealth drone as well has put them into a very forward position here, so their own star that they've pulled back on the cross. Drone to try and get some mid-round information here while Demon 1 goes poking and prodding out towards that mid-angle.
He didn't interact with the alarm bot yet, though. So Envy, actually, I've got 2 players there, ready for something, but the alarm bot's still giving them that peace of mind.
50-second mark roughly looking here. Cloud9 will now start to explore towards it. Inspired, crouched up, posted onto the angle.
It's a bit of a tough A finish. They don't have a Teo drone to go and clear A main. Don't have any presence there. I think this has to be a fake. They've just got to get rid of the Killjoy utility and the Killjoy.
Oh, util into the hands. Inspire. He was swinging. He was going for it. Turret will get broken, but there's only 30 seconds left. And what site are you going into here?
Has to be a B finish.
Yeah, it really does. Inspire won't be able to play into the fight too much. A hail of bullets, hoping for a lucky connection, but he won't be getting that. Reposition to bound here from Envy. Ingraining themselves now into the site. Trying to put on the defense of a lifetime for them. Let's see if they can manage to find it, but the ult's popped off. No one anticipating Rossi. High ground perch overlooking it all and puts that fear into their hearts. That's 4 kills for him.
Beautiful revenge for Rossi.
Yeah, he was talking about it. He's got skin in the game in a matchup like this.
And he's popping off. I mean, I'd love to hear what you're saying in the comments as well. Might hear a bit of it in the replay. He's posted up. High ground angle. Taking heads, taking names.
Bro. Yo, Hunter, do you see me Hunter, do you see me gliding? Hunter, do you see me gliding? Oh.
I was just watching Kesnit in the background of that, just looking over. Very serious. It's a strange collection of players on Envy, but it's fun to watch.
That's the thing with Envy, though. That's the one strength that they've got, is that they do all have these chips on their shoulders in terms of almost this, like a team of outcasts almost, in terms of people that have looked down upon them, right, throughout their careers. And
yeah, the core of rankers were streamers and ranked players who a lot of people look down on for playing a weird style and playing, you know, one-trick Cypher, Reina player, you know, the pop-in swing. They were meme players,
sure,
a lot of them. The Eggster, Yoru one-trick, the Baby J Redemption.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, there was a lot of narratives like that. And then when you add Kesnit, who's got a chip on his shoulder and just beat Crew, though he hasn't had a chance to play against Sadak yet, God help us when he does. and Rossi, who got kicked from Cloud9. It's fun actually to see Rossi playing against Demon One, by the way, who both got kicked from Leviathan too.
Yeah, there's a lot of history.
There is so much.
Circling around these two teams in a matchup like this one, but yeah, I mean, two Envy players, obviously filling in for them in terms of being sub-players at the beginning of kickoff, Kesnet and Rossi, but they fit the bill in terms of that identity that Envy have got going for them.
Yeah, I don't think there's really another player I could think of that would fit in where Kane0 left. Kesnet makes the most sense out of anybody available at the tier 1 level.
Seeing lineups aimed overhead now, long-range artillery about to be raining down onto this side. Kesnet looking to see if he can step up, yes, to kill claims on the adversary. Poppin was ready as well, primed with the Hunter's Fury. Make sure to stunt the A push before it can even get going. Orchestrated a little bit too much.
Small adaptations from the teams. Zeppa saved his drone for the site exec this time, and they contacted into that space because they've realized that Envy are playing slower, playing a bit more passive and deep on their angles. They're not pushing up and fighting as much anymore, right? But actually, it's working so well for Envy. In this round, they're just playing to react. As the hit comes through, they have the Hunter's Fury completely isolate Penny from the rest of the squad. And this more punish play from Envy, rather than meeting Cloud9 head-on, is a great adaptation.
A better way to play it, rather than slamming your heads against a brick wall.
30 seconds left.
Waiting for the fight to come to you.
Put Cloud9 in a difficult spot here, 3v5 hitting back into A.
Yeah, they find it very hard pressed to get anything going, especially with Poppin circling around them. He senses it, blood in the water, and as he's dipping his way in there, yeah, it's going to be the Odin spam, the overdrive. Everybody make sure to peak at the right timing. So Envy, flawless for them on round 8. Only trailing now by 2 rounds. Cloud9 in terms of the economy, just taking a look at it and then a gander. They do have money still to keep buying into the next.
Some missed piece of utility there. I'm not sure whether that was the fragment grenade that we saw being lined up. But there was some kind of molly going off on the roof. I don't think, to be honest, though, that was not the problem there. The problem was that they're hitting into a very prepared Envy, who are not giving them these opening engagements that were going so cleanly the way of Cloud9. Again, Envy not really fighting over A main, not pushing up extra deep on B main, just holding, sitting back, waiting for Cloud9 to make the error.
Even shifting Inspire setup over towards the A site, reinforcing it. Demon 1. Rendezvous is going to be just out of range if he wants to take a peek towards double doors, but it looks like he's just going to contain that space.
They're expecting the turret to be here. It's been moved.
And not in the appropriate position. As Cloud9 were left wondering, well, when are we actually going to be meeting that resistance? Walking steadily up as much as they possibly can, but now meeting that contact. You're going to see the util popped off pretty early on here. That was just from the threat of the knife. The nanoswarms had to be deaded in time. Just to stall it out. Star towards the back now. That's going to be awkward. Try and withstand most of this pressure that's coming your way. Double stuns at that. Inspire finding it tricky here. Clearance really into the back of the side. The bullets raining and whistling past the ears of these players, but that reveal is massive, and that's what happens when you don't clear towards that backside area. Envy, they weather the storm and now go back in with one of their own here. Lockdown is going to be dropped down. We'll see if they can take some space from it. Slightest of angles here. Penny feeling like potentially has to make a play. They do have util, at least a pull to try and buy a bit of time, but again, this lockdown just pushes them all the way out of the vicinity. And probably going to stick this one all the way. This team, full confidence in them, and a couple of bullets as well at the end do not hurt.
The turret contact from Inspire is so nice in this round. It's just a small detail, but again, think about the way that we've been describing these teams. C9 have already identified that Envy are sitting back, and so they're trying to contact up and take as much space as possible. And the point at which Envy are aware of that is when that turret takes contact, and that allows the defense to still be ready. And they've saved so much utility. I mean, Envy have still got all of their util at that point.
Yeah.
And it's Poppin's recon that really lands the first blow. C9 have got to find a way of actually baiting Envy into a little skirmish before the full retake scenario.
At least trying to pull some of that util out.
Or find a pick.
Yeah.
You know, go a little deeper. See if you can force a fight in mid, perhaps. Send Demon 1 on an exploration.
Inserted, but yeah, extra re-exploring. Big boom stick as well up through B long. It's going to be getting a lot of info now. With Demon 1 taken out, it's pretty evident as well. Demon 1 is usually the one who's going to be lurking, that insert player.
Yeah, and look how quickly Kesnit rotates over. They know this is an A finish.
Force up towards A again, and these bullets is really difficult to deal with. Odin spam up onto the corner. The stuns are going to connect and slow it down, but it's more where that came from. Plenty of MV players. This is just barbaric. They're knocking at the doors. And oh my goodness. I mean, the complete change of pace and tempo, the way this game has been going, it was early on all Cloud9, but Envy, they've made these right adjustments. The onus now being on Cloud9 to see if they can find an answer to it, and so far, not the case.
Yeah, we were a little critical, or at least questioning, of a very early tactical timeout coming out from Envy.
This worked.
I know, bro, I know. B? No, I meant to say A. Sorry, I meant to say A.
Oh, okay. A little bit of discussion going on there. But it sounds like it was just a small comms issue. Rossi misspoke rather than having the bad read. I mean, everything seems from the outside to be working out nicely here for Envy. Kesnit's going to pick up the op this time. They're double opping.
With the way that Cloud9 are walking around the map. Don't blame him for that one. Also popped off though. Zelsis is leading this one in with an old command. He's looking to see if he can take that first point of contact. Stunter there, but they just can't cross this line of scrimmage. So Lion and Assander's basically drawn out in lead with these bullets that are raining down, and there is no way. You're just being ripped to shreds. Cloud9, gotta say, they need different answers to this one. You can't just keep throwing bodies at it.
Well, they are extremely stubborn in terms of going A on
These have been
repeat.
rapid rounds, man. The half's almost over.
Yeah, it's crazy. I think this is a real test, actually, of Zelsis as a newer IGL, trying to come up with an answer. They certainly adapted.
I told you guys, they can only win the first 4 rounds. They can only script things.
Well, there's a read from Rossi.
Yeah.
They can only win when they've got kind of a pre-scripted idea. I mean, this is what we were discussing is, can Zelsis actually adapt on the fly? Struggles at the moment.
Fury again, this is it. Punish onto this stealth drone play where they've been using to clear the space. With the one tag. Cloud9 look to absorb all the pressure coming away, but they have to concede up all of B long.
Well, this is very different, though, from Envy, isn't it? We've talked about how they were not going for these early engagements, these early scraps. So final round of the half, and they're trying to throw C9 off their game, figuring that Zelsis would have come up with some idea by now. So they're mixing it up again.
That's a good read as well from Envy, knowing that you've slapped them down when they've been trying to finish at A constantly. To expect that they'd be going for a bit of a B play in a round like this.
Time to jump.
Jump spot though, cut noise. They don't have the drone for this one, so they're going to have to take this one with bodies. Cloud9, I think, keep their guns out well trained. Exeter's making it awkward for them. Actually lurking around here, but the Armageddon's going to be rolling out, and that's going to be forcing the issue into the corner. Exeter, there's no way, there's no way! Penny's blinded up, Rossi's trying to get involved. Will be finished off, and that was with the tour de force. Slowfield now dropped down. There won't be any instant answer back, but pop in, pop in, pop in. He's running at him. Plan denied. He's up above their heads now. Him and Kesnit are just causing all sorts of mayhem and mischief. There's Kesnit in the feed. He lights them up. 7-5 being that finish. Envy. Couple of smug smiles on their face. Nothing celebratory, but I mean, listen, they can be happy with that.
That's the Envy I remember.
Yeah.
That is quintessential Envy to end the half. And they've taken the lead after 5 rounds in a row. A 5-0 beginning for C9, where it looked like they completely knew what Envy were going for. Now, Emi and Zelsis stumped. What a recovery.
It's been explosive stuff from both of these teams, and we'll see really what the second half has in store for us.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We've got to give a lot of credit to Envy here because they have turned that all the way around. They were down 5 rounds at the beginning of that half, and they managed to drag it away 7 in a row. And the onus really being left on Cloud9's shoulders to adjust and adapt their own game plan, but it was Envy that came up with those corrections. Contrary to how I was really leading into the series, right?
Yeah, well, on their attack side, though, we might still see Envy go for extremely all-in hits.
Yeah.
And I think their attack side is more where people have been able to get the read on them. Defensively, I was very impressed with the way that they were mixing up those early team fights that weren't particularly working, though they went back to it in round 12, and those very solid defensive setups that were, yeah, beautifully constructed. Set up around Inspire's utility and finding the right place that Celsius wanted to finish every time. I do think there's still questions here, though. This is still a 7-5 half. It's been streaky, but it's still anyone's game.
Envy seeming to have a bit of a read here. There was a lot of pings going over towards double doors. They've already triggered the trademark, and first shot going wide. That's stuns connecting now into Con. We'll see there's a stealth drone just chasing at their heels, trying to get a bit of information onto where these players are. But Envy taking control up towards mid. This smoke will be dissipating soon. Aggro plays as Cloud9 trying to clear up question marks across the map, and as it fades away, we'll see who reigns supreme. Quick little dash and glide into the corner. The underhand with a flash, and they had to turn away from that one. Everybody blinded up and calling for a bit of a stalemate.
Meanwhile, though, Exeter taking space down B long.
So deep all the way round, and the timing, well, it's Envy to just take matters into their own hands. They didn't wait for Exeter to activate off of any sort of sound cues. They just square up, take the fights.
Yeah, Rossi good for both.
Demon 1 and Vic drifting into this now, into a bit of a retake, and there's still chances for them. One headhunter bullet to the chest will do Rossi in. He's on 40 HP. Playing onto that long angle here, but a lot needs to be cleared. 1 star at your disposal. Vic will have this one to obfuscate this, and then damage done. Exeter clean, just sidesteps the bullets that Vix was looking to really layer into it, and he didn't get that star off or the smoke off in time. The pull is there. Cut to the corner. It's Demon 1 with the read, and now leaves it into the 1v1, but time ticking. It's another tap. And Exeter knowing that he's won this one here. The circle shrinking. Win cons abound. Demon 1 might have the kills, but the round, that goes to Envy.
Smartly played there by Exeter towards the end. He knew what a win condition was.
Yeah.
And despite the fact that there was 2 players with single body shot health pools, Demon 1 just couldn't find the opportunity. Let's talk about that fight in B-Link, though. This is how Cloud9 were playing previously on the defense side, and it was crushing in their previous game.
Rossi, you're cold for that double, bro.
Yeah, the double was huge. But it was also Envy slightly slowing down the pace and maybe even predicting that Cloud9 were going to go for a re-clear, as you said, to clear that question mark. Because that's what they were doing constantly against Leviathan.
Yeah.
It's Lev, though, we're getting caught by it everywhere. Especially in the early round, actually. They were getting caught by a lot of those flashes.
The peak. Okay, Exeter's swiftly overwhelmed.
Surprised he couldn't land a shot there.
Yeah, he's anticipating, I think, not that much resistance, to be honest. That was 4 players of Cloud9 working up, and it's the appropriate response of Envy. They instantly react, go over towards A, realizing it's almost certainly going to be open for taking.
But Penny with an outlaw, Demon 1 with 8 bullets in a headhunter. There are threats here, even though 3 players have got full armor.
Don't want to count them out. C9 are going to have to take this one a bit faster, though. There's a ton of util that will be able to bleed time off the clock. Nana swarms and pulls. Sound's going to be used to see if they can clear away, but Cloud9 not taking space off the back of it. Smokes in their faces too at that. The Ares. A significant amount of work there. Envy have got this one covered on every single lane. No gaps in their play. Not looking to make any mistakes today here. It looks as clean as it really can be, despite Exeter going down near the beginning. 9-5 for Envy. They come out here looking to prove something, I think, on Pearl.
And if they can win on Pearl, the map pool is perfectly set up, in my opinion, for them to get a 2-0.
Yeah.
We saw them come out with a fairly impressive Breeze recently. Admittedly, you know, quality of opponent, lots of subs in that game. But I have no idea what to expect from Cloud9's composition on Breeze. I think that's going to be a mystery.
Yeah. Definitely is. Right now, Cloud9, they need a turnaround.
They know exactly where that knife's going.
Trying to back wall. They're already pinging out the
Still
central positions. Kesnid, he's all the way in their faces. Penny eventually just turns around and realizes, okay, I'll just take the fight straight up. Bullets still raining down, though. And he will fall, and we've seen players get many a kill from a position like this. Flash in your face, and this time, Diligence. Exeter making sure to clear it.
Great clear. Normally that position gets crazy value.
Yeah, it certainly does. Exeter looking like potentially wants a little bit more. Gearing up like he wants to scrap towards the back of the side, but calling whole team willing to put a step. Stealth drone forwards. Peek into it. That's okay. Straight shots through the wall. Direct to the dome of Exeter. Main going to be wide open. Popping though, taking over. And he's not finished. Hungry for that final kill. 3 in a round for him now in a 5-round differential. Envy, they've just taken this map by storm.
He's certainly recovered from the fairly weak showing that he had originally when he first hit the Tier 1 stage.
Yeah.
That very first match he played, Poppin did an interview afterwards and he was like, well, we were still able to win 4v5.
Nice! Oh my God! Look at me, Poppin! Bro, you are
And you go from that where you feel like maybe you've let your team down a little bit, but thank God they had my back. And now he's 16-7, wiping them away. Also calling some really nice adaptations too, right?
Yeah.
And by the way, also destroying Zelsis in the Skirmish 1v1.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, we didn't really touch on that, but it was...
That's a confidence builder.
It certainly was. I mean, it was Imi I was talking to, actually, about, you know, the skirmish strategy that some teams have got coming in. And, you know, for Cloud9 themselves, they said, we're going to give it to the person who's going to get less tilted.
Yeah.
Zelsis can, you know, if he ends up losing the skirmish, he'll brush it off. He's not going to let it affect him into the game. But he did get diffed.
Now, you could look at the narrative and say, well, it clearly gave Poppin a lot of confidence. He's 16-7. It clearly affected Zelsis. He's 3-10. I don't know how much I buy into that narrative. I think Zelsis usually is a very supportive player, so it's not uncommon to see him at the bottom of the scoreboard like this. But also, in the previous game, he had an insane amount of assists.
Yeah.
The flash assists were where he was getting all of the work done for Cloud9. And this, I mean, this has been a collapse. Up 5-0, losing 10 in a row.
Nothing working out for them, and out of money, well dry. Cloud9 with not much to work with. Sphere is going to be offloaded here. Poppin's looking to see if he can claim a couple of kills. Looking to keep the momentum going, despite the fact that they're up against a weak goodbye. Demon 1 claims to life of Inspire. So weapon handed over. Plant down. Envy looking to fight hard here for backside control. They still have that insurance policy. Rossi making sure that he maintains over towards A main. Stun though, going to be ricocheting into the back. It's a lucky to lead the charge, a lot of damage. Trying to make sure that they clean these kills up. Kisnet rifle, well trained at the right moment.
They're on fire.
Yeah.
The Envy players are on fire. The people who are taking a lot of the duels are just winning an astonishing amount of them currently. You need somebody like Zeppa to pick up the performance to where he had it in the previous game in order to get a hero round here. The game plans are not working, so you need somebody to step up.
Nice, Bobby! Thank you for the Phantom, brother!
You need a hero right now for Cloud9 to make you believe that it's possible. 11 rounds on the trot.
It's unbelievable. What a difference that we've seen from that point, but perhaps you need a player like Demon 1 to turn the tide of the battle. Kisnet's going to be leading the charge. Down into the back of the halls. Envy, they do push players out of the picture here. Cosmic Divide as well is going to make it just that much more awkward. Penny is rapid up onto the flank. Rossi not expecting that timing. He's going to go down here, putting a bit of pause potentially into the step of Envy. They do have to keep an eye now onto the flank. Wall up as well. Exeter with a bit of a flash and a peek himself.
Definitely the best chance for Cloud9 in the last, I don't know, 11?
Yeah, essentially. What's come down to here, now you're going to see as that wall fades down, the util's going to start flying forwards, and Penny does get accounted for. Poppin taking them out, trying to move past it. The Cosmic Divide their own to see if they can lay it down the right fight. Exeter 4 HP, and Zelsis just drops down. Takes him out from the skies. Time playing a part in it, but making sure to min-max in the final moments as well to keep those ults going. For C9, though, at this point, you do have to take it just one round at a time.
Well, they got an opener on a line that Demon 1 loves to fight. How often have we seen, even just over the course of the couple of maps that we've been able to watch Demon 1 play Pearl recently, he loves taking a peek early there at the start of the round. And then because Inspire was dead, and because the alarm bot wasn't there, Rossi also falls, not quite anticipating how quick Penny would be on the flank. But Cloud9 are going to need a lot more of those. They're doing the same thing again, though. Demon One looking to go aggressive double doors, leaving B completely open, fight heavy A main. They're just basically running it back.
Yeah. B is completely open. You just have the one trademark, essentially.
Well, this time, Inspire doesn't give his life over easily. And that means the flank's going to be watched.
Exeter deep behind enemy lines here. Does have the gate crash as well to exit back with the rack. Best. Okay, rest of the pack.
Late plant.
Yeah, it is late. There's Util that could fly forwards here, and it does deny them. And Cloud9 have got players in position to potentially try and flood back in. Celsius, Util primed in his hands, the plant. Have to push it back that time, though. Poppin fully committing towards it. Flash in your face. Util's going to be expended as a result of it. Just looking for the right timing onto this one here with the no command. It's going to emanate out. Waves forwards, no more Util to be playing with, but Exeter's there with a Bucky towards the back halls, and he is the warden here. No one really looking to step past. A bit of running gun, though, does the trick. Cloud9 trying to find the right angles into this one. That no command will fade away eventually, so the Util is back online to try and delay, to try and pull it out, trying to body block onto it, but they can't get it in time, and the kills potentially flooded in for them. The defuse, it's being stuck half onto it, but there's a smoke in your face, and they're trying to lock down what these plays could be! Stuck all the way! Oh, goodness me!
They must have thought that Celsius was the player who was tapping, surely. After Inspire gets the kill, they just allow the full defuse to come through. Cloud9 are lucky boys to be able to get away with that one.
Got away with it, didn't they?
They've just stolen a round out. Now, part of the reason, though, that they were able to get the defuse off is because it was planted in a bad location. And that's because of the pressure that Celsius applied with the fragment grenade and the fact that they were kind of late to get the plant down in the first place. Envy feeling like they can just run it again.
No real significant changes. Cloud9, though, are making different adjustments here. It's a flash overhead, and that's an overdrive. Okay, you do want to respect that. Kesnit. Bunny hopping his way to victory, perhaps. Anchor Smoke's going to be dropped down. Makes it awkward to see if he can get through this one. Vic, potential for a timing to be taken. Yes, he just peeks onto it. Head clean off there for Kesnit, and he's just, oh my god, he's just ducking, weaving, playing around the pillar to salvo at your feet, Inspire. Still has his aim collected. Cool at the back of his mind. Lockdown's going to be used, though, for a moment like this, and there's plenty more odds where that came from. Speed is the name of the game for Cloud9. They have to take this one a bit faster, but they mistimed it. Demon One's right there, and everybody's gone, and the lockdown's destroyed.
Oh, it's decisive. But there are so many moments where that could have gone wrong. You look at it at the end, and there's still 4 players alive.
It's on the flip of a coin.
Feels easy for Cloud9 when you look at the end result. Vic had worked some magic out here, though, to put it in a 5v3 to begin with.
Absolute nuisance.
Good util, Jordan. Good util.
Still smiles for Cloud9 as well. They're not losing hope.
I think Envy need attack time out here. I can't believe that they've just run the same B round 3 in a row.
It's been a weird map.
Losing every single time without thinking, oh yeah, we'll make an adjustment. I can get twice, because they might have thought the first time, oh, it just went wrong because Inspire died at the very start of the round.
Yeah.
And so Inspire's been playing more passively. He has been going for that mid lurk because they're, you know, thinking about Demon One controlling it with the op. But after it failed the second time, I'm surprised they ran it back for a third. And now, C9 on a streak of their own. 5 rounds in a row from Cloud9. 11 rounds in a row from Envy. How many are Cloud9 going to respond with?
Currently 3. They do take the time out, though, to adjust what they're doing. I mean, honestly, this game feels like there's no room for conditioning with the pace of play. The rounds are ending in like 30 seconds, even with the spike going down. But adjustments will have to be made here because Envy don't want to lose grip of this advantage that they've got.
One of the problems, if you're thinking about strategic adjustment from Envy's POV, you actually know that they're not playing B very heavy because you've been able to get in onto the site easily every time.
Yeah.
It's only been Vic playing inside of smoke. That's the most resistance they've come up against. So I think they're incentivized to make it feel like it's the B hit again, even if they have a different idea. And maybe have the turret to control A main and go back to it. But now Cloud9 are mixing things up and actually fighting over this space.
Players posted in those 4 positions. Supportive Util again. Overhead with a flash and trying to take that peek. But Zeltis is way out into the open. Zeppa supplements it, wants to augment the fight, and he needs to pull out some Util to potentially bail out Penny. There is a smoke. Chops it up and cuts it up, and there's a timing. Pop in, looking to see if he can strike.
Inspire as well.
He's found a gap. Double doors was left open this entire time. There was no trip, there was no player there. Flash is dodged. Penny still forwards. And trying to find it! My God! Striking while the iron is hot. Lives up to it. Cloud being denied as well. Slowed and stunned. Penny running all over them. Stunting the Envy hit.
I couldn't really tell you what they did differently this round coming out of the tag line.
Rossi's going to look for chances.
No, Rossi's not good enough for it there.
Yeah.
A very difficult scenario. Now, that just basically looked like the same thing. I suspect that during the tag timeout, they wanted Inspire's turret and A-Main to give them an option to retreat. And then when they realized that they were winning this fight, which they broadly speaking were.
Especially with Inspire looking all the way up lane, right?
When Inspire got that space, they were feeling good about it, but it's all Penny.
Let's go.
It's all Penny in back halls, getting that 2K. A dagger to the back. 4 in a row.
Weird game that we are witnessing.
And now Envy can't buy. So they change things up. The eco has to be something different.
Yeah, Money taking a knock. Mid exploration is called for. Feeling like it's the ranked playbook here. Oh my God, in like a rocket. Kesnitz, he's just getting absolutely collated there. 2 players put him down to dust.
The Inspire lurks are famous on this map, but he hasn't been able to make anything work today.
These rounds genuinely are ending within the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, yeah.
It is so fast-paced.
Yeah. I'd like to see Envy throw in a pump fake, you know, make it feel like it's something quick on one area of the map.
Yeah.
And that could create the space for Inspire to lurk without the round being over by the time he actually gets into a good position. I think one of the problems is that they're worried about where Demon 1 could be. Because Inspire went for that double doors timing in round 17 and got caught by Demon 1, they're worried about doing it again, I think. I mean, that doesn't help.
No, it certainly doesn't. Players are ready to respond to any approach by Envy anyway. Credit to the observers as well. This is a how when they catch the kills when they're coming in like this.
Demon 1's been posted up with an operator A-Main in every one of these rounds recently. And now he's swapped it up and gone back to double doors, and they go back Cloud9 to this A-Main fight.
Yeah, that's a big tag as well with a knife. Flash overhead again, but this time popping his forwards.
Great anti!
Yeah, very good.
So this is the flash play over the top. Demon 1 with the chance to equalize. He gets it done in the end. Inspire's wondering what's whistling over his shoulder and catches one between the eyes.
Eventually turns around here. There's a lot of util that's going to be coming back and forth between these players. Big reveals. Epo! He's barely out of there. Slowed down by the bullet tag. 4v4 still. No pause called for. Envy looking like they're just sending it.
These were the rounds that Envy were winning earlier on in this half, where Cloud9 opted into the brawl over towards A, and they couldn't hold on when the A hit actually came through. Inspire going down, though, does not offer them any kind of option through the rest of the map.
But they are cooling it down for now.
Zelsis is gathering info, though, and Vic is constantly jump peeking B. So, you know, with the trip in B-Link, B long info, and now Zelsis in Art, you can just keep 3 players towards the A side of the map and be chilling.
Drawn up. Demon 1, shorter position he's trying to play in, but Zephyr's going to get spammed down regardless of that one. It's a cosmic divide to try and shut the door in their face, but Demon 1 just overextending himself. Flash underhanded. Kesner just plays himself in off the back of it. Playing anti.
These are the rounds that are working for Envy. Get rid of the BXX. They haven't been coming up with the goods. But Cloud9, even when they have the stack on A, can't hold, actually. There's something fundamentally wrong here with the way that they're setting up the crossfires on the A side. I can't put my finger on it, though, and I think part of the reason is because Zephyr got killed through a smoke, but Vic's going to have a challenge in a 1v4 here.
Yeah, you can afford to take these fights. You've got a lot of money. It will go down, though, and that brings Envy up to 12. Been waiting. Potentially the round that breaks the camel's back.
I think Poppin's got to call them back over to A-Main. It's just been working for them so much more than anywhere else. And this, I think this is a deliberate counter from Poppin, because he knows that Penny's going for that flash play over the top.
Yeah, it's really good.
Where you tried to punish a solo lurker.
He's moving, bro. He's fucking moving, bro.
That was Vic towards the end, where they were taking a whiffy fight against each other.
Are not looking.
Cloud9 will have to do it 2 more rounds to drag it to OT for Envy, though.
Same defensive setup for C9.
With a precipice, though, but Demon 1 is tucked. Close quarters. Rendezvous as well to try and exit. Now, square over to a fight early enough. That is reaction times in a half. Poppin's done. Drop down. It's not going to push back the rest of Envy, though. They're happy to see if they can take a bit more of that space. Spotting a player trying to take that timing. So Exeter was called out, pinged out. Demon 1's going to be aware of that fact, and look at him Reigning supreme over towards the yard angle. Util is perfect there. Rossi was blinded up, just took it forwards. Oh my goodness! It's sneaky stuff, honestly, because Demon 1, he's on a tear, but it doesn't feel like an ace, but it is an ace.
Oh, I mean, that doesn't feel like an ace to you?
I mean, listen, it's skilled. I don't mean it to disrespect him. I just mean the manner of which the kills happen, right?
I mean, yeah, I can kind of see what you mean. The flash peek is great as a punish onto Rossi. Ooh, that final kill,
It's real nice.
He has single-handedly dominated art for them. He's cold.
Oh, okay.
Dude, sign this guy. I don't care if I mean, not necessarily Cloud9. I'd love to see them with Oxy back in the roster, but somebody.
All in towards mid. Yeah, it's a flash. Forwards, overhead again. Zelsa not supporting Util, but this time Hunter's Fury trying to cut and carve a path in. Exter has a chance to miss the chaos, but the overdrive has a chance to jump on it again. Penny trying to turn it around. The damage is eventually done, and Rossi returns that favor.
Exter's deep.
It is chaos.
He's gotten so far in with a Bucky. Pushed really deep in here. And as that Cosmic Divide holds his back, he's just going to be able to create this safe avenue.
Still a player down, though. Rossi going for the plan here. Demon 1. What?
Through the box.
Through the box of the Bandit. Repositions. The plan is down. It's a 3v3. Cloud9. Got to try and maintain their composure in a spot like this, but there's a lot of util that you have to account for. The Salva's going to be sent forwards. Pushing him into an awkward spot here. A tap as well to see if they can drag that util out, but it looks like Inspire first line of contact. There's a flash overhead. Zeppa returns it. He's going to get that trade. Forwards again is the push. Zeppa trying to do it all. Vic with the defuse. Already onto half of the bullets raining down. And how does he want to play it? One kill to it. Smoke's still up for a moment's notice. A tap! And Vic, he forces the issue and drags it to OT.
That's masterfully played there by Vic for the Red Bull clutch. I love the second tap just as his smoke is disappearing. Nothing for Exeter to do in that situation except try to push. And getting half. Continuing to bait all of the spam. That round, though, anybody's to take.
Yeah.
For OT or for the game for Envy. This game deserved an overtime, but it's been so streaky.
It really has.
Are we now just going to see it go back and forth?
The time has ticking down for OT here.
Teams discussing what they want to go for.
Yeah.
Cloud9 really struggled on their attack, though. I think if we're talking OT, I would be favoring Envy, because at least they had more ideas on both sides that were working. Z9 didn't really have anything that was working on the attack side after Pistol and Bonus.
No, grouped up, though. A lot of them looking to get into the fight, into the thick of things. And take that A main space off the back of the util. It is conceded. This is a similar setup like Envy were playing like this. Looking to absorb it, not opting into the A main fight. You remember that was the adjustment that they made, and it was working every single time.
Slight difference, though, is that Exeter doesn't have the money to be able to go for an op. I mean, he could have if he went glass cannon, but instead he wants all of his util available. And that means that B is slightly weaker with this Envy defense setup that they've been going for.
Yeah, okay, Crash is going to be fading soon, too.
I'm not sure they're going to be able to punish it, though. They are going in that direction, but leaving Demon 1 over on A gives Zelsis many options.
Team 1's looking, see if he can find sideline a fair fight. That is a crazy angle. Inspire, well-honed aim onto that one, and he's removed one of the major threats. Demon 1 sitting at 26 kills.
Drone over towards B. Envy can feel pretty comfortable here, putting 3 players on B, making that the stronger side. But Cloud9 looking to end into the Killjoy util.
20 seconds left. Nanoswarms are going to get deaded, yep, as that knife is sent flying forwards, and that's going to be, again, bleeding out time. These deep smokes, again, a problem. Zeppa! Where's he found this one from? But that plant spot potentially spammed down! Raining down the bullets! It's a lot of damage, but no kill claims. That could be critical. Inspire, though, played in off the back of it. Zelsis shredded, 22 HP. Plays himself forwards, in and around, looking to take that timing pass, but Inspire had coverage onto it. Zeppa now left in a sore spot, especially with the lockdown that was earned up.
No chance, surely you'd have to ace.
Absolutely not. All the pressure, the time on his shoulders, peeks around. Alternate.
Oh, no way.
He knows the wing cons. Hold on, Armageddon. It's half onto the board, though. Inspire's going to be able to get that, and Rossi does take the fight and wins it out. So,
I mean, that was the 1v1 for the round right there. He almost got the ace clutch. Had he got that kill over towards Art, Inspire was dying in order to get half. That's mad. That is mad.
Almost pulling it from the brink.
The fact he got the ult.
I know.
Yeah, I was wondering
what he was playing for, but he played to his outs perfectly well.
No, he really did. He really did. But Rossi's good for it.
Yeah. Hippie church, bro. We drove clear church, bro.
Seeing the timeout taken again, calling for it because it has been a streaky game, but when it gets into OT, it is weird territory because sides are swapping every single time, adjustments, like, I mean, when it comes to conditioning, throw it out the window.
Well, this is why I was saying I favor Envy in OT, because I think Envy didn't look completely lost on their attack side. It was, the B hits were not working, but there was plenty that was. There was some key areas of the map that they were succeeding in. The A main fights in particular were working for them, especially when Cloud9 opted in. But C9's attack, they couldn't generate anything.
Yeah.
There were 7 rounds in a row towards the end where they just looked completely out of it. And I think that's really going to hurt them here. They're going to have to play masterful defense sides and then have Zelsis and Imi come up with something beautiful to push them over the limit. I mean, Zeppa almost gave them something beautiful to give them a chance.
Yeah. 2 kills. Divine intervention is what it almost felt like, really, as well. Gifted him perhaps the round in his hands, but Envy are leading by 1. Cloud9 do swap over to the defensive half, though, for this OT, and I believe, I mean, this is a long tag timeout, so I'm assuming both teams are taking it back-to-back.
Oh,
that would make sense at this point, but I'm not too sure.
Yeah. Both teams having an opportunity to discuss. I mean, there is a lot of tension in this game.
There is.
But I was just seeing Vic look over and laugh in a comment to Zelsis, attempting to dispel some of whatever nerves he might be feeling, but body language indicating we're ready to get back into the game here after both coaches have had an opportunity to talk. And Exeter's gathering himself for what could be Envy's final round here, and a great opportunity to win the series and go deeper in the bracket. A really sizable victory this would be in map 1, because Breeze, they've got so many chances to close it.
Yeah, I mean, we have so many questions about what Cloud9 are going to run on Breeze, which is, I do agree with you. If Envy win this opener on Pearl, it sets them up beautifully.
Look at how Cloud9 are playing. It's the same defensive setup that they've been running so often, and yet this is the one, this is the defensive setup that actually hasn't been working very much.
Now a clash. Bloody brawl that potentially is there. There's Util flying up overhead. No opt-in, though, from Envy.
No, they've realized that it's that triple fight, and that means a weak B, and that's Poppin is jumping on the opportunity.
Straight over there now.
Having said that, the B execs have been the thing that haven't really been working for Envy either. If Vic plays on site, he was a demon.
Yeah, as the angry player, let's see if he can do it again. All the pressure now up onto his shoulders, and Envy are not messing around. There's no time wasted here. Forwards again, running and gunning forwards into the back of Halls. Penny, he's in like a rocket, a slide and gliding. Vic trades it out, but Exeter right from behind. There's a nade at your feet. A lot of damage done. These players are getting whittled down. Shreds of health perhaps remaining. Plan down, no denial in time, and the salva's there, but oh my god, the bullets are just going wide. Rossi, he's domed. Trying to take that 1v1. Exeter and Inspire. Got to do it from a spot like this, and they are more than capable. Backwards position, stun, connects, there's even damage done. Exeter barely alive at all. It's really onto Inspire to see if he can create that chaos, where the coverage is there. Zeppa, watchful eye onto every other option. Ensuring it now, and they need to cover this one as Zelsis just sticking to defuse, and just a jar wayward movement from Zeppa, making it awkward.
13-13, we continue to go.
Overtime.
It's so interesting the way that both of these teams have got reads on what's working for them and what isn't, because I think both teams actually opted into the opposite of what I wanted to see them do in this round. Envy's successes were coming by beating Cloud9 in those engagements in A main, and instead they've made the tactical adjustment to go away from it and hit a B site that they have never been able to hold in post-plan. C9 on the attack, though. Like we've been reiterating, Zelsis and Imi have not found an answer here.
Same question is raised. It's Envy, though, getting proactive. Early fight into mid, looking to potentially catch a timing onto an unsuspecting player. Smoke recalled, and Cloud9 are creeping up to the line. Demon 1 looking to avoid this drone. Doesn't want his presence noted, and he's found the timing.
Drone in the other direction, though, and now Envy, attention split. Where is the fight? Kesnit's looking for it.
It's going to be here now. How these fights are taken. Guns in hand. There's no util really leading them in a spot like this. At least a stun prevents Kesnet from trying to go for that trade. Instantaneous. 4v4. Demon 1 in a prime position, but he needs some chaos to play off. The rest of Cloud9 looking to go into, again, a different direction. The entire time Vic has been holding down his B angle. Players are moving over here.
Kesnet
trying to fake.
Kesnet with a late gate crash. Yeah, a lot of audio cues, and Inspire hears it all.
Yeah.
Players' bodies starting to move in this direction, but it's still Rossi and a gate crash on A.
Got a util here, vulnerable up. Penny's just going to get obliterated. A few bullets will do it in a spot like that with an Anna Swarm, and he has pulled the players. Space is available for the taking over towards A. Has the fake worked into OT? It's a hell of a gamble. One to take, but with Demon 1 in a prime position, again, he steps up. Looking to defend now as this plant goes down. It was a TP. Exits in the right spot. Tucked to the corner. Sharp aim. Demon 1 now looking to take it one step further, but Rossi just sidesteps it again. The bullet's missing him. Wins that one out. It's a 2v3.
Vic stuck.
Dire position to play yourself in. Trying to buy time, but perhaps Zeppa to get involved at it. Stuns. Forwards again. Potentially found the angle, but he might have just been spotted crossing up into Church. Chances there. Bullets are raining. Smoke to cut it up once more, and it's spotted out. That's just bullets going on to Rossi. That's how these fights take. Inspire just sidestepping, tap dancing around. Turrets to be broken, and it's all about how that 1v1 gets taken. Inspire dominates it. Enough time, surely, yeah, it is in there. Hands completely. Another round to lead an OT for Envy.
A lot of pressure applied onto the site. Demon 1 had a chance to win the round with a 2K over towards Secret. Just couldn't wrangle the rifle onto Rossi. Incredible that this game was so streaky, and now we're getting a back and forth OT.
Oh my god. You guys are crazy.
OTs in both of the games today. America's fans being treated.
Oh yeah. Going the distance here, and Cloud9 back on their favored side.
It's the same thing again, except that Demon 1 is now playing alongside Vic on B, so there's more resistance over here.
See how this one goes. The dart was revealed, so they know that Demon 1's there, but he does take care of the gate crash, so
Envy,
one of the threats.
Envy have not been able to hold the B post plants. I'm so surprised that Poppin keeps calling them in this direction.
Stack of players as well. Cloud9 have got bodies in the right position here with that dash. Oh my god, the TP in. Vic is going to try and keep it controlled in a spot like this, but Zelta's trying to help them out. Damage done across the board. That nade sails over. And Zelta's again, he's the one to slam it shut in their face. Buying time, calling for the pause, and Cloud9 collecting themselves, making sure that they got their watchful eye onto every extremity. Again, 14-14, we are going the distance.
It is illegal for Envy to go B anymore. It is illegal. A red card if you go B in any more of these rounds without doing something like splitting through mid or AD faulting beforehand or something. I mean, even if you AD fault beforehand, bro, their post plans haven't been working either. We are doomed here.
I saw a god for 10 seconds.
Were those the team flashes coming through, presumably? I don't know.
Oh.
We are doomed to be repeating defense rounds over and over again here. It's
again,
crazy.
The setups change.
Oh, yeah. Very different setup actually here from Envy.
Nexus forwards. Needs that drone dealt with. He'll take care of it himself. There's a threat at the back of the minds of Cloud9, wondering if he could be postured up close.
Neither team opting into any of the ops in OT either.
It's DP main control being taken by Envy here. Any inclination is going to be going over towards B now. Flash overhead.
Penny
Put the
sees
pause
God.
to it. Zexa trying to play in. Yeah, absolutely. These stuns are ricocheting in a spam. Oh, the damage is definitely done with Penny removed. Kesnet finds a follow-up. Kills through the smoke. That's the way this round is going.
3v5 for the attackers. I think we're going again.
Yeah, looking like it. Cloud9 struggling on attack.
It would take something exceptional, an individual round. I think that's what Cloud9 are banking on just anyway, though. And they've got the players for it here, still alive. Demon 1 and Zeppa were absolutely lights out in their most recent game, and Demon 1 at least has kept that form up.
Cloud9 have got no options here, but to just press the advance, punch forwards, trying to find a hole into the defense here. They are penned in. There's threats occurring, and what a flash and peek. Envy put them down entirely here, but again, we go again, swapping the halves around. Cloud9 find themselves again on the defense. It's really about what's going to crack first.
If I see these guys going for another B exec, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. That's such a nice flash there from Exter. His Eurotech is super good. One thing to note as well are these delayed gate crashes that he keeps throwing on the defense side. But who knows if we're even going to see another defense side from Envy. They've got a chance here to close it out, and they are going for something different. This looks actually like a fake B. I like throwing one of these in.
Darts, an attempt to sidestep and take the fight. Team in one. TV's back, and you're right. Our fake presence is pulling players over towards this B site.
Oh, now this is nice conditioning. You've run so many B hits. Could Zeppa figure this out?
Maybe starting to feel like a fake now. Zeppa jiggling, spots of contact.
Oh, but he only saw Inspire. He could think it's still the lurker.
I got the spike.
Bullets flying forwards. Envy haven't really been playing for the long con in some of these rounds here, but he is slowly working this one now, and TP cuts it up. It really does spell it all out. Yeah, he's not giving up. Plant starting to go down here. Oh, Inspire. What a timing to take. He's just drifted past the smoke, and this could be it, surely. Nail in the coffin for this map, but Demon 1, he just sniffs it out. Takes the fight out still. But a plant down, the time pressure is still mounting on Cloud9's side. It's them that have got to get a bit of a move on here, with the Salvos looking to clear a bit of a softer path to victory. Again, that flash overhead, these players are blinded up. Poppin's time to strike, steps up again, but the trades are immaculate. It's Cloud9 sweeping them out. Pull to delay and buy time, but not enough damage done prior, really, to get a wink on in. Surely not. Rossi's there, looking for it. Players step up to the mark.
Thought for a moment,
oh my!
Thought for a moment they were going to bait Zelsis, but they swing in very quickly as soon as they realise Rossi's going for that through the box. The retakes have been lovely from C9. I was saying that Envy couldn't hold it on B, but that round they were perfectly set up on A as well, and still somehow C9 flooding back in together, all as one. Really well coordinated.
We're chilling, boys. We're chilling. We're getting bombed down every.
It's Poppin just trying to keep the hopes up, I think, as well. Talking about it, they're getting the plan down. It's just about converting. 15-15.
Where does the attack round come from?
That's what I'm wondering.
I can't see it.
Which team breaks first? Past their limits.
I'm out of here.
Trading evenly across the board. Sending it forwards. This is Cloud9. They're all in. Taking it. This time a bit of a fight towards the back of the side. This has been a sore spot for them. Penny, though, he's stunned up. Slow to a crawl. Inspire. Strikes. Right when the timing is right again, but Penny does answer back in kind. Poppin's there. Odin in hand, spraying down with the bullets. The secret going to be cleared in time. That plan forwards, Penny's forwards, overdrive! Ace on the line! But Demon 1 snaps it back anyway. It is Cloud9 who strike and gain that attack side round and OT first.
That's unreal. They haven't won an attack side round since round 5. And yet, they may be in a position now to close out the game. Penny was hiding in secret there. Poppin completely missed him. And I think because Poppin didn't clear it, Exter didn't think to either. Penny, what a hero, playing on a new role.
What time to step up for him. Got the round that Cloud9 needed.
Back to the basic defensive setup here for C9. 3 players over towards A.
It's been
working.
working.
A main. This time, Poppin's calling to mostly avoid the knife, but he got caught by it.
Time to jump.
I want to see how far we can go, to be honest. I'm rooting for Envy. I want to see it. Let's go the distance. Let's be here all night. Walls propped up. Penny dominates the lane. Reveal up, though, and that will not save Zelsis, I should say. Kezanu is the one who's to find it, grabbing it, kills there. His bullets layered in, but sharp aim on the side of Kesnet is really helping him out, and we are really going back and forth, aren't we? Player advantage now for Envy.
And the retakes were powered by Zelsis' utility and Penny spearheading them. So with those 2 players down...
Chopped out. Vic has made all the noise in the world, and he's just trying to play with a bit more util.
There's no way.
I know exactly where he was playing. Forwards again, trying to sidestep, dodge the bullets again. These kills are there. Kesnet running over them. 16-16, we go again.
After no team could win an attack round whatsoever, we now have them going back to back.
Oh my.
Like as soon as Cloud9 won one, Envy realized it was possible.
Yeah.
So they throw one of their own in there.
At this point, throw the playbook out the window.
No, exactly. And the stress must be unreal.
It's mounting.
Exeter finally picks up an operator in OT. They've been going, both teams really, for pure rifles across the board.
C9 running the back again. Worked for them prior, this time walking all the way up, so saving a lot of their utils. Turret's broken though. Inspire steps up for a moment. Southsider's got to be careful, but the way he takes these fights is all the way it matters here. There's a lot of util. Pop in, shredding them. He's got that Odin. Layers down. With the bullets. Potentially a window here for Demon 1, but it has triggered it, and now stepping up again, a rendezvous back to safety. Demon 1, lucky that he's alive there.
A good escape, but Cloud9 is still making so much noise over towards A main. And Exeter...
He's deep pushed, look at that.
He's deep pushed. He's got that second gate crash, so he's got another 30 seconds of timing that he can hold.
So the stack of players from MV, they know they don't have to shift.
I mean, Inspire's a little bit worried.
Counter spamming against an Odin, that is brave stuff, but the salvos drop them back. There's so much util stunting them. This is just Cloud9 being chipped apart.
Well, Zelsis is going in a different direction at this point.
40 seconds.
He has found the timing past Exeter's double gate crashes, but they're going into an A split. They're trying to use the fact that the alarm bot was broken way earlier by Demon 1, but Inspire has been so diligent about holding Art, and the turret's back up.
It's back up again, and looks it's all on Spire. Can he try and make a play for this one? Clean fights are needed. 8 bullets left. He's being ran down by that damage prior. It really does chip them all the way down. Zephyr does get the trade eventually. Time, though, is of the essence. There's only 11 seconds left. You got his plant down. No safety. No spare spot. This is bullets raining down, and Vic is the one to try and do it. Plant down. Vic trying to defend, but he's now in a 1v2.
It's winnable. It's possible.
Trying to find the avenues, trying to find the angles. Exeter's got that operator trained, and Vic might just walk right in, play into his hands. He's found it. The 1v1 now. Pop in versus him. Hopping up. Vic! Oh my goodness, man!
Vic slams the door shut on the round with a 1v2.
You've got to be joking.
He gets the 17th round for Cloud9, and there's absolutely no guarantee it's over at this point.
You've got to be joking.
But that's now 3 attack rounds in a row.
How have they pulled that back with 11 seconds left?
How has Demon 1 even got the spike in the ground?
I don't know.
Odin spam constantly through the wall from Secret.
Whoever was on the beaches of Normandy. How the hell did he find that pocket to play in? But Vic is the one to capitalize, and now we go again, another round of things. Again, the onus on MV. They have to win this round to keep it going, keep it moving.
Pump fake. Not fully sending it. They've got a double flank back through, or double kind of backstab back through Art as well. They're making it feel like it's full A main.
Util flying forwards, the drone gets the tag into the smoke. Zephyr.
The Art players are the playmakers.
Push back out of the picture, doubled up, trying to take that fight. There's bullets again, still raining. Fights to be taken and one out. Zephyr tries to step past it. Inspire wins his duel out. It's giving win cons, it's giving ins that MV could capitalize off as they really overstep themselves, and Inspire lucky to be alive. He's shredded to pieces. Oh, the damage is done across the board. Timing! Rossi!
He takes a risk!
Strikes where it hurts. It's risks on risks.
Switching sides.
But that's how you get into a spot like this. There were 6 defense rounds back to back to back in overtime, and now 4 attack rounds as well.
No chance.
When will it end? Also, we should start talking about longest overtimes we've had in Americas.
Yeah.
I can't remember off the top of my head. I remember there was a 1917 at some point, but I can't actually remember whether we've gone deeper than that. My brain's scrambled.
This is absurdity. That's interesting. Shocked out breaking the knife. Oh no, nothing to stop this one here. Spots out, I believe, a bit of that util laying down onto the floor. Grouping up for the A split. Cloud9. There's no nuance here. No working of the map slowly. Cut noise, now going for the re-hit. Salvo's in through the back. And the Swarms are going to be deaded as a result of it. Cloud9 do have full control over towards Art and mid. Pocket to play in themselves. Tap of the plans. Pulling out the next wave and layer of things. This time it's a bit more tempered from Cloud9.
Yeah, they've actually gone and explored all the middle of the map here. And Rossi is the only player who can hold on.
Made noise.
He was going for the silent jump spot and he messed it up a little bit.
Someone knows there's a player around this area. Rossi Takes the ego duel.
Actually,
Demon 1 that drops him.
Extra's already here. They're already anticipating it.
They're rotating hard.
The question is, have they over-rotated? Zelsis is still in art with the spike.
I think they've heard the sound cues because Zelsis is making a call to finish this one over towards A. Another tap.
Oh no, it's a fake.
And he's worried about the util again, but there's only 30 seconds left to play into this one here.
Fakes on fakes.
They've heard players rotating off of it.
That's beautiful from Zelsis, going and getting the tap, pulling the defenders, and he'll be able to get the timing to get back to B. Will he?
Potentially, Kesnit's in, yeah, he's found it potentially there, and he looks to take it, wants to deny the plan, no coverage, he's in there, 8 seconds left, it needs to be dropped, and this plan needs to be going down now. Vic, he's the one to commit towards it, Demon 1 holds the line, drawn against him. But this is Envy, looking to see if they can just win this one with raw aim and mechanics, brute force to win it out. ADS up though, Zeppa is another challenge entirely!
What a read!
Oh!
What a sick read from Zeppa that was all going to be a fake tap from Inspire. And he's popping off at the end there too. C9 have had to rely on Vic to win a 1v2 and now Zeppa to win a 1v2 to keep them in this game, but they've got a winning chance again. What is going on here on Pearl? That play from Kesnit, by the way, to slide in with 10 seconds left, realizing that the rest of his team might have a win condition based off punishing the planter.
Oh my goodness.
Cool idea.
This is how it ends.
I mean, we're getting into crazy territory, and here's a big team fight brawl in A, man.
Four players of Cloud9 stacking up over towards A.
Envy chicken out. They're not feeling it.
And the knife does put pause in their step.
Funnily enough, they were winning those big A main brawls early on. But that was so long ago at this point. That's like 20 rounds ago.
The pace of the game has increased so much. I mean, the Staff Drone's used so early by Zeppa to clear mid. Opportunities for Envy off the back of this. Drone to clear in through art. And they've got this posted attack side operator. Why not throw something new into the mix? Demon 1.
He went for a little jiggle. I don't think he got seen.
Penny's there. Smokes his recall. It drops down. It is the fight. The fire fires. Demon 1. Gets the 2, evens it out, 3 versus 3 now.
And you might be expecting a reaction there into A because he just took out the A main players. If they had, Zeppa and Zelsis would have been ready and waiting. But Poppin takes it a little bit smarter, decides to reset, fall back, 3v3, spread the defenders back out again.
Back to B.
I wonder how Vic plays it.
Yeah.
We've seen Vic be demonic here, but also the B retakes have been really nice from C9. So I don't mind either way, playing on-site or off.
Different circumstances though in a 3v3. Less options. Vic is far removed here. There's no hard anchor spot for him. Trying to play his life tucked, and that is the plant going down. That's a lockdown and Inspire. Major win condition. Zeppa does have the salvos. There's potential for them to try and fight over this one here, but he's going to preemptively use it. Puts the time pressure firmly on the side of Cloud9 here.
It's going to be tough.
Yeah. They can't rush into it. Poppin looking to take some space off the back of it, knowing that it's vacated for now. The util's going to fly overhead. No clearance into it. Zeppa with the instant trade. 2v2. Lurks on lurks with the lane angle. Inspire wins his one out. Vic. It's all on his shoulders again. He's heard the sound cues. He potentially might take that fight, but again, it's played perfectly by Rossi. Extended once more. 18-18.
That is unreal. This is now officially the longest OT in Americas. That's outrageous. At minimum, this is going to be an 18-20. At minimum. It's showing no signs of stopping. And just like that, are we back to seeing,
there it is.
As we were talking about.
All caps. You can sense the mood that we're in over here in VCT Americas.
It's madness.
It is madness, man. It is pure madness.
Look at that. 6 rounds in a row defense, 6 rounds in a row attack.
It's just ridiculous.
Should we swap it up? Should we have a little bit of defense?
Yes, and it glides forwards again. Looking for that early time to take that fight, but Demon 1 hears it. Here's the sound pressure. Pop in. He layers it down.
Let's have a bit of defense.
Bullet straight to the body.
It's scripted, bro. It's scripted.
Just like that.
I'm picking up what the script writers are putting down. It would be unreal if Cloud9 were able to pull it back from the brink here in a 3v5. But Envy mix it up massively, and it looks like Poppin might be on for another. Chose not to commit.
Jump spot nade pulled out of it, and you're right. I mean, it's Most dire circumstance you can really be in if you're Cloud9. Gotta look for kills in a spot like this.
The conditioning on conditioning as well for Envy to go for a dry fight.
Yeah.
Now looking for the A finish.
Actually looking to take some risks, Inspire. Oh, there's so many risks taken across the board. Tanks it with his own Nana Swarm.
Well, now they know it's a fake,
looking
don't they?
for the rotates. Eventually, here it is. He's spotted it. Oh my God! Snaps to it. It's 140, and he eventually gets control of the rifle. Vic.
30 seconds left.
Divine intervention was needed. It's through his hand, apparently, that the plays are made. 3v3. Plan needs to go down by Zeppa here. It's committed. Extension now. He's got another salvo to play with. Drop down. Shock dart over your head. Shift ping down. Vic and Zeppa. Anything will just topple him over at this point. Celsius onto the line. Spots a player out. Zeppa with a reposition. Step forwards into Halls. Damage is done. There's no way. There's no chance. Cloud9 were down 2 players, but they don't give a damn.
What a recovery. Insane grit.
Switching sides.
And what a 2K to just pull out of absolutely nowhere on the B side from Vic.
Vic is ridiculous here.
Those two are great as an opener. He gets aim punched,
10
responds, deletes Exeter, swings onto Rossi, annihilated, open B site for a post-plant finish.
Let's go, baby! Let's go!
It's unbelievable.
Picture perfect. Demon One's on to drop 40. What are we saying?
Can Envy pull it back again? At some point, one of these teams has got to give. At some point, it becomes too much.
We apparently lied to you as well. There was a 21-19, so we got to keep going. We got to keep going, bro.
Misinformation successfully spread by us.
I love a little bit of misinformation in the morning.
All grouped up though, it's silent here. Contact play by Envy.
Here.
There's tension though in the way that they're playing. Nobody wants to make the first mistake.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing
Overhead now with an Nana Swarms. Drop down. This is going to be an absolute nightmare to try and play in. I believe just spotting a secret player there. So Zeppa's position noted, yet still Exa just TPs into the fray, into the fight. It was one to be taken. Envy trying to win out these fights in the duels. Penny, their savior, pulls up the shield and pushes them back.
This is now utterly dire situations for Rossi and Inspire.
They've got to do it all, but with no health to work with and no position at all. Risks are needed. Inspire
can't use that.
is working with barely anything at all with 30 seconds remaining for Cloud9. This has to be it. The impetus that they were looking for. Chance to relieve some tension in it. Inspire, he has an open side over towards B.
Think about what's going through Inspire's head here. 1v3, 29 HP. He knows the chances are slim to none.
3 players on full HP. Inspire has to take a risk. He has to take the peak, but Vic, 1 bullet does him in. And that is it. That is the finish. Cloud9, they get that 20th round and take the first map in the series.
We've almost played 2 full maps worth of rounds there. An absolute banger of an opening between these 2 teams. Insanely good. What a showing as well. For C9 to have gone up 5-0, and then I think they lost 11 in a row. I can't even remember now. It's ancient history at this point. But it's a good job that C9 ended up winning here because we have no idea what's coming up on Breeze.
Breeze is just that unknown quantity.
And that, it looks like a great map pick for Envy. We're expecting them to be favored, though who knows really?
Yeah.
I mean, this one was already absolutely magical.
That's ridiculous stuff. Listen, we're going to be stepping away, probably going to be taking, I would imagine, an extended break than normal. Take a moment, stretch your legs, get some water, but don't go anywhere because you know you don't want to miss the way that this series is going.
Shield up, Kesnet just trying to square up. Will find it. Can't get the second, but Inspire! More than ready.
Maybe a forward stun to take this line. That's exactly what it is. What a shot. Picks him right out of the air.
All right, I mean, 2 questions for you because we have to, right? How do you feel? I don't like asking that, but right now I feel like I need like some health check-in here.
Mentally exhausted, to be honest, just watching, especially when we both blew our attacks and all I could do was watch. But I think we just made ourselves fall into their game a little bit too much, and mainly the pauses were like, let's play our game, let's stop falling into the trap of fighting.
Talking about playing your game, we're heading on to Breeze. It was their map pick. Now, everyone watching is making an assumption on what we're going to see from you here. Obviously, you're not going to give me the comp, most likely, but it's going to be Demon on something like Yoru that he's not played much of, or just complete overhaul for the comp. Did you have to, like, kind of dig into the strat book a little bit when they picked Breeze?
No, we know what we're doing. What would you like to see Demon 1 play?
Yoru, just for the sake of it.
I'll put him on Yoru then.
Perfect. Well, thank you. Firm handshake. Wrong hand, but we're doing it. We're doing it. Thank you so much.
Well, nice to hear from C9's coach. During that match, I had the pleasure of listening to Envy's comms throughout, and I brought the receipts here because there were so many rounds, it's hard to keep track of. There's only one word I could use to accurately describe them, and that is insanity. I have never heard a louder team, a rowdier team, a more energetic team than Envy. There was plenty of screaming. I heard Just Keep Running at them about 18 times. And honestly, it was a really interesting experience. There were so many cooks in the kitchen. It seemed like there was a lot of freedom for different people to call what they wanted to do in rounds at different times. Rossi, in particular, I think there were at least 3 rounds where he had a hard read on what C9 wanted to do, and he just took the reins, had that read, and that punched them 3-round wins. But when things started getting a little hairy towards the end of that first half, I think Envy realized how much of a problem at times it was late in rounds in post plans when they were struggling with too many people coming from death, and talking, crosstalk over each other was a big issue. I think that's where Poppin's leadership really came into the fore. It was a clear difference going into OT. The only chance, or the only reason I think they were able to last so long is because Poppin was the calm voice of reason. Consistently, the comms became great towards the tail end of overtime, even though it didn't net them the win in the end. I really like to see that adaptation over a grueling match. Now, that's going to be the end of my little check-in here. I'm going to leave it to the rest of our analysts to walk us through the rest of this ridiculous game.
Yeah, thanks, Christy. That was a outlandish map, you guys. And I think we have to start by talking some about this overtime. In particular, the number of clutches. Vic, the way that he was playing, I mean, ridiculous.
He was insane. Every time I thought he wasn't going to be able to pull it off, he did. Being able to get a lot of those kills, a lot of those picks, being able to strategize, kill the planner, diffuse. It felt like he could do everything in these overtimes, and it's really the only reason why C9 was still in it.
But we have to rewind a little bit here, Emily, and talk about the game I can barely remember at the beginning, and this was Envy who managed to, I think, change their style for the better to adapt to C9.
Yeah, it feels like a completely different game, like 2 separate matches, but no, C9 had that really strong start, 4-0 start, but then we saw in this round, this was the switch for Envy. You know, they were playing more back, not going aggressive super early into the round, and Rossi obviously getting this sick 4K. And then the round after that, again, we don't see any super early aggression coming in for them. We see them shifting around the map, kind of getting ready to flood on this exit coming in from C9, and they did it so well, just fighting on site.
They just knew they could not contest the mains with all that utility from C9, the Teho, the KO, Demon 1's op. It felt like they were just trying to avoid those fights and force them to use that util early rounds and run into their defensive setups. And it worked out really well for like 11 rounds in a row until we just all of a sudden turned it into overtime.
11 rounds in a row is truly ridiculous.
Yeah.
But even getting to overtime, I think, was a feat for Cloud9. It came off the back back of Demon 1 starting with an ace, but I think you really do have to give some credit to the leadership of this C9 team, Emily, for keeping them focused to even get there.
No, it's so hard, especially in long games like this, to kind of keep the momentum up, keep the vibes up. But I think when you look at C9, they have players capable of doing that. We saw after every single round, Zeus is yelling, hyping up, yes, shh, Demon 1 kind of giving all of that aura. But no, you really need to have vibes to kind of keep up the momentum and just win out the long game here.
I feel like Zeus has really kept it together, but also everyone on C9 was really composed. I feel like when you're looking at a match like this, you're thinking of the veteranship of all these players, that they've been so experienced on this stage. And then you have Envy, who's only played in Ascension. They've recently been starting to play on the VCT stage, and maybe that's the reason why it just caught up to them. And Demon 1, 37 kills being one of the main reasons why they stayed in it.
I mean, he was so strong.
Him and Vic?
Yeah, they were the deadly duo, deadly trio.
Deadly trio. Three Musketeers, maybe.
Yeah, Demon 1 was just insane.
Yeah.
The amount of first kills he was getting, the impact every single round, he really felt like a clutch here.
Yeah, well, Envy, they put up a hell of a fight. They were around the way from closing out so many times, but now they're down a map in this series with the task of bouncing back from that overtime. Let's check in with their coach, Stunner, as they prepare.
Okay, I got the giggles here. I got the giggles. After so many OTs, like at what point are you just kind of tossing the scrapbook and just like let Jesus take the wheel?
I mean, after we double called timeout in the OT, there's nothing to do. It's just Jesus got to take the wheel and the players got to play. But Envy classic, man. Lose first map again.
Well, bring it back into second. Good luck.
It has been a theme for Envy to lose these first maps and have to play some quite protracted series thus far in their campaign in VCT Americas. Let's talk about Breeze. This is a big question mark, guys, as to what the composition is going to be for Cloud9. Zoe and Imi handshaked on Demon 1 playing Yoru, but he's only played that agent once before, a year ago, and they lost. Do you think we actually get that out, or is this going to be a big comp change?
That has to be a gigabait, surely. I think we're going to see another Chamber or at least a Jet coming in from Demon 1. I think they're not going to change too much around Demon... Oh, sorry. They are going to change a lot around Demon 1 and make sure they form him and keep him comfortable, because that's where they find the success. I mean, you have a guy who's dropping 37 kills. Yes, it went to like quadruple overtime, but he still performed. He consistently was there and he stepped up even just as a sub.
Yeah, and one thing I want to point out is both of these teams, if you think about it, have the stamina to kind of continue. You have Envy, the people who grind rank 12 hours a day on stream. And then you have Cloud9, experience with having those long matches, those best of fives. I don't know, I can really go anywhere when it comes to energy.
Is this Unks versus Zoomers right now?
Versus, well...
I mean, you got some Zoomers on the other team, too. There's a bit of everything in this matchup, but really an unprecedented scenario here. The second longest OT in America's history started this series. Let's see how the rest of it goes.
Let it be known that you get your bang for your buck, really, here at VCT Americas, because that first map was, yeah, setting the tone, I think, for what a series this is, and we still have questions, but swiftly answered in the form of this Agents Lab, because we were wondering what the hell are Cloud9 going to be running in terms of their compositions, and Demon One on the Jet. Listen, iconic role that he's going to be placed in.
I absolutely love that. Obviously, it's a big compositional change from Cloud9, but they actually might have been planning to do this anyway, because the Breach comp that they had, we didn't even get to see the theory of it, to be honest with you, against NRG. NRG just battered them. And I think the more that we're watching Breeze be played, the more that this looks like the meta composition, where you have the Astra Viper double smokes, but the Jet has so much survivability on the attack side and is incredibly powerful with the op or the rifle, to be honest with you, on defense side too. The fact that either of the agents can be the oppers. Now on this map, you're probably going to give it to Demon One, but I wouldn't mind if Penny picked it up a couple of times.
The question leveled at Envy is, how do you shrug off what just happened in map 1? Top left of your screen. If you miss map 1, it's not a mistake. Yeah, it's 20-18 is how that one ended, and tension really there amongst the Envy players, and inexperience really being placed in spots like this. So I am wondering how they will bounce back.
I think there are questions though about how Cloud9's strategy book looks on this map, figuring out whether or not they've had enough practice here, and how Demon One's going to integrate. Both duelists walking down mid as Envy send things into Zelsis.
Here it is. Zelsis is going to be receiver of a lot of this one here. The Snake Bite is going to be offered up just onto the default spot. Hoping that they can't cross past. We're seeing a few shots now layered in on top of it. This time a committal to the plan while the fight takes place. Rossi was holding it down onto that flank, so Penny being taken out here. Nice and early. Even a few more fights to be found here. Kisnit, way out to the open. The shots are just going wide on either side. Demon One, he's got that dash primed ready, but he's hoping for those open sightlines. Kisnit, 3 HP, drifting around now. Making moves past him, seeing if he can find that timing. Vic with the instantaneous trade, but there's a lot of damage done in the process. And pop in, Vic again to be that playmaker. But surely at this point, 2 bullets left in the gun that Vic has picked up, and the timing was perfect there. Rossi just plays off all those sound cues.
Good work. Keep going. We'll see how this game adapts in terms of the style of the two teams and how they're going to pull similar stylistic tendencies from Pearl, perhaps. Envy open up with a fairly default A hit. Nothing too crazy. Get in, get the plan. Managed to get out with Kesnit still holding a deeper position.
Yeah.
The Kesnit Jet, you don't see it a huge amount of the time from him, but he has put up some outrageous performances on it in the past.
He's no slouch.
No, no, not at all. Very cool to see him play up against Demon One here.
Yeah.
Envy looking at a completely empty and open B site right now with a B retake wall. Lots of teams running this.
Yeah.
Not as a standard setup, but as one to mix in occasionally, especially on rounds like this where you want to stack the other side of the site on an eco.
Open site for them. Bit of pause in the step of Envy though. They don't really want to go into a potential stack here, so making sure that it is all cleared up. Rossi
pushing out.
Yeah,
but when Rossi dies, he doesn't actually give them a rifle, so all's well that ends well.
Just the sheriff. He did do a significant amount of damage. You can see the amount of plays that are chipped down. So it's now Inspire's time to see if he can do a bit of work. And yep, Guardian will do just that. Cleaves through the opposition. 3 players dropped at a moment's notice, and Kesnit wants a piece of the action, doesn't he? Getting straight stuck in. 2 rounds early lead for Envy. 3 players surviving with some heavy weaponry.
There's always a lot of discussion happening in the post-round.
Win or lose.
Yeah. There seems to be a lot of discussion between Kesnit and Rossi in these rounds. Although, having said that, we can see the timer paused, so we might be looking at a tech timeout here, so that would make a little bit of sense.
Yeah, it's
not a strategic
going to be
thing.
a tech timeout, is it, this early on? Yeah, so makes sense then why there was a discussion going on.
Yeah, okay, that makes a lot more sense. So yet to really see what these teams are going to be doing too much. We saw Cloud9 go for that double duelist walk down through mid. think about the way that we've seen Cloud9, though, generally, Demon One has been almost entirely on Chamber. In fact, am I right in saying he has been entirely on Chamber? Did we see him play anything else?
I'm pretty sure it was that, yeah.
So, at that point, Chamber can get integrated. First of all, it's extreme comfort territory. Now, Jet is as well, but the way that Cloud9 have to run Demon One is quite a... What's the word? He's quite a safe player.
He's
when
very
he plays
composed
Jet.
when he plays Duelist, right? He wants to take good fights.
Yeah, he's almost the exact opposite of Oxy in terms of play style.
Yeah.
So, whereas Oxy is just going to send it. He's going to go in, he's going to overheat, he's going to look for the fights, he's going to rely on his aim. Demon One, when he used to play as the entry player, if you think back to 2023 for EG, he would get posted up on angles and try to take duels and then take part in split attempts. He wouldn't really be a hard entry player. On this map, you actually, well, on the attack side, you do have to do a lot of that hard entrying. So that's going to be interesting to see whether he's willing to adapt his play style, whether Zellsis is going to get him into the right positions to get the best out of him. And I would expect they would have loved to win the pistol here so that they could start building up that economy to get an operator in his hands.
Getting it resolved, and shouldn't be long now before we're back in the action. This is the ETA that I've been given, so we'll see soon enough. But you're right, it's going to be intriguing to see how Demon One takes to it, because Chamber, a role where the fights can come to you. You don't have to force the issue. You're able to take timings
and
the board there. But.
And I think also when you're playing on even the defense side, the Chamber always has the trip to be able to cover somewhere else.
Yeah.
And so your job can often be a bit simplified. Yeah, you can let the game come to you. I think that's a great way of putting it. As a Jet, you often have to go and find where the attackers are. You know, you want to be going for a bit of an aggressive peek or taking a timing to re-clear an area that you think you might be able to find a pick in.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more active generally in terms of how people play it. I mean, if you watch people playing it on Breeze, you go all the way from people who like to hold fairly static angles with the Jet to people, I mean, I was watching EMEA with LaRock playing against Fnatic, and he was just wide swinging mid and destroying people. So,
taking it to him.
So yeah, you've got the entire range of how people can express themselves.
Yeah. We will be going back into the action as well. I believe the issue is resolved, and I'm taking a peek at some of the money situation here. I'm not sure if Envy will commit to it, but interesting to note that Kesnet does have an operator currently purchased. So, attack side operator.
Well, this is normally...
Some teams do run this.
It's normally your bonus round, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Inspire and Rossi are both full buying, basically, with Guardians.
Just buying up around it. It does make it unexpected, because you'd expect them to be saving bonus guns.
Yeah.
That is the thought process behind it.
It's a B retake wall. Kesnet may have spotted that, may have commed that. Means you're more likely to run into a stack on A.
Demon One trying to be quite conservative in terms of how he spends his dash primed. He's not using it too early on, even when there's shots fired, util firing. Mid, very deep control of Penny being inserted. Now there's no one covering the elbow lurk, so there's an opening.
Deploying drone.
What's going to open up though? Signals that action is going to be moving towards mid. This drone is attacking the Penny. Yeah, so when he hears it, realizing that he needs to step back, he is highlighted, and Kesnet
could have had an opportunity there.
Grouped up, 50 seconds left. Envy are playing a very slow round indeed. It's only because I think Kesnet does have this operator. You don't really want to be rushing into things.
Almost the opposite of the style of Pearl in a lot of the rounds.
Wow.
What a shot. How did he even get the opportunity?
That's crazy. The tiniest of windows, and he wants to try and take it even more. Penny's there, though. Puts a stop to it. Now, Stars lay it down towards the back. More signal, at least that Vic is going to be getting a bit of action coming his way. TP is fake towards the back, and they're just trying to play each other in. Diving in. Vic can't quite get the aim train, but Demon One is another question entirely. He's got it all under his control. Whoa. Dash forwards. That is aggro. Demon One upsets the norm.
That's a crazy dash play from Demon One.
With 5 bullets remaining.
That's so flashy. I mean, that's brilliant to watch. Is it technically the correct play? I'm not sure. He caught it devious timing, though. Absolutely devious timing. Exeter was just ready to pop out with a flash through the smoke. Oh, what? I mean, just catches a hand there.
That's real nice.
I'm not expecting, obviously, Penny to be in that position.
Yeah. The issue now is, I'm looking over, and I see that our operator was saved.
Yeah.
So you have just handed over a defensive operator, round 4.
Yeah, that's it's devastating.
Which they didn't need to invest into.
And I'll tell you what as well. You take a look at Envy's economy, or we'll have a look at Envy's economy in just a moment, but we've got another small tech pause here. I'm not sure if it's the same issue cropping up again here, but...
I believe it's someone's mouse.
All right. Well, just to talk about the economy for a moment, this is a massive blunder from Envy. Because like you said, they've handed over the defensive op, but also because they forced on Inspire and Rossi, Kesnit has got his Bladestorm online, but there's still going to be a player without a weapon. So they're still going to be going in, even with Kesnit throwing his gun over to somebody else. They're still going to be playing with, like, you know, probably Inspire just playing at the back without really a weapon and just playing for the pull in the post plant or something. It does feel like they've set themselves up an unnecessarily difficult beginning here. And they've also called a very slow start on the bonus.
It's not really in their wheelhouse, is it? The slower rounds. They've been trying to add it a bit more.
They have been trying to add it, and I think you need it in your wheelhouse when you're playing against these Yoru defenses, because you've got to wait out the gate crash timings. You can't just be sat there running fast rounds knowing that you're always going into a strong site because the Yoru's got, you know, themselves on one end of the map and a TP on the other. It is a bit foolish and one-dimensional to just be playing fast all the time. But they look more uncomfortable in the slow rounds, for sure. It took a long time for Kesnit to be able to get the opener, and then everybody on Envy was grouped up around A. Exter's relaxing, trying to absorb as much energy as he can. It's not quite the Aspas full lean back.
Yeah, he's just, we have Aspas at home type stuff, isn't it? Yeah. Well, this text pause is, looks like it's ramping up as well while they try and solve the issue. Yeah, I mean, if players are out of seats, we are going to send it over. We got a nice little piece here, Cloud9 there, doing some cute stuff, I've been told. I don't really know how to throw to this one, but apparently it's quite cute.
Show me some cute stuff.
Yeah. Okay, so when I had the producer, Curtis, in my ear saying it was a cute photo op with Cloud9, he was being quite literal.
Yeah,
it was a cute photo op with Cloud9.
Yeah, they're looking great. They're looking lovely out there. It's very sweet.
Best buds.
But they're still figuring out what's going on here, and it's very early in the game to be paused like this, and it's coming off the back of, I mean, adrenaline must have been pumping like crazy towards the end of Pearl.
And there's the question of how do you even reset off the back of it, because for a team like Envy, they are, you know, new to a level of stage like this in Tier 1, right?
Yeah.
And in terms of experience of being able to, like, shrug it off the first maps, they've been losing a lot of these opening maps.
They have been, yeah.
They've been struggling with these, I'm not going to call it slow starts, because they've been starting quite quickly, to be honest, in terms of their play. But, you know, they have been starting off pretty poorly in a lot of their series so far, and just that ability, it's something that comes with tenure, to be honest. The ability to shrug off losses and just go next.
I was listening to an interview from Exter, apologies, I can't quite remember who it was with, but he was saying that previously when they had first started as the Rankers team and they were playing in Tier 2, one of the things that they struggled with that he was talking about were the early losses, was like, how do you actually deal with those losses? How do you internally deal with them? How do you learn from them? What is the correct way as a competitor to have that short memory where you can reset immediately after while still taking good lessons from it? And he said that they've improved a lot with that, but it is also, you know, you've added new pieces and now you're doing it on a much higher level.
Yeah, definitely. So, well, this is taking a bit longer to solve than we perhaps anticipated, but we are getting our finest minds on the job. I'm going to get Josh on it, actually. And when we come back from this break, hopefully, we'll have the game ready. Josh, get in
on
there.
it. I'm on it.
Shields up, Kesnet just trying to square up. Will find it. Can't get the second, but Inspire! More than ready.
Maybe a forward stun to take this line. And that's exactly what it is. What a shot. Picks him right out of the air.
Welcome back, everybody. Yes, we are still dealing with the issue, but I can give you some inside information. The inside scoop.
Leaks?
Yep, leaks. I mean, it is one of the players is suffering from a frame problem. You could interpret that as frame rate, in some sense.
I don't think they're looking to get a picture framed.
No, that would be quite strange actually during the game. So yeah, we're assuming that there's a bit of a frame rate issue basically with one of the players' setups, and yeah, when we have these tech pauses, sometimes I like to play a guessing game as like who is the problem child.
Okay.
Which player is the one with the issue? Not calling them out, of course. Like, it's not their fault. Well, it might be, but I don't know.
Yeah.
And Josh has got his little tablet ready, actually, for potentially some...
You're putting me on the spot.
I am putting you on the spot. You did tell me. I'm trying to think of a telestrator.
Yeah,
and I don't have anything right now. And I've just decided to throw you into the... the maw.
Yeah,
so
we certainly could do one, if you would so like. I mean, we can talk about how these compositions work, for sure, because people are running a lot of this. It does feel like a meta comp, so yeah. If we've got more time in the tech pause, I'm super down to run through a little bit of what we got cooking on Breeze. Wow. So yeah, I mean, let's talk a little bit about why the Jet is good then, right? So one of the things that I think we've been noticing, if you think back to the Sentinels game against Furia, so they're running a Neon. Right, and I think one of the things that the Neon gives you, as we have a look, okay, so one of the things that the Neon gives you is an opportunity to go for a fast lane where you'd be able to go kind of, you know, deep fast lane through here. You'd be able to maybe do a B split with a fast lane through here as well. But if you think about the operator player, they're going to be, or even just any anchor on site, they're going to be able to swing into the fast lane and get these opportunities to land opening kills. I mean, you could even swing into a fast lane over here as well. Now, the Jet, though, is able to dash in and survive for much longer inside the smoke in a way that the Neon really can't. And I think that is one of the biggest reasons why the Jet is super useful on the attack side. The Neon gives you the Neon gives you tons of options to be able to do stuff like, for example, throw the fast lane as a retake wall through like this, and you block off all of these angles where you would originally be looking to play post plant from main, for example, like this. But what the Jet offers you is much more value on the attack side. And I think that really means that when you're looking at what the Jet is looking for on defense, you're thinking about lines like this for the operator, lines like this for the operator as well.
Sure. You want to get cheeky? We put them on the box at the back of A.
Yeah, sure.
They could do that now. That was added.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of Omens playing around these kind of spots as well, actually, where they're playing up on these kind of boxes. But both of these teams go for the Astra in this situation, which I think gives you lots of opportunities to go for example, pullback smoke back here that your Yoru would be able to get into with a gate crash towards the back. I think it's got a lot of decent options here as well. But I'm interested to see how good Demon 1 is at being able to call different spots around the map to play from. Because, like I said, there are these real like basic angles that you can play, but you can also get really pushed up on deep angles like this with the op.
Okay.
And I think that the variety of different looks that you can construct on defense is a sign of how comfortable somebody actually is.
For sure. Well, guess what? We're warming up like Exeter is and gearing up to get back in. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see. You are right. You can be way more fluid in terms of the way that you want to play as a Jet on this map in general as well.
And especially considering if you remember back to when we were just coming out of the tech pause, Demon 1's just been given an operator, like hand-donated an operator from the coffers of Envy.
So, yeah, it's like a multi-layered blunder, really, from Envy, because they forced into it. A money situation is a bit skewed. Like, you've got a Bulldog in the hands of Inspire, as an example. And Demon 1 is going to get his chance to shine now. Let's see if these players have cooled off. Demon 1 onto the peak here. Little Star, face in. A lot of bullets as well raining down. That is a very good way to deal with it. Potential reading ahead of it, Zelsis. Trying to play inside of his own smoke here, trying to get ahead of most of all of this play. Central TP into the back, and running a gunny, it doesn't stop there. These players are instantaneous in terms of their approach. Really making the most of trying to get themselves onto the site. That plant will be down.
Good protocols from Envy. They dealt with that instantly. I mean, they knew for a fact that they'd given over an operator to the other side. But the fact they neutralized it so quickly is a game changer right back in the other direction.
And a lot of time to think about it.
Well, I think you actually just have to save in this spot if you're Vic. There's no point even going for a 1v3 in this situation when you look at Zelsis and Zephyr and the money that they've got available. I don't think it's worth it. Vic's got money in the bank. He's going to be able to drop somebody, and you're chilling. You can buy for the next.
Yeah. They picked up the op again.
They really like the idea of having this on the attack side. We're just going to pass the op from team to team. Already the game less streaky than Pearl was, though.
Yeah,
OT
definitely.
aside.
Definitely so. Kind of expected, I think, that Envy would have a bit of an advantage here on this map. Breeze can definitely be simplified at times as well in terms of the way that you want to approach it. So there it is. The trades were real quick here. Kind of pointed it out while the round was going on. And oh no. No. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me.
Well, we had an absolutely astounding map 1, 20-18. So now we've got to get trolled map 2. You know, you've got to experience what would the highs be without the lows.
True.
You wouldn't be able to appreciate the beauty of Pearl.
That is extremely true.
Without the misery of a tech pause afterwards.
Yeah. It's like trust fund children. They struggle to find happiness and fulfillment.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, studies done on it.
They could give the money to me. I would find happiness and fulfillment.
Yeah. Me too.
Actually, I don't know whether I would, to be honest with you.
No? Okay.
You know, every day you have to figure it out.
Money isn't everything. Let's discuss philosophy here as we get into our tech ball.
Seems more practical than discussing Valorant at the moment. Rossi's
there's not much to talk about, is there? Oh,
Pesnit's on his feet. I mean, they're struggling with something over there. It's definitely an issue on the Envy side of things, isn't it? And Pesnit and Rossi were talking to each other. We mistakenly originally thought it was something tactical, but yeah, they were discussing about the tech issue, and thankfully didn't affect them in round 4 in terms of the outcome of the round.
No, they managed to find a way through. Listen, we're not going to sully your ears any longer by waffling, by talking. If you're lucky, we'll be out of the building when you come back from the break. But we are coming back from a break, and some different casters will be stepping in, you know. I don't know. I'm pushing the limits a bit. Anyway, listen, quick break. Hopefully, we'll have this issue resolved. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back from the break. Yes, that is unsettling stuff. We got Ender here joining us as well. You've been doing a lot of listening in with the sideline reporting. I really like it, to be honest. And you've got some inside scoops for us. I mean, there's not much to glean in this map,
I've got 4 rounds for you, and a lot of the players just sitting there in silence. Actually, the best part about it is that Envy, obviously, our newest team ascending, maybe don't have as much stage experience as other teams. So one of the first things you learn when you have a tech pause is you're not allowed to talk to each other.
Yeah.
Right? Envy about 4 or 5 different times, like start about to say something, and the referee's like, no speaking. No, don't say which site you want to hit. Not allowed to do that one. So they're learning it, but they are trying to sort the things out right now. I think the biggest thing I have to share really is Envy's sort of focus coming into this match, which coming back after that grueling map number 1 was all comms. And it was a little bit strange. I think a few different people had different ideas of how to actually accomplish that. The main one was just fewer people talking in general, which I think makes sense. When I was listening during that insane OT game, there were about like 3 people talking at the same time at minimum for most of it, until towards the tail end when Poppin really locked it in. And I think what I heard in the first 4 rounds was a lot better on that front. I think I heard more silence around Poppin's calling than I heard throughout the entirety back on Pearl, and I do believe that's going to pay off for them.
Yeah, it's an interesting team in terms of how they've created it, isn't it? Because they had such a... I've got to imagine that the comms situation was fleshed out and they understood how to run it with Kane Zero and Ion in the system previously. And then you've added... I actually don't know how vocal Kesnet has previously been in the past on his teams. I don't speak Spanish.
I think Kesnet actually did a lot of defense side calling previously in different iterations of crew.
Yeah, I mean, that is fairly common for duelists to be often calling for like the initiator support or where they want to play, certainly calling if they have the op in their hands as well. But we know that Rossi's very vocal. I mean, he's vocal in he's vocal anytime you give him an opportunity to be vocal.
And I can vouch for this. During that first map especially, he had a lot of like, he wasn't always someone that was speaking, but there would be certain rounds where like in the pre-round he would just be like, I have a hard read, guys. Listen up. And to his credit, he was correct each time.
I mean, he's got experience as an IGL, doesn't he? So it's just about, you know, how do you integrate that into the team? And I think there's, I mean, this team is very interesting because they've got big personalities as well that I think are going to be so fun to watch over the course of the season. To be honest.
Yeah, that is another factor in it as well. Wondering if the inexperience and the big personalities clashing will play a part with it too. I mean,
yeah, I mean, if they clash.
If they clash, yeah.
They might be driven by spite to
That's
extreme
true,
heights.
Yeah. Joined together by spite glue. Just willing to go in, yeah. The no real updates for you.
Oh,
Don't
thank
look
you.
to me for the updates. I just started talking without really a thought.
I mean, I can give updates. I know there's a PC being replaced up there on the stage to try and sort out some of the frame issues, which does refer to frame rate. That is true.
That's a big replacement.
It is. That's a mighty replacement.
So they have to unplug a lot of things.
Is it
then
that
they have
PC?
to move it.
It's not going to be that.
They could
have
take
they
that
come
one,
for that one?
They could.
Have you seen them come for that one?
They could. If
then
they
it's not that one, is it?
It would be good. I know it's good. It's good for it. They sponsor us.
Yeah, yeah. Have you plugged it in?
No.
Right. So you have no clue.
No, but it is good. I can guarantee that.
You can vouch for that.
Do you think that computer is responsible for powering the spike right there? That's the amount of power it can generate?
Surely the spike itself is like extracting power. Isn't that the whole point of the spike? It's like
extracting it from the PC, right?
It's extracting radionite.
Yeah, like the radiant in the lore.
Yeah, yeah.
How much you know about VALORANT lore? Should we do a trivia?
Yeah.
Right now? Can we cook up a trivia segment?
What was First Light?
What was First Light?
Yeah.
That was the tournament that 100 Thieves won in 2020.
No.
It was, with Hiko.
I think that was First Strike.
First Strike, First Light, same thing, bro. Same thing.
First Light's what started the lore. That's
really?
Yeah, First Light is when, I don't know exactly what happened, I'm not going to lie, but that's when everyone got their powers, their fun times.
Gotcha.
You know,
like
Athena's making some like big explosion, Earth separating into Omega Alpha.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Pangria.
Pangria, yes. Tectonic blades.
Yes, yes.
It separated so hard that it just became 2 separate universes.
Yeah, yeah. No, I know about this. I've done a lot of reading into this.
Would the analyst desk like to jump in instead of me?
No, I think...
Does everyone want to join in?
Well, if we're replacing a PC, then I'm like, well, I don't know.
No, it's okay, Bren.
It's
we
okay.
want you to stay.
To lose?
I don't know.
I
made this call without actually
asking production. So I've kind of just, I'm the absolute nightmare situation.
But it's kind
right
of funny to have, what is this, 7 people?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
no, this is very normal.
Quick math.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Good job for the tech.
Okay, we have a
job.
game.
Thanks.
There's a game?
Yes, Bren, I think you might be good at this one. It's called Feet Guesser.
Oh,
I mean, VC
great.
Feet Guesser.
Now, why? Could you elaborate why you think I'd be good at it?
No, I think you're a detail-oriented young man who picks up on a lot of facets of the game when you play it a lot.
Yeah, sure.
Do you agree,
Now,
Joe?
is this like guessing the footstep sounds?
No.
No.
Just their
This is
physical
visual.
feet.
It's visual.
When it's a foot of a
Don't
Valorant
get too
agent.
excited.
Yeah. I mean, he's a regular contributor to WikiFeet. He should have an
I
idea about what's
didn't
going on.
We
say
need
that.
to ban this guy off the couch. He's saying things that are going to get him fired.
Okay, let's play the game then. Here's our first foot.
First foot.
Oh, it's only 1 foot. How
That
are we supposed to
That's
That's
ISO.
fade.
That's ISO.
I was going to go fade. Yeah, I was going to say fade.
That is
ISO.
I guarantee it's not fade because
Why?
they played this game a couple days ago and they ran fade. Like I've
Okay,
seen
well,
you're referring to their
you
feet?
metagaming.
metagaming.
ISO.
I say actually.
Okay.
Could be ISO.
Vote for ISO. Vote for
Or is it
fade.
Yoru?
Yoru.
Oh. No.
I don't know why.
He has the.
Okay, he doesn't know why. Who is it? Chat, vote as well. Whose foot
Oh,
is
it's
this?
Omen. It's Omen. It's Omen.
Is it Omen?
Oh. Why does he have?
That would be a good.
Why does he have? Why does he have a?
The slow roll.
Two toes.
It's literally like
Wow.
Is
Oh my
Omen.
God! Wait, I'm on fire.
It's late, but it was it's late, but it's valid.
It's
I think
true.
it's very
I'm proud
valid.
of you.
Thank you.
Why does he have
Well,
two
you
toes
weren't
like that?
quite as I expected, at least in that first round, Brian. But I think there's
Because
time for you to bounce back. There's
the
still time.
accusations that have been leveled against me, I just want to deny all of them real quick.
What accusations? I'm
From
lauding
this
you.
guy? Huh? Some dominant stuff?
I'm the closest to him. I know what he's up to.
No, he does not. No, he does not. Let's be clear. Every time we do a Howling Abyss setup, somehow I'm getting roped into these scenarios.
Should we bring Rossi?
And Rossi's always
There's
involved.
Rossi involved, yeah.
Let's bring him out here. All right, here's the second foot. It's an agent's foot. Chat, play along. Whose foot is that?
Teho.
Yeah.
Unilaterally, Teo.
Teho.
Wait,
It's gotta be.
am I
Teho.
hearing right? We're good to go with the game? There's no way.
Are we?
We all got that one. Good
See,
job.
it's
Oh my
'cause-
goodness.
it's 'cause
We're
you
ready
got
to
it
get
right.
back into the
Ready
game.
to get back into the game.
Brent, Josh,
got it right.
it's yours. Let's get out of here. Congratulations on guessing the
Bye,
foot.
Josh.
That was the
Thank
key.
you.
Go.
Yes.
Good job.
Thank you very much. Are you going to sit here the entire
Yeah,
cast?
I'm gonna stay here. I think.
This is quite uncomfortable, actually.
I
but
think I'll
let's
stay here.
The time is ticking down. Let's get into it, shall we? Okay.
We are back.
This entire night has felt like a fever dream. I'm not going to lie. It's felt like a bloody fever dream.
Well, a 20-18 game on Pro will do that to you, I think, especially if it's followed by them replacing a PC. All right, so now the Sisterhood of the Traveling Op, it's back in Kesnit's hands. We'll see if Kesnit donates it back to Demon One after he's finished with his Blade Storm, but here we go, we're back into things. 3-1 up for Envy.
We're going to see how they end up taking it. After all that, what has been on their mind? Obviously a slower game to be played now that they've got the operator. Bit of poking, bit of prodding into A main. They don't really get too much of a response though. All going up and down. It's really Envy waiting for the fight to come to them, largely. Hoping that there will be an overextension from Cloud9.
I think it's a decent read on a round where Demon One has knives, because it does incentivize you to try to push up and take a fight. But at the moment, he is really chilling, just holding over towards elbow. And you're waiting out the gate crash timings at this point. It has been, generally speaking, slow rounds from Envy, though they did rip a fast B to challenge the op.
Yeah. Hold on, Demon One. He's hit the drone, and there's a chance for a timing, and he's looking like he wants to potentially leap onto it. Has Rossi seen that?
No way.
No, not quite. No, nothing onto the minimap, and there it is. 2 kills claimed. Looking for that third. Hold on. Jumping up into the sky. Poppin somehow evades it. Won't be going down, and Envy found themselves with 2 picks off the back of it, but with that damage done prior, should be a quick cleanup indeed. It is Penny and Zephyr.
Penny even getting the punish onto Exeter towards the end there as
Yeah,
well.
anticipating where he would be coming from.
Well, Cloud9 respond quickly, and a much more back and forth beginning to this. And Demon One has managed to get the op out the back of that. This op is just being passed back and forth.
Yep.
Nice, boys, let's go!
Have you ever re-gifted something someone's given you?
I haven't, because that's quite rude.
You get given it for Christmas and you're like, I'll keep that in its packaging, I can give it on to someone else.
That's quite rude. That's quite telling, actually, that you'd even ask me that question. But here it is. Oh, no, not quite the op. It's the Outlaw in the hands of Zelsis. Trying to track the economy, hoping that a few of them will be low enough, but as a Cosmic Divide, it's going to be splitting this one up. And now, overwhelming presence here. Plenty of bodies. Zephyr! Okay. Inserts himself into the conversation, and he's not going to be left at least without a few kills to his name. He will be traded out. Poppin making sure to remove him. What is going on?
Solo.
Cycling absolutely everything, and you're right, he is solo. His team cut out of action. Still finds the kill single-handedly, and he's buying space and possibly opportunities for his team to strike back. Inspire with a gap inside the smoke. Vic sniffed that something was off. 2v3.
It's not comfortable, though, for Cloud9.
No, it's not.
They've got player advantages, but they've lost all information. They don't know where Poppin is.
Slipped around. Look at this. I mean, Zelsis is forwards. Like you said, they don't know where Poppin is. Rossi research in main. Zelsis just steps out into it. It's straight shots on either side, and Rossi's almost done in by the pistol.
Yeah, he's fighting that with a classic. So now it's a 2v2, and Demon 1 finally feels like he can rotate off A. He was looking for that egg lurk the entire time. That he's fighting his shadows.
2v2. Vic now. Walking up onto the line, Poppin not ready for it this time. So placement was not trained onto it, and they're left guessing as to where Rossi could be at this point. 15 seconds remaining. Steadily ahead, he spotted a 1, he's found it, 10 seconds remaining, and Vic though, got his eye on it, and now the mad dash and scramble to retain the family heirloom that is the operator. He doesn't have enough time.
For the first time, the op is going to go missing, and Demon 1's going to have to buy his own.
Yeah.
So Kesnit's operator from round 3. The family heirloom disappears.
It's chaotic, isn't it?
It is, and this was a light buy round, actually, from Envy. And they definitely had chances to be able to win this.
Love is in the air. Let's go, Max.
Okay.
They've been watching VCT feet.
Yeah, watch the photo. Well, okay. Don't know how to respond to that. Yeah. Smokes up, bit of spam to make it awkward. Hunter's Fury's going to be offloaded. That's just off of the drone, I believe, being called. Zephyr knew the right location for it, but he's missed the second and third shot now. It's up to Vic to try and stop them. Dash to the side as well as make it really awkward to take these fights. And Envy, they capitalize.
The faster they go, the more direct they are, the more success so far. And Demon 1, he bought this operator. It means a lot to him.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to want to throw it in here. Might be a bit more tentative from him as he sees whether Zelsis or Zephyr can open something up.
Very tough in terms of the rekeep. Okay, but Dart does push Inspire out into the open.
That's a nice snake bite.
Yeah, that's going to rebound nicely here. Exter.
He's getting cooked
in the corner. Well, doesn't actually stretch far enough.
Yeah, and especially with the wall being cycled by Rossi.
Yeah, allowed to reposition here. Cloud9 being pulled into this one.
Enemy remaining.
Felt winnable to Cloud9, but as a result of it, they end up losing every gun invested, including that.
Question.
Thinking about it.
And they didn't go for it.
Didn't pick it up.
So a change already in terms of the strategy from Envy, because they've been wanting to go for that attack op as much as they could. But they have not opted into it just yet. This round, though, pretty similar to, I think it was round 4, where we saw Envy just take a faster hit.
Is this attack timeout?
Ooh.
Or a tech... It's attack timeout! Oh, yes, okay.
I love them.
Oh, we love it when the pauses are tactical in nature. I mean, look at them popping off.
The coaches will be loving it as well. They finally get an opportunity to speak.
Yeah.
They've just had to sit there in silence.
Oh, okay. It's good. It's good. It's good stuff.
I mean, from Cloud9's perspective, though, they don't know whether Kesnit has picked up that operator, right? They know that they dropped an op straight into Kesnit's lap. So you've got to be thinking, all right, is Poppin going to call another one of those slow rounds? It's actually Rossi who's popping off in the comms.
And Enda was saying it, listen, if Rossi finds, if he thinks he has an inclination in terms of a tendency, a play to be made, a read, he will let it be known.
He certainly is letting something be known there. He was rattling off suggestions, perhaps. Cloud9 opting into that previous round, and it might end up biting them. Demon 1 was flirting with the idea of going for the hero by Vandal for a moment, but he's decided not to.
Poppin will invest eventually, but yeah, he's pulling a Volcashu, isn't he? So
yeah,
no armor, just to buy it with the rest of the team here. Cloud9, they do have their money knocked. One, looking for that time to shine. He is blinded up though. Reveal onto him. Dasher disengaged now. Wall's going to be brought up. Dash forwards on Envy's side of things here. Flash into the back of the side. Demon One looking for an attempt. Chance to play off the back of some chaos.
The straight up fights have been the ones that have worked for Envy.
Yeah. Pack
This
mentality. All
simple. Keep it simple.
Trying to plan. There is Util that's going to be sailed down. Eventually gets it under control. 2 bullets left to work of Demon One. Never denied his chance to shine, right? 1 left. Won't commit to the reload. That does get the reveal. Can't quite hit it. But the rest of his team now is steadily taking up space and positioning. It's a disaster right now for Envy. Last one left is Inspire, and that's just because he was late to the party, lurking into mid. Not long for the ward. 4-4. Thrifty round conversion. Cloud9 are straight there. And there's that danger that Demon One always presents.
Demon One was actually able to fight isolated targets, though, because of the snakebite. Look at that snakebite just there. That stops anybody swinging to try to help Exter, because otherwise Demon One would be traded in an instant there. So great util on the retake from Zelsis, even though he's at the bottom of the scoreboard, 1 and 8. Still providing value to the team overall and setting up Demon One for success. Back and forth game so far, and the economy has never had a chance to stabilize.
No.
They're going for it again, though.
All's up, yeah, all in, why not?
They're quite a stubborn team.
They are. They want to smash their heads against the wall. They feel that something has gone wrong, and Kezen just inserts himself, but it is covered in through the middle gap. And Demon One, still a presence, still a thorn in their sides, and not denied. 3 kills, looking for the 4th. Zeppa just takes it away in the end. That is a fast and loose round. It was just on show. Envy, like you said, stubborn team in terms of the way that they want to play.
They threw in another A hit there on the eco, so maybe they've got an alternate strategy when things go into rifle rounds. I'd be worried about going into Demon One again. He's been here on A couple of rounds in a row. It does seem like the overall game from C9 is to try to set Demon One up on these A main like aggro line if there's no immediate pressure. So I'd be worried if I'm popping about going into him again, because he's 11 and 6, and
it's not the money.
If you make it, yeah, it is weird. Stinger though isn't that bad if you can actually get the pit down.
That's very true. Big ult to account for Penny. Slide off angle, can't get out. It's a good trade. Yeah, Keznit lightning fast on that one. All goes up now though, and a dash. Oh, that's going to signal everything. Vic just tries to overstep. Yeah, wasn't expecting the Keznit would perhaps be on that point of contact.
Keznit's decided to take over.
Tired of the state of affairs in a game like this so far. Popping also.
Pitting in a 4v2.
Yeah, it's interesting. They don't want to leave anything to chance.
This would be the round to win. Stabilize the economy for Envy. Make sure that they've got a good buy to be able to go forwards into the final 2 of the half. It's been so stutter step, this opener to Breeze. But thankfully, tech issues resolved.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Should be smooth sailing from here.
Keznit making the most of it, really, because he was the one having those issues. He was playing with the training weights on. Not there anymore, though. Dart misses to the degree. Celsius could do some damage, but yeah.
They still hard clear it. I think they realized there was a little pocket there a player could have been in. Well, up money available for Cloud9. We'll see if they go forwards into it.
Nope.
That's, I mean, it's actually not that great. It was Envy who wanted that round to be super clean for their economy. They'll be fine.
Yep.
But it's certainly not what they were after.
Couldn't cash out at the end, but what did he say?
I think he said, why would you do that?
Why would you do that? And then the rest of it was muted. Now,
that's kind of a crazy thing to say
in the middle of a game. Yes, yes, it is. It's actually, yeah, it is.
Now,
not what? There's no defense. There's no defense. Here it is. Oh,
leg
Penny.
shot.
Yeah, there's damage done to the leg, but no kill for him. Keznit's there, rebounded, but a shock darts. He's dashing to escape. Still alive and kicking here, but it feels like Envy are fueled by anger and spite. Currently.
They're a fun team.
Exter.
There's Demon One.
Yeah.
On the aggro lines, 12 and 6.
Stepping up into it, that's damage done earlier, and it mattered. Keznit's gone. Inspire able to get that trade down, and you want to go into the pit with the judge in the hands of Zelsis. It's unlikely. Zelsis is also going to be feeling the pressure, to be honest.
It's actually really nice here to try to pull off an A split.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, right?
If you can drone through A main with Poppin and have the other two come back around the other way, I think Celsius would be in a very uncomfortable position. But instead, they're just going to triple walk through.
Yeah. He already is in quite a tight spot because with the players going down in mid, double doors is open. Only so many angles you can play with a judge.
Kind of have to plant the back site though here, because you're not going to clear the pit now.
Yeah,
you can just escape into A main.
Standing ahead.
Awkward one. It's all going to be heard though by Celsius, so makes the call.
You are divided.
Rest of the players with double dart. Cosmic Divide is going to be utilized early here. Splits it up. Celsius still in this pit.
Problem is he can't do much from here because he's got the judge. I mean, what's that going to do at long range?
Can't exactly cross up, but he can just play time, bide it, wait it out. He has a snake bite as well to potentially set up his team for some more successful fights at that. Some util that could be primed here in a spot like this. Smokes forwards, inside. The smoke pop in, tight to the corner. Gives us one, disengages, backing away. Rossi's there, at least with the shorty in hand. Vic now left scurrying, looking for the opportunities to see if he can reclaim presence back into the round, but Drone is going to be tagging him up. Time is also ticking. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Vic threw a smoke in that round to try to set Celsius up for success. The only way that Celsius could have got into the fight with the judge.
Last round before the switch.
Why would you do that, Rossi?
Buy all you need.
Why?
They've got the money, though. They've got the money. It's chilling.
But why?
Just a little troll.
Yeah, okay.
Just a little troll.
It's okay.
6-5, though.
Yeah.
Very back and forth.
Light
Envy.
work, bro. Light work. Look at
In
that,
a
bro.
slightly
We're
better
diving into
position.
Chaos, baby. Nice.
Poppin is doing, I think, everything to
keep the
keep
energy
the
up,
team
keep the
vibes and the
vibes
energy
good.
under control, I think.
They're actually not in a bad spot, though. I can imagine it's a bit tilting dealing with the tech issue, but brush it off.
Yeah, try and keep the mental intact here. A lot of ults as well to expend in a round like this. Kesnet crouching deep down into the angle. Vic's going to be finished off early here. Over to, okay, updraft. Team of one still has 3 knives to play with, work with potentially there. That's a clone. Realizing it. Disengage from Envy. It's all aggro until it's not.
2 blades. Not much.
Not much at all. Does pick up a rifle though. He's got that one to work with, but he's hoping for a bit more agileness. Still pulls out that gun now with a dart towards the back. And he's trying to ISO that fight out. Kesnid tip-tapping, adjusting it all around. And Zeppa, too much to overcome in a spot like that. 4 kills for Kesnid. It's going to finish this first half a breeze.
Well, he's come alive with a new PC, hasn't he?
He has, yeah.
14-8 he finishes, exactly the same as Demon 1, but all of that impact coming kind of late in the half, empowering Envy to some big round victories that put them ahead, 7-5. And he could also be a menace on defense side too.
Yep. And Poppin still keeping that energy going as well as we head into the next. Feeling it necessary, I think. Really being the glue of the team. Let's go to the second half shortly after this one. Don't go anywhere. A 2-round difference between these two teams as we are looking towards the second half of Breeze overall for Cloud9. They are trailing by the 2. They're going to be looking towards the pistol round to bring it a bit more level, and really the star of this map so far has been Kesnet. On the other side, his adversary has been Demon 1 as well. These players are neck and neck really in terms of the impact that they've been able to have. Both 14 kills to them, both 8 deaths as well. So really a parallel there being placed as well between these two players.
Good to see. Neither particularly familiar with the cores of the teams that they're playing with. Kesnit's had longer, obviously, than Demon One to fit in, but there's still teething issues to work out on Envy as they're growing into this new roster that they've got together for 2026.
Good way to put it. See if that Jet head-to-head continues to manifest as we look towards now round 13. Demon One could get a significant chance here. Exeter's just making sure to lock down the elbow angle, and he does have Gate Crash to evacuate, so...
They're making audio cues there to try to bait the peek out from top mid.
Right.
Exeter's not biting.
Steadily encroaching upon it. Bit by bit, piece by piece, trying to dissect up the map, and on that angle, Poppin is a menace. Stands his ground down, ensures that nobody can cross past that double door angle. Expected now where the Cloud9 players could be. They want to double up inside the pyramids, but Poppin is everywhere at once. Wonderful beginning. Pistol round win, flawless, in fact.
Great stuff from Poppin. Holding on an off angle. And actually, I believe it's Rossi holding over towards the back of A. Could be wrong, could have been Inspire or something, but gets lit up. Yeah, it was Rossi. So he gets lit up by the Sova utility on the attacker's side, and I think that just baited them perfectly into where Poppin was holding.
Let's go!
Vibes, energy, all feeling pretty good then, I guess, over in the Envy camp. Winning 4 in a row, including a pistol, puts them in a strong position to be able to win this round, win this game, sorry, win this map.
Definitely does. We'll see. He's going to lay it down, our Snakebite. That was preemptive. It's heads up from him. Vulnerable in the damage that was applied to it. Demon One, Penny, we're going to be finished off, but swiftly dealt with here. Getting access towards the back of that side. Kesnit is still out into the open, but it's pistols to work with. Exactly the best tool for the job.
He's still holding his ground. He still wants to fight.
These players are quite low. Chip down on the side of Cloud9. Picks it out where they are. And Zep, good night. Yep, bye-bye.
Spike down A.
We've gone there with a shock dart. Spike only just reclaimed. Celsius now. Damage done by Vic from the side here.
Not bad from Vic.
Yeah, it's not too bad at all, really, in terms of just thinking about the weapons that are taken away. But for Envy, they're going to keep this one moving. In fact, the same investment we were seeing after Envy won the pistol in the follow-up last time. It looks like Kesnit is going to be trying to go into the operator.
Makes a lot of sense to me on your defense side.
Yeah,
You'll have more opportunities to save as well if things go disastrously wrong. As they want to do in rounds like this where you have lower weaponry. So I would imagine Kesnit's going to be feasting here. Pressure on the attackers. C9 struggled pretty heavy the later we got on their Pearl attack side. Got a few working in overtime though.
Yeah, going to be looking to get involved towards the top of it. A few shots ensuring that drone is dealt with. Nothing to push Kesnit away. Sets him up best. Poppin is quite aggro here into the A line. Gathers the information though and doesn't want to really overplay his hand.
You see Zelsis, but you don't see too many people. You don't see a duelist. It's not enough to call for rotates yet.
Here.
Flash dart. Deep dash as well into that smoke. This is the last player towards the back. And the side of Poppin will be revealed. Couldn't deal with the dart in time.
That's the dart that Rossi's been getting caught by as well.
Yeah, it's a difficult one.
It is, it's tough.
Completely have to adjust your crosshair placement when you want to be taking these fights, and Kesnit was not anticipating that. Demon One. We said the Jet head-to-head will continue to heat up. We haven't been lying to you.
Exeter picking it straight back up.
Yeah, looking for a second go of things here, but with Rossi getting picked up, that's just spam through the box, I think, onto that angle, right?
Yeah, I think it's got to be a save here for Exeter, at least. I mean, Inspire can play for it, no problem with that. Although he is a mile away. I don't think you really want to be saving Light Armor and the Bulldog, though. Should at the very least be going and trying to die to the spike. But for Exeter, keep the operator. Either him or Kesnit can go for the op. No problems with either. But Cloud9 get a big one on the board and relying on Demon One to open things up too.
Yeah. It's a big one. Demon One, we had questions in the beginning. I mean, listen, I know it's been a while, but cast your mind back, but we were talking about it. He's known as a more control player, right, in terms of the way that he takes fights. He's not too all in, but he's been handled that mantle, the responsibility of being the entry player, and he has been delivering.
Well, that entry was very trademark Demon 1. If you take a look at what he does here, he does dash in, but the actual fight that he takes, he's like controlled on this angle, waits for his opponent to swing in. There's the spam kill through the box.
Yeah, to just get the acknowledgement.
The sparks
You got it.
often give you...
I'll look for him. Don't. Save.
Demon 1 getting the experience of being trolled by Zelsis. Now that's the face of a man who's just been told that there's another tech pause.
Deep breaths, everybody. Deep breaths.
Hold on, Immy. Life is worth living.
Deep breaths, everybody. Because we may be going all night.
After map 1, you got to think, all right, breeze, surely, though. It's not going to be that long. We're not going to have another, you know.
Right.
We're not going to be almost record setting.
Surely not. But this, I mean, listen, history's going to be made one way or another.
Yeah. Okay, but this is a tech pause player. Player. So
you want to try and guess through context clues?
Well, yeah, it was Demon 1. He was missing. He's vanished. No, he's vanished.
Oh, he's out of the seat?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not tech pause hardware, it's tech pause player. Yeah. So Demon 1, for whatever reason, has had to...
Okay, so it shouldn't be that long.
Had to dip for a moment. No, I mean, he's going to be back fairly shortly, one would imagine, because there's not something that's going to take him away for long here.
When you got to go, you got to go. And we had a lot of pauses.
I suppose. I mean, you're the one insinuating that it's something to do with his bladder. But
that's, well, what else could it be?
I don't know. I'm not going to speculate, Brent. I'm fine speculating about
You've been speculating about WikiFeet with me. What do you mean?
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm friends with you. I can.
Okay. Yeah, push-ups. Get the blood.
Yeah.
Blood pumping.
Get a quick pump.
Yeah. Keep the energy going. Because listen, you're sitting stagnant. The desk is standing by us, laughing at us.
Dude, Demon 1, there's no shot that he's going to take too long. Now, if I'm Zelsis, though, I think it's true aura to keep doing push-ups until Demon 1's back.
Until he's back?
Yeah. Like, how many was that? That was only like 10 or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, I wasn't really counting.
I mean, this guy's built. He can do more than 10.
He can, yeah. He's a gym goer. Certainly is. Yeah. It was 15.
Oh, someone was counting. Someone was counting in the back. Counting better than the OT on map 1.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Don't blame him though. It's been unusual.
It has.
It's an unusual end to the week.
This has been a really strange end to the week. But it's been a fun one as well. We've had OTs on OTs today. And I think we could be in for a good attack half too. Demon 1's back.
He's back.
The Demon is back in the building.
Ooh, sigh of relief. Yeah.
Now, I'm interested to see when Cloud9 hit B. Because on A, right, I don't have any... I feel like it's pretty simple. You're droning, you're flashing, you dash into a smoke, but you're not dashing past anybody. You're not actually dashing that deep. You're dashing, and then you still have all of the fights to take. On B, you actually sometimes, as the Jet, have to be going super deep and like running people down in anchor positions. So thus far, the question that I aired earlier on about how good Demon 1's going to be on the entry, even though he had a very successful round there, picking off Kesnit with the off, don't think it's quite been answered until they do a B pop. I want to see what it looks like. And maybe I'll get my wish, because Cloud9 are heading in that direction.
Leaning potentially there.
At least for a mid default, this is looking more like, you know, recon top mid, you take some elbow control.
MV have invested down to the brink here. Not too much extra pocket change to play with.
Concealment.
Seeing a steady walk up by Cloud9. Elbow angle. This has been held in some rounds, at least by Exter. Not there this time, though.
That orb is missed. Lineup beefed from Zelsis.
Yeah, he's been having a rough one. He's sitting at 2 and 14, I believe, right now. Seeing a bit of presence there. Exchange with the util. Drone was broken up. In a rough position of popping.
Toxins going up.
If Zelsis starts fragging at some point, though, and has a round, he could be a difference maker.
Yeah, definitely could.
Game's been insanely close with him dropping a stinker.
Just winning it out. The gate crash timing here is going to be tight. It's going to be expiring soon, really putting the pressure on Dexter! That's where he thrives, though. Wow, Diamonds are really formed. Gets his 2. Brilliant beginning here, and Demon 1 just unable to really claim that kill that could have potentially evened things out even more. Looking for more, though. Walk right towards the back of this, but they are surrounded on many a front. Spy going for that peek, and nice aim.
Clean. And there's the B question for C9. How good does that B execute look? Because I think this is where it becomes quite difficult when you have a sub player in. We're really doing him like this, are we?
Okay. We've been.
But look at that. The Demon 1 goes in. Not before the rest of his team. He actually goes in at the exact same time as the rest of his team. And so there's just these small timing things that are not ironed out with Cloud9 playing a new comp and with a sub in. And this is where you're probably going to see them look a bit more wobbly.
Ah, was that what happened?
Now maybe it was body blocked.
Hold on, were we throwing shade unnecessarily? Us? Never. Double flash and peek.
It's a nice idea from Poppin, the body block. We see people go for it on bind quite a lot, but honestly, a lot of the time, you don't want to be committing a body hardcore to top mid.
Yeah.
But I think that's pretty good value, to be honest with you, because then Poppin can just rotate off and you have constant threat from Nest. Yeah, nice idea, nice little piece of tech. Lothar vindicated, 7 years on.
Yeah.
Somebody bring up the tweet of Boaster, headbutton util.
It's ancient lore at this point that we're referencing.
Half the fans won't even.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering here. Okay! Because they're blinded up, Matter's not there. He just takes the fight and a shot off of instinct purely. Shutdown's going to be raining down onto him, though. Shrugs it off, chips damage at the end of the day. Penny is also looking to see if he can lay claim. Vic activating towards the side, and in the blink of an eye, it all goes wrong for Envy.
C9 looking really comfortable with their A finishes. Spire's got it all to do. He's been the player that's been put in impossible situations. 1vX is looking to try to anchor over towards B, play that side of the map, and things go wrong. In a spot that you're not responsible for, it's super tough.
Yeah, it definitely is. 1v3. It's going to need mistakes to be made by Cloud9, and Penny is wide out into the open, but as he takes that fight, it's good movement from him. Always a moving target there. Three rounds is what they trail by.
Penny's been a great addition to this team.
Yeah.
It's nice to see him thrive. Here you see him taking out Rossi on a bit of an unusual angle. Spam through the box as well.
Oh, take me home, country road.
That's how I'm feeling. That's how I'm feeling, mate.
Well,
nice to know we're all in the same boat.
It's looking like we're going to map 3 at the moment, unless C9 can put together more of those A hits.
Okay, I'm losing my mind.
Attack op from Demon 1. Defense, opless.
Yeah, Demon 1 though. Quick post up onto the line here, up through mid with a recall. Star just misses that one. It's a difficult shot to hit. On sight lines and angles to tag up. Poppin feeling like he wants to strike at them. Potentially then, yeah, Rossi, off of all that chaos, will look to capitalize. Gets the one, dips out. It's a kill that goes their way. MV can look to cool things down now to a degree.
That's really nice. That's a cute piece of aggression from Envy. A nice way of setting Rossi up to finish off a target that you knew you'd done chip damage to. And I do like that they've settled back into a more disciplined look. Poppin just going for a slight jiggle. But yeah, this is solid stuff. Reminiscent of the rounds that were going really well for them on Pearl, where they just let C9 come to them.
Because smokes to the players and get up to the double angle.
But the spike is on B, so all of this being called from Zelsis is a bit of a fake, a feint.
Yeah, it's going a bit skewed with. The trouble is there's still players waiting. Inspired though. Takes a fight across that placement, which is a little bit off there. So Zephyr wins it out. Still does mid players to contest with. Poppin's there. Instantly onto the scene of the crime, and that dart, is that in the body? Celsius is a moving target. He's saved by the wall. Cosmic Divide keeps him alive. Flash through though into the end, and that was an out of position Zephyr. Wasn't expecting that one at all. Hearing the rumble of the footsteps, Vic has got a lot to do in this spot. It is a devious timing. Celsius! Time to activate, you said it. As soon as the kills come online, and potentially could have been the windfall that they needed. Now with that pull, Vic is playing close quarters into these angles now as the smokes dissipate. It's a chaotic situation, cleaned up by Rossi. Time still ticking. The wall up for now. Got to contend with a lot of targets though. And Envy again overwhelms Elsis in the final moments.
That was a mad situation.
Yeah.
Both Vic and Zelsis unexpected in their positions, but the smoke expired over Vic's head, and players were all over the place.
Yo, did
Celsius with an arrow through his leg, but it was this kill. Rossi flanking around the side through the ruined wall, comes around and pinches Vic. Yeah, they did get a little bit unlucky. I mean, Celsius caught the back of one player and knew exactly where he was, but the flick onto the second was a little bit of luck there.
Breathe a sigh of relief.
Could have made the difference in the round. The money's in a really weird spot now. Take a look at the economy. You've got players on both teams who are scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, I think there's like an emphasis almost placed where Envy are. They're playing angry. Do you know what I mean? When you're... I don't know. There's not much that I can pull from in terms of experience here other than my own rank games. But when you're just angry, you want the game to end, you want to finish it up, and people just start forcing.
Sure.
Like, economical decisions here. The money has been a bit tenuous over the course of this entire map.
It's been back and forth. Think back to Pearl, it was super streaky. I mean, one team had pure eco advantage and the other team was forced onto low buys over and over again. Here we've actually seen back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, which means that you have minimum loss bonus to be able to work with. And then if you lose people after you've just won a round, you're having to rebuy, but you know, you can't afford a full rebuy. Envy have just won the round on defense and are ecoing, but with Kesnit and Rossi buying up. So really strange scenarios when it comes to the economy.
Bizarre.
The ops as well, that both teams have wanted on attack and defense, are taking chunks out of the purse.
It's left us in this real bizarre state of affairs.
Yeah.
No body block onto the orb this time. Kesnit, really deep angle here. This is aggro. Drone in through mid. Extra seeking to take a timing past it, so they don't actually know he's there. Kesnit. All this information he's going to be gathering up. That means that Envy can get a stack of bodies over towards A.
Who's next?
Dimensional drift now. Penny using it to clear the way. Potentially lay down a bit of a path. Heard a footstep. Will this kill be claimed? Popping his way out into the opening. Yes, Zeppa does. He strikes. Right where it hurts there. Kesnit going down and walls up with the Cosmic Divide. Gives him a bit of space to play in. Envy are looking to take that backside control and flash through. Forwards again. TP and back out and away, but Rossi has been played all the way in with that rifle forwards. Rossi is still alive, still getting active. 2v2, Hunter's Fury. Used in a prime position.
Well, he's got to buy time for Penny to get anywhere near.
Exactly so. And in the midst of all that chaos, the shots are going wide still. Penny makes a footstep. Sound is heard. Rossi has got to watch for this one. It's half onto the diffuse already. Needs to get a presence onto it. The bullets! Oh! Down to the wire.
What a rough situation that those two Cloud9 players found themselves in, and yet still managed to hit the player who was trying to defuse a spike. Barely, though. That one's crazy. Positioning not quite where they would have wanted it. Kesnit getting caught, though, trying to get over-eager. I think in a round where it had been a full buy, Kesnit would have been much happier to just take that one cautiously.
Good job, guys. Good job.
But he was one of the only players with a gun, so he felt like he had to get involved, had to get stuck in.
Got his knives, regardless. Still going to be buying up with a rifle. This is a pit that's dropped down and attempt to punish. Pop in. Okay, just sprays down with a control there. The shorty in the hands of Rossi, but he's swiftly overwhelmed. That's going to be the pit drop down on a pit of their own. Cloud9 trying to get active, but Celsius has dropped to his knees. This is just mania taking place onto the site. Knives out, Kesnit with the right click. That misses. Shots fired. Vic is sharp shooting. Left alone to his devices now, and he's brought it into his own hands into a 1v2. Can't adjust it in time. Kesnit sniffs out that position and brings Envy to 12.
I'm sure the Envy guys are going to be talking about how they thrive in chaos. They, I think, are going to be more happy than Cloud9 to up the tempo and play these wild rounds. The cameraman's had some of it as well. Absolute devious stuff that we're watching across the board. It's high tempo. Kesnit's 20 and 12. I mean, it's almost a little reminiscent of some of the ways in which Crew used to play too, where they throw caution to the wind and just take the fights. And here, Envy throwing caution straight to the wind again and peeking into Vic.
Oh, he's missed the timing. Vic turns at just the wrong moment. Kesnit claims his life. Player disadvantage as Cloud9 have got to try and battle their way out of this one now, but players are being caught out into the open. The util in their hands, updrafted around. Penny seeking to see if he can push back some of this damage, and again, they want to take the fight. They want to finish this. Envy are tired of it. They want to bring us to that map 3, and they will get their wish. Split. We will be seeing it. slap of the hands there as that finally feels like an end to Breeze that was never really there. Still, we will be going to map 3 all the way to the distance.
And I think Envy will be in much better mental spirits as well here. It was a grueling OT loss, unbelievably close on Pearl, and that's gotta inflict psychic damage. And then at the beginning, to have to endure a tech pause and frame rate problems, like, it makes sense that they felt like they were a little bit on tilt, but they played with that anger, channeled it, and my God, Split coming up next.
What a crazy series this has been. Do not go anywhere. Listen, I know it's been a while. I know there's been a lot of breaks, but you want to be there to say, I was there when this match was concluded. Shields up, Kesnet just trying to square up. Will find it. Can't get the second, but Inspire! More than ready.
Maybe a forward stun to take this line. And that's exactly what it is. What a shot. Picks him right out of the air.
A lot of people were saying this match would be over. They were wrong. This match will never be over. We're going to map 3. Lock in, because Envy have bounced back after losing a insane overtime to start this series off. They step back onto Breeze against a Cloud9 coming in with a new composition and managed to get the win. And I want to start there, reflecting on how this team is trying to make Demon 1 comfortable. Do you think putting him on the Jet, making this change, was the right decision to go into this game?
Look, I mean, Demon 1 Jet, I think people were asking for him to play other things for like 2 years and no one was doing that.
You don't like the Demon 1 vibes, the Demon 1 Astra?
No, keep him on the Jet. Why not? I think it's totally fine here. I think at the same time, Kesnet was taking over on the other side of things. That might have been a bigger problem.
I think we saw both Jets going crazy, and I think Kesnet, he started off this game super strong, constantly getting multi-frags, especially on that attack side. On defense, we saw him grab that operator, trying to be a little bit more aggressive towards that mid, getting a lot of maps control for them. And Demon 1, it felt like he didn't really have an answer half the time.
Well, I think it was because early on in Cloud9's defensive half, they actually, yeah, it's been a long day. They actually did a good job at punishing Demon 1 off since round 4, and that's like a big win condition for the defensive half, is having that jet off, having you get those first picks and kind of reset in the round to play those site holds.
Yeah, it is really important to shut this guy down, especially after he drops nearly 40 kills on map 1. I think if you're looking at just the mental a little more broadly too, after having such a disappointing map 1 for Envy, especially a team who's only now stepping into tier 1, it has to be big to be able to not just win this, but win this in a pretty clean fashion.
Yeah, I don't think that was an easy game to bounce back from, and I still don't even know if Envy entirely have. I think it's a long road. No, I think that they're still trying to sort out a lot of the the comms situation they're working on. So it's like, our Envy players behind me right now?
Yeah,
What is happening?
they're in your wall.
The look
Literally
Mimi
just
just
walk
gave
by.
me was crazy. She was like peering over my like, there has to be something going on right now.
You were in their walls. It's their turn to be in yours.
No,
It's
seriously.
only fair.
It's only fair. It's only fair.
You were saying?
Yeah.
I don't remember what I was saying.
You were talking about. That's fine.
Envy.
Let's talk a little bit more about Envy and some of the punish rounds that you were bringing up, Marna. In the first half, it really felt like they got a read on how to deal with that operator.
It really felt like they were denying a lot of operator presence. They were just doing a lot of these hits too that were really well thought out. You can see here Demon 1 going early for that pick and just getting punished by literally the Avengers just peeking. And we saw Envy falling back into their bread and butter of just full executing, sticking together as a pack.
I mean, that callback smoke was actually perfect because it allows them to still fight and get that pick rather than using a drone, pushing him off, and then having him reposition on a different angle. And then this round, it was a really like hybrid round from Envy. It was just an ace flip. We also saw them kind of go back to their roots of just contacting the mid, and then as soon as they made contact, going for those fights, getting the picks, and then just overtaking site.
And when you start off every single round virtually with the first kill, like that speaks volumes.
Yeah, that's what
Envy
I was gonna
running away
say.
with that. That's crazy.
And like when you're
wild.
looking at their tier 2 record, so much of it was like ridiculous first kill differences. And I think maybe one of the reasons that's been different in tier 1 is that
they're playing against tier 1 players.
well, that is one possible reason, but it's also been
I don't know,
that,
playing against Osboss.
yeah. Eggster, I think, has struggled to find his tier 2 form thus far, and he didn't take over this game. But I think he had a lot more impact in this one, and really, he has to be one of the players you look to
I
for
feel
it.
like he's definitely still being the annoying Yoru. He's still doing his job.
For sure.
He has a really good set of flashes that he's always setting people up with. It's just a matter of the frags. And I feel like he's getting behind enemy lines, getting a lot of that information, kind of setting them up for splits or for executes, but then just kind of, you know, pulling crosshairs but not doing much with it.
Yeah, because he is getting that space. He is being that big distraction, but just not being able to capitalize off it, and also just getting shut down so quickly in the round that he can't really go for more kills. He can't do anything, but you're right, he is still doing something.
But I think that is kind of a difference on the ceiling, right? Between just doing that baseline that he's done excellently in both tier 2 and tier 1 thus far, and having those whole takeover games like he was doing consistently in their run up to qualify from Americas. But that road not over for Envy yet. We're going to a map 3 of this series, an opportunity for Cloud9 now to have to look and bounce back. Split, what's on your mind going into this?
The only thing I'm wondering is how many rounds do we need to play for Demon 1 to break the all-time kill record in a best of 3?
I mean,
that's what I'm considering.
That's a really good shout.
Okay.
It was 40 on map 1.
How many did he get? It was
37?
No,
like
not on map 2. I'm
Map two.
sorry.
Oh, I thought you said map 1. I was like, I got you.
Look, I got the numbers right here. Okay,
Okay.
map 2, a little bit disappointed. It was only 16, but map 1 was 37.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
It's an easy 53 right now.
That would be a little bit
Still
tough.
a long ways to go.
I do want to talk to you a little here, Emily. You, in the pre-show today, were talking up some of Celsius Calling, how good their defense was in their last game. What are you looking to find out of him from an IGL going into this map 3 now?
Well, honestly, going back to map 1, based on their calling, I felt like they had a good read. Envy had a good read on them. Anytime they tried to kind of shift or adapt mid-round and take something else or go for a fight, it wasn't working. Like, they had a whole game plan that they were forcing Left to play into. They couldn't do that with Envy. So I'm kind of worried going into a map like Split, just because you don't have the same capability of kind of conditioning, especially towards those mains, because it's always just going to be a brawl there.
One thing I did like from C9 was how they did have some mid control on this last map, and when they were able to use that to break Envy's ankles. I think if they were just not faltering in first kills every single round, they might have found a lot more success on their attack side.
They just might have, but it all comes down to this, a crazy overtime, a long series, but it's nowhere near over. You want to stick around for Split coming up.
OT, 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 OT. No?
won't lie to you, it's been an arduous affair to get to this point, but map 3 between Envy and Cloud9 is heating up here towards the tail end of our night. And honestly, we have questions about compositions and what Envy might run as a team, and they've gone for the Jet and Ayora, the double duelist.
Yeah, it's the first time that we've seen them with this roster picking Split, or ending up on Split, let's say. I think this is comfort territory again for Cloud9, but I would have said that about Pearl, and Pearl was ridiculously close. Could easily have been a 2-0 this series at this point, with Envy having many opportunities to close out on map 1, and fairly comfortably winning actually on Breeze. So, is it possible? Who's able to dig deep? It's a test, I think, of endurance and mental, as much as anything else here. As much as, you know, individual performances and strats are obviously going to make a difference, I really think it's an area where, in theory, some of the experience from Cloud9 could give them an advantage, but that would make it impressive if Envy were able to get over the line and maybe rely on people like Kesnit to make magic happen like he did on Breeze.
Oh, yeah. Putting him back in the role of that Jet. He took over that last map of Breeze.
How often do you see Jets go for the light armor classic buy?
Yeah, not too often. Just trying to get the buy-in, I think, to get the updraft in too. So he might be going for a bit of a heaven play up towards A. That's my read, but there's going to be resistance. Look at Cloud9. They're also grouped up here. This is 4 players, bit of a potential hard read. Lethal forwards, ready and waiting. Here it is. Demon 1 up onto the line here with that headhunter. One shot to the chest. Now he's going to be backing away here. A lot of damage done. Complete collapse here, isn't it? Really for good measure.
Really good read of the protocol too. When you have a chamber on a deep line like that, Envy are going to want to try to punish as soon as they force out the TP. And then C9 have got 2 players over towards ramp just ready to defend Demon 1.
Pop in, yeah, as low as anything here. Very good read there by Cloud9. Strong start and beginning here to this split game.
A pity we never even got to see what Kesnit was looking for.
No. What was the idea with it?
I'm sure it would have been some kind of updraft into heaven. I think you're on the money there with the read. We've seen in rifle rounds, Paper Rex used to go for that with something doing the dash updraft into the heaven smoke, and you get a ramp pinch in onto the heaven players.
Yeah, puts a lot of pressure onto those if they are holding over towards it.
Already mixing things up though. Demon 1 over towards B, and that's exactly where Envy are going again. So he's going to constantly be the player under pressure.
He's got a trademark to play off on top of that as well, so it's like an extra line of defense here, but a beautiful sent flying forwards. Trademark is going to be pulled back just behind default there, but he has given open access now to the side, and Envy, they could capitalize off of this one. They have a lot of damage still being done to these players as the one-way smoke blooms and blossoms. Yes, in the midst of all of it, as I say that, I spoke too soon. Zephyr, he's instant onto the line, still could get his head taken clean off. In fact, opposite ends up happening. It's Vic from that high ground angle, perched up, watchful eye onto all of it. 2 players survived though, so some significant damage done to the economy of Cloud9.
Yeah, and Envy showcasing that they really can get a bit of a punish onto Demon 1's chamber positions. He got put in a really uncomfortable spot there. You see how much pressure he's in, doesn't understand exactly where the attackers are going to be coming from. But at the end of the day, better weapons won out. That's going to mean it's a lighter buy on the bonus though for C9. Lots of stingers here, 3 stingers. Actually, a couple of them sold at the final moment.
Let's see what they're coming up to in terms of the decision. All walking up though, quiet is the approach, and here the dog, they want to pounce on it. It's an incredible read that they had going for this. Anticipating that there would be that Trailblazer to try and set up a lurk, possibilities there, but it does put the pressure now onto Demon 1, but again, he's in his element! Spot like that, it's a target-rich environment, and he will flourish.
Man, his mechanics are outrageously good.
Not in doubt at all.
This is a beautiful read. I mean, the pressure over... It couldn't have been a better defensive setup for exactly what Envy were going for.
Come on now, boy! Come on now!
Fake A ramp pressure.
Nice. Nice, Max. Nice! Let's fucking go!
Very...
Calling comms to tell them to shut up because he wants to play off audio cues. And everybody on Cloud9 respecting that. And he gives him a triple.
That's what you get.
Dude, he's lightning fast with the reactions and the aim.
Yeah,
he's so talented.
Presence in through midi. Zelsis going to be hearing a couple of these shots. Lay it off. They don't realize that Kezen is already pushed up. And Zelsis, you're going to be next. Not expected, not anticipated. Zepper's there with a trade regardless, but he's got a lot more to overcome in a spot like this. Oh, talking out in the open.
That's ambitious.
It really is. Maybe anticipating that the players were already up towards that B heaven angle. Vic, now it's your turn of things here. Doesn't really have the best gun for the job here still, and that paranoia was played fast and loose. Kesnit got ahead of all of it.
There's the aggression paying off for Kesnit. Get stuck in, get ahead of things. And this round has disappeared very quickly from C9.
Yeah.
Envy playing with a lot of tempo, but also, I think, really understanding how Zellsis wants to play the middle of the map. Zellsis has been playing the Viper in pretty much the same way on Split for the last probably 2 years now at this point.
Yeah.
And while he's good at it, he is good at it, and he mixes it up a lot, I think people have started to get a very good idea of what you can do to put pressure on him.
Beautiful round, guys.
They're on the board.
They are on the board.
And it sounds calm at the end.
Operator, A short angle. A lot of players as well going to be waiting in the wings, and Penny's earned up an ult of his own, so a ton of tools actually for Cloud9 to really utilize. Poppin wants to make noise over towards mid. He's looking to hopefully drag some attention over towards there because they want to end in A. That's what it feels like.
They're waiting for that aggression because C9 have showcased it on the pistol and on the bonus. Envy are forced to respect that.
It's an unusual wall as well, but it does cut up the angle, so it doesn't allow that open avenue again. They have access to the site. Zephyr's going to be calling this now. Losing control of it, but still with Heaven and Ramp maintained. TP across and a plant. Up against the wall.
Spike planted.
Spire looking to hold on to the flank. Popped up. See whose aim is sharper in a spot like this. The Trailblazer will look to lead the charge again, and it looks like Envy do want to refight for a bit of this main space. Trailblazer's heard for.
Penny's ult.
Inserting himself. Exa's going to go down. It's a dodge of the flash. Penny's ult! Hold on! That's a lot of damage at 3 HP, but Shorty will finish him off. Shredded in the end. Rossi now stepping up to that angle. Kesnit under pressure into the corner. Kesnit! Activating, but saved in the end. Zellsis, stray shots finding their target.
Kesnit almost with the conversion there. Looking like his mechanics were nearly as clean as Demon 1's, but he just wasn't quite set up to be able to deal with Zellsis, who came around the back, spamming bullets in. Tell you what, wasn't the cleanest affair with Penny's ultimate there either.
No.
I think he got body blocked when he went for the blast pack. He wanted to blast pack backwards so that he could dodge some of the fire.
I guarantee you, he was supposed to play Razor way late. No, let me just play Jet.
Interesting theory. Interesting theory. I think Envy, though, have actually played this composition before, like way in the depths of the past.
Get out of my way.
Put this back. Flash connects, though. That's going to have to be committed to the dog, and desperately trying to get in range of the rendezvous. There's a TP back as well. He will have to get back to safety. Vix holding it down, though. Anchored Zephyr by his side. Over the head there with the knives, because they can only do so much, and Envy just trying to barrel through this. This is brute force on display. Up for Ram, that is unexpected. Incredible tempo to be taken. And as we've been saying all series long, Envy thrive in those situations. It's not planted really for main. It's a bit of a weird spot.
It's a very weird spot.
Might be able to get the angle onto it.
It's certainly losable. I think Rossi and Inspire got to double up and try to, take a little bit more of a forward position here.
Wall makes it awkward. Nader's going to be able to push this player out into the open. And it's, okay, Inspire just gets ahead of it.
Yeah, great timing.
Yeah.
He knew what was coming for him there. Opportunity for them to both play their ones or even have Rossi swing into support. And this is a comp actually that they were running in the off-season, so it wasn't even that long ago, but it was with Kane and Ion.
Yeah.
So they'll be able to work with some of their theory, presumably.
Chef kiss, chef kiss.
Chef kiss. Second on the board. They've knocked the economy for Cloud9, but there's still a lot of danger in this round. Demon 1 with the tour de force. I mean, I wouldn't want to be anywhere near that guy.
Taking a stroll down mid.
And because they've been aggro on eco rounds before, I think Inspire's going to be not really wanting to take an aggro lurk on the A timing.
Yeah. Made adjustments to it. I think it was Exeter playing up towards A early. He had a TP to get out in case there was aggression in that area. Seekers are moving backwards. That spells out that mid is compromised. Is that all three? I think it is.
You don't want Inspire to die here, though.
Got to be careful in terms of the way that he takes his fight, but the rest of Cloud9 weren't quite ready for it. Inspire ran down in the end there with that stinger, but he does get himself 2. Snakebite.
What a read.
Vulnerable. Yeah, that's a very good read. Drafting that just to get the hell out. Still danger here. Demon 1, tour de force. Finding it difficult to find those open avenues to really let loose here because Envy have got themselves ingrained. B main controlled, CT controlled.
Yeah.
It's going to be really hard for Cloud9 to find anything.
The wraparound play as well.
Yeah, Rossi's going to be on top of this one. No one's really looking towards him as I say that. Now, time is ticking. So despite the kill, the trademark even just slowing them down, and will be another round win for Envy.
Is Demon 1 going to be able to get out of here? Yeah, I think so. He's got an exit over towards mid. Controlled by his teammate. But Demon 1 spent the majority of this round, again, hunting shadows over on the A side. Because of that default that you were talking about, where Exeter started over towards A. Exeter threw a clone on A as well, up ramp. And Demon 1 and Zeppa were looking for the insert. They were fairly confident that that was something real going on A. And that meant that C9 were a little bit weaker on the B site, which was the eventual endpoint that Poppin called. It's a lot of Kesnet in the kill feed, 10 and 5.
Might be going a little bit further as well because we're in the state of affairs. Look at the money. He knows it's half armor. Outlaw.
It's got to be a slow round though with him on the Outlaw.
Yeah, it definitely does. This wall is making it really awkward, I think. It changes the dynamic of the way that A main is usually fought for on split. Cuts up that ramp angle.
But it also means that Inspire can throw his orb for another area on the map. Freeze him up to be able to run a mid-orb and put more pressure on Zelsis.
Yeah.
Or even a B main orb, which is what he's actually gone for.
Dash forwards here. Kissen's putting his body onto the line and he does get the information. He drags Demon 1 out into the open. Access to the site now over towards A. He's just given up pretty freely. Zeppa for a time here. Potential for it. Just jumping around in the end. A couple of stray shots. You've got to be careful of the counter spam, especially with that Vandal in hand. Zeppa, no real bullets. Has to commit to the reload, but he's scared of being punished because of it. Rossi. Got a watchful eye onto this one now. Dash! Missed the timing there. Penny was not expecting Rossi to be on top. Flash forwards, not dodged in time, and Poppin will strike. Like a coiled Viper in that moment.
I love that. The Viper wall just having a little bit of a gap there for Rossi to be able to play inside. That is lovely. It's a setup that we've seen. I think Zest was the one who came up with it originally to have that the B lurk.
He pioneered a lot of Viper stuff. That guy.
Yeah. The B lurk orb and then utilizing this wall instead.
Yeah.
But yeah, Envy using it to great success, and I think it fits what they're looking for absolutely. A lot of value from Inspire in the round, and Poppin going for the pop flash through the pit too.
4-4. A lot of value to be gained here.
Telling you, bro. I had the read, bro.
Attack timeout for C9 to get the read and figure out what's going on. Zelsis not talking too much at the moment because Imi's given instructions from the coaching booth. He wants some adjustments.
Yeah, it gets hard as well when you get to this stage of a game when you've had delays. It's almost like a pseudo best of 5, except not quite.
Yeah.
You haven't been having to adjust and think too hard because of the breaks, right? But it's still, you know, it's long, tires you out. But
I think that should be an area where C9 have the advantage.
Yeah, that's what we've been saying, right?
Yeah.
They've got the tenure there. So.
It doesn't always play like that,
no.
For sure. Like, just because you have more experience does not mean you're automatically better in these spots. It's just something that probably should be leaning in your favor. But C9 now 3 rounds on a trot that they've let slip away from them. And they've got to come up with an adjustment here. They've got enough money to put together something, but it's not great. It's going to be Zeppa with a light armor bulldog, maybe.
They second guessed it.
Oh, they've gone for a half buy instead.
Half buy, now buy for next.
Yeah. Okay.
Cloud9 has still been dangerous at times, and partly because of Team 1, actually. He's been a menace with the ecos, and he's got a rifle in his hand, so really enabled.
But he's looking to take a fight on the other side of the map.
Exactly, and that's where the action really isn't. So Dimensional Drift from Exeter lays it all out here. He's going to be able to ping out a variety of the players' positions. Hard committed inside the smoke. He wants to play him, but realizing he's being threatened, Inspire was rapid to take most of that space. Kesnet as well. Open angles onto CT. Quick to capitalize off of that. Snakefight as well, just about missing him. Full control towards the site. Cloud9 have not got a lot to work with here.
Nice optimization from Exeter there as well. That dimensional drift was really key for Inspire to be able to walk up behind it because he just spotted nothing in mid.
Yeah.
Beautiful attempt at, or beautiful way of executing a B-split. A C9 playing for exits. That's what it looks like more so, and just looking to die to spike.
Penny would also like to try and get his ult online if possible. Halfway to it now, a couple of kills wouldn't hurt for him. Zeppa's finding that. Poppin though does deal with the trespasser, yeah.
So all of the stuff that Imi was talking to Cloud9 about has had to be delayed one round because they couldn't put together a proper buy. And now as we go into round 10, we get to see the adjustment. I think C9 have done a decent job at conditioning Envy to play a slightly slow beginning to the round. Poppin is doing a little bit of either defaulting or a contact-y beginning.
Sure.
Just to wait and see if C9 have got a trap or a piece of aggression. But then, when they group and go into the execs, C9 have really had nothing going. It's not like their anchors have been able to find any value. It's a tough comp to anchor against.
Yeah, if you're
both of the duelists are all over you.
And so far, taking the fight against MP has not boded well when you play in their pace.
Pit in mid. Classic Viper Orb. So you don't really know if it's just the lurk.
Paranoia really only connects onto the Trailblazer, and it still gets good value anyway. Dash forwards, cuts it up onto the close corners. The orb does get them in, doesn't it? Boombot needs to be broken. Players into the pillar. Cloud9 looking to take this fight forwards again, but they missed a trick with that one. Envy, they wrapped them all the way around, and it was a fight from multiple avenues. They pinched them.
They're not able at all to stuff these players in the choke.
No,
or have Vic play inside a smoke or anything like that, but it's still a 3v4. Still might be a chance.
Still, with Zelsis falling. Much worse here, with players in CT calling it quits. Already going to be getting out of there.
That's rough.
Fast play towards Envy. They are finding it, really, over towards B.
They're overrunning Cloud9.
Yeah.
Might be a bit lucky that C9 already got up to 4. It's a little bit like Pearl.
Jumping around, trying to hope that his movement will let him survive there. Demon 1 with a couple of exits. The money, though, business booming on the side of Envy. Not too worried about losing players.
And honestly, everything's working. They don't even need to go towards mid at all, because I think you could just keep running this idea for the final 2 rounds until C9 prove that they can stop it. The orb gives them so much opportunity to pop into the site. Really difficult to avoid, and it's still getting you value even if you don't B-exec. It's still just a really good lurk orb for Inspire to potentially take some B-space alone. This time, they're going into Demon 1, and he's on a slightly more passive line, which should give him more opportunities to punish Kesnet.
Time to hunt.
See what he's got in store.
Needs that to be broken.
Yeah, he does. Time to Flowers. Vic cancels.
I think cancelling's definitely the right idea there.
Yeah.
Because it's got to stop the push from Envy. Envy don't want to hard commit in case the A site was stacked. They're going to go for a delay repop, though. Is Demon 1 good for it?
I've got your
Spotted onto the corner. Yeah, they were aware of his position that he was playing in. Seekers still need to be dealt with here, and let's see how the anchoring test itself. Kesnet's already up onto it. These anchoring players are getting squeezed consistently. Playing right into Envy's hands. Penny, though. Okay, satchel across, but Inspire activating off onto that flank. Zelsis gone. Puts pressure now onto the Heaven players. Vic and Penny have really left in a spot where they're wondering, do we still want to make a go for this one? Maybe if a kill or 2 goes their way. Penny's also 1 away from an ult.
It's been like this every round, though.
Yeah, it has.
Every round there's been a couple of players from C9 thinking, is it worth it? And then they end up having to save because it's fairly impossible. The actual site anchoring is not finding the value that it needs to if they want to hold off these pushes from it. I don't think it makes sense for them to play full retake with their composition. I think you do want to be trying to get Demon 1 posted on an angle. And that's every gun stolen away. That's devastating for C9's economy.
It truly is. They're going to find answers of how they want to anchor. Envy as well, though. I've got to give credit to them as they are inserting a bit of nuance into their play. It's not just 5 hard hits. players coming in, they pause a little bit when they met that resistance.
Yeah, I think you're right, though, that they knew Demon 1 was behind that flower box.
Yeah.
And that makes it really tough to play a spot like that. 6 rounds, back to back here. Because of losing the guns, everyone's on some kind of light armor apart from Penny, and Zelsis picking up a Bulldog, which is going to make it harder to find any spam pressure in mid.
To be back, this is fake pressure with the Trailblazer up through A main, but...
And Rossi fake ulting on A.
Yeah, exactly. Either broken or cancelled, not too sure, but either way, Cloud9 are happy to over-rotate. They're putting bodies now. Zeppa already rotating, and Demon 1 trying to hold this down, but the angle is held. Pop in, faded out with the shots. Demon 1 doesn't want to overplay himself. Penny contemplating, I think. The ultimate is in his back pocket.
Yeah, Zelsis, Kesnet trying to bait it out.
Let's play to do so. Inspire, what a way to entry into this one. He has cracked over the B side and caused that instant reaction. Ult popped off, satcheled across inside the smoke. He's barely missed the timer, but no, just gets onto it now. Pressure's on, Demon 1, what can you do from this spot? Lights up 2. There's still damage done.
That's good enough, though, I think.
Yeah,
better
potentially.
than any previous round.
Player advantage. Rossi is aggro as anything. The deep TP, he might have just ISO'd a fight. This is anticipated. It's Penny who's the straggler, and he's just holding. He seems to be aware the trade was there. Leaves Kesnet into a 1v2, but precisely the man for the job. He's been playing. But what will spoil the surprise? Knives out, though, and that means he can get a little bit more mobile. A little bit more agile, swiftly moving around, looking for some precision, sharp shooting towards the head, a tap onto the defuse. Zeppa running at him with a shorty. No one's really ready for this, but Penny is there.
Good work
Safe
from Penny.
pair of hands on him.
Yeah, making the decision there to back up his teammate instead of looking to try to play the spike or anything. Definitely the right choice. And Cloud9 finally, eventually, get another one on the board to make it seem reasonable at the half. It feels a little like Pearl, though the sides were swapped, where they've come out with a really good response early on, and then after an adjustment from Envy, where they just started hard hitting and there was no opportunity to anchor, C9 have gotten away with it a little.
Let's go, boys. Let's go.
Well, a little bit of similarities to Pearl. We'll see if we end up going to some monstrous OT on the other side of this. Minor advantage here to Envy, leading by 2 rounds now in our final map of this series. It has been a test of endurance, make no mistake. For Envy, they've had to dig deep as well, find themselves in potentially unfamiliar territory for themselves here. But really the onus now going to be on Cloud9, because they're the ones who have been always forced to react, come up with the solutions. And
yeah,
you know, on Zelsis' shoulders, he's been having a bit of a struggle.
Oh, he's been having a real struggle. I think it's probably taken a lot of bandwidth for him to try to figure out answers in this game, but that's taken a lot of his attention off from his fragging, I think. He's minus 30 at the moment across the series with a 0.3 KPR. Again, the flip side of that is if he does find his form at some point, it could be the difference maker. You look at the value that Inspire was getting on the attack side with his Viper setups and the pressure. They were pretty monstrous. Looks like Zelsis is going for something similar in this round.
Fast play out towards B main. This is it. Flash to set it up. There was no acknowledgement there, so the orb picked up, and
it's a B retake wall, so they can play this area really soft. But C9 never intended to commit by the look of things.
Yeah.
They've inserted Zelsis. but he hasn't thrown the orb. So he's not, you know, he's not looking to try to create that gap, that pressure in B just yet. Maybe he's trying to look to play it in post or something? Normally you'd expect him to throw it as a lineup, almost a barrier drop.
Trailblazers are going to be utilized here to get a bit of space. Threatens the Demon One's lurking. Is inserted at least partially.
It's a slow beginning here.
Yeah.
Trying to work the inserts on both areas of the map.
A lot of angles to account for as well if you are Demon One. He wants to play within range of the rendezvous, so he has a backup policy. Jump spot a pop it. Silent, just spots it. Catches it. Demon One is still walking forwards though.
30 seconds left.
Not dismayed by that presence here, and all walking up. It's silent on every single front, really. But now Inspire looking to activate a lot of damage through the box. Penny supplements it out, helps it out indeed. Kesnet though is out onto Raptors already with that dash primed and active, out towards Heaven, overwhelmed on the pop in, return of the fire. It's trades on either side, but Envy are in control of the side, and with a spike in their laps, Demon One now, one hell of a task. How the hell do you win that one out? You don't when Kesnet is in form like this.
He has activated. He's been so incredible for them across Breeze and Split in particular. The aggression is unexpected in this position. Wow. I think you look at where the Viper Wall is set up.
You are so crazy, bro. Yo, you are crazy, Mondo.
Well, there you go. The vibes are feeling good over there as well. They're gassing each other up. The Viper Wall is playing as if you're going to play for retake, but then they actually just hard flooded in, maybe realizing that the time was low and they had players in good positions. And Ares from Poppin. They love the silly guns, this team.
Yeah, they do.
You won't see many people go for that. They were running it on Pearl as well.
Toxins going up. A lot of soft targets waiting. Cloud9, of course, they can't afford to invest into this one, but they are down by 3 rounds in this pistol round and a follow-up.
Yeah, it could start to run away for them.
Absolutely, yeah.
I think this is, again, another time where Zellsis is going to be tested to try to come up with answers for how Envy are going to want to play. They struggled with it on Pearl, this defense where they sit back, they don't give you early engagements, but then there's really aggressive once you actually get to the site. They're loving to take a team fight at that point, happy to thrive in that chaotic environment, just not early round.
Envy being quite intelligent in terms of the way that they want to flip that switch and turn up the timings as Nade's rebounding here. Hexter tries to peek all the way out. It's a snake bite that Poppin just disrespects. Stinger, perfect place and time for Inspire to really light them up. Just left as Zellsis, and not long for the world at this point, I don't think. This will be 9 rounds for Envy. Consolation kill. Not much past it.
And Envy really in a position now to try to take over the game. They've got a couple of guns to be able to work with into a bonus. And we've seen them have some cute ideas already, like the theory, even though we haven't seen them play Split yet, they had some nice setups. You know, for example, the Viper Wall with Rossi playing in that little pocket was a nice, cute idea. Do they have something cooking here?
Rifles finally in play here for Cloud9. They have to do something with these. Orbs and flashes sailing over Kesnet. It's got the Outlaw. One target with half armor and one stray shot, warning shot perhaps out there, and Inspire's played in.
What a kill.
It's an insane shot to find.
Well, now the map's just exploded all the way behind C9.
Emphasis placed though. Kesnet just dashing to the side here. The paranoia will force him to push back and respect most of this space. It's being gathered up by Cloud9, but again, respect. Not showcased. Poppin looking like he wanted to make a push through his own team wall.
Yeah, that would have been mad unless you hear a lot of presence in A ramp. Like, if your team are taking a fight in A heaven, fair enough. But not just on a dry timing.
Map control still trying to be held down here. Rossi might get pinched in a spot like this. He's just a couple of straight shots down onto the kneecap. Zellsis has collected and enough noise made. The chaos.
The spike, though, it's kind of isolated here.
Needs to be ferried all the way over towards the B site, and players are starting to make a bit of a move on as well. Poppin here's a lot of this one. A timing again, Exeter. He's trying to disrespect the molly. Guess it's there forwards. Taking a peek, 2 shots though, going wide. And that is gun that you could potentially use here. Zelsis watching for it. Aware of the tricks of Envy at this point. And okay, 4 kills for him.
Yeah, that's huge. Doubles his kills in this map. And if he has another couple of rounds like that, admittedly, he had the weapon advantage, but still, he actually did get a lot of value in this round. When Demon 1 goes down, it is so much more difficult for you to call in this round because your options are so limited.
Yeah.
But he calls for pressure on A ramp while he individually goes back and reclears mid, finds a kill.
Let's go. Bring this shit back, baby. Let's go.
And he single-handedly opened up the rest of the map to give himself pivot options. So that is big impact in that round from Zelsis. But he needs more of it.
They got a bit skew-whiffed again, Kesnitz. Deep peek there. Trailblazer will have to be respected, but he's already got his prize and dipped out as well.
He's a maniac. I mean, he does love taking dry fights like that. He's got so much talent.
No follow-up. Cloud9. Quiet approach now to this round. A bit skew-whiffed there with a movement. The blind is good. Demon 1 just pulls it out of nowhere. Running and gunning Rossi down.
Again, though, Zeppa with the spike is kind of stuck here. He can't go and join Demon 1 safely.
Yeah, and Inspire's already in a bit of a forward position. Tucked on the one side. Kesnitz looking to see if he can get his eye on the Demon 1. That is insane work.
What a reaction with the movement.
Yeah. Always making himself a really difficult target and full awareness of where Poppin was playing. They know where the Utah's been flying from. Damage done to him. Poppin came into this round with not too much. It was a rifle and a dream. He didn't buy armor into it. May have played a part into it, but 4 kills for Demon 1. Getting active.
Back-to-back 4Ks.
Yeah.
Demon 1 winning them that round, for sure. 2 massive duels. Winning the one against Exa and then winning the one against Kesnit there. Kesnit probably should have had the better end of that.
Demon 1 is so sharp on that line.
Yeah, he is.
Taking the fight against Kesnit, just the adjustment of his aim.
It must feel great for him to be back playing at the tier 1 level.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, when you have a player that's had the absolute peak, Demon 1's story is crazy because he comes in fresh from not even really tier 2, like tier 3 team, to be honest, into an Evil Geniuses that ends up accelerating to the stars. And then he crashes back down to earth almost immediately afterwards. And, you know, he was still in tier 1 throughout 2024 and 5, but not a shadow of the success. And it really feels like C9 here have done a great job at setting him back up for incredible value. It's also cool that he's come back in during a meta that suits him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not having to play the Raze entry anymore, is he?
Exactly. I hard agree. And for Demon 1, I mean, there's been, I've noticed at least the ripples he's been making. In the scene, obviously, all the talk is about this guy not being on a team, not getting those opportunities and getting passed up for other players. But I've noticed that he's been trying to go for that personal growth as a player because the talent was never in question. This guy can aim. He's a sharp shooter. It was more just intangible qualities that other teams picked up other players over him for. And I've noticed a definite effort where he's been trying to make the most of it. A lot of players, I think, when they have reached that peak, they're not going to put in the same amount of effort, but he's still trying. Still getting rewarded for it. Here, peak of Kesnit. Nice to take those fights. Wants to put back up onto it here. Justin, the second shot was nice. Demon 1's dropped. Flashed up, trying to grab that orb. Kesnit barely able to get out. Maybe, potentially. No, the bullets are still there. And Poppin. Return a little bit of fire with a bandit in hand. Still, this is a bit messy. Seekers are going to point out the positioning. Seeker. Okay, Pit used in a spot like this from heaven. Bizarre. Rossi, though. Here's the scurrying of the footsteps, doesn't he? Let's see if he can take that timing down. Penny, though, has the rifle and a better gun. That is bizarre.
I am baffled by that one.
Okay.
I mean, if there was 20 seconds left on the clock, absolutely. Go for it. Go crazy with it. There's a minute left. They just run away.
B-main watch for 2, Inspire.
It's an eco.
Looking up off the back of that, that's a big ult that they don't have access to.
That's insane. That could be a game-losing play.
Yeah. Cloud9 slowly being let back into this. And look at this. Discipline from Penny. Backs up to ensure that they can take the double fight together. They're only trailing by 1 round now. And you might be right, Josh. I mean, listen, in terms of tracking it, money situation, this is a buy round for them. But they would have liked to have that ult. It's a huge one on defense. You can change your entire setups based around having a pit in mid or wherever you might want to layer it down.
I'm just trying to wonder what was even going on there.
No Viper ult, man. It's fucking free. Just.
It might well be. It might well be.
Yeah.
Maybe he got a bad comm from a teammate and they thought that they were much more committed or something. I genuinely don't know. That's so weird.
You want to play?
TP cross B
Let's
met.
play.
That TP is way out into the open, yet Rossi still finds it. One.
That's not how people would normally play that situation.
Bizarre.
People are normally going to go for the one-way as well before they go for the TP. But even if you're going to go for that smoke, you normally commit a bit more. Go for the TP. You normally commit a bit more into the corner.
Exeter was just playing peel essentially over the shoulder. He was punished for it. Team 1 that tour de force. Put a stop to it. 4v4 though.
And there's an op-v-op battle, isn't there? Because Kesnit's watching this line, and Demon One's creeping up to try to take the engagement. If Kesnit goes for the peak...
Orb up. Down again.
He's not playing the op at the moment, but I'm sure he will if he's looking on one of these lines.
Timing is missed there. Zelsis with a jump spot as well. Gets the acknowledgement that there's an extra player with Poppin going down. Bit of a misread in terms of the state of affairs in a round like this.
It's a 4v4 and an insanely committed swing from Poppin.
Spire
has no idea.
He's squeezed. He's squeezed. Surely doesn't get that right. Okay. It's getting awkward. It's getting messy.
Yeah. The quality has gone off a cliff.
That's what you tend to see. Kesnit.
He didn't see him.
Hell of a shot. Dashes back out and around here was still a 2v3. Hits there.
Did we give him a better PC than everyone else's?
Apparently so. This guy is playing him up, but okay. Clay Pigeon shooting for Penny.
Oh, these rounds have been mad.
It's been...
I think you can tell that we're getting into crazy territory.
Absolutely.
You know,
getting late into the night.
It really is.
It does play a part because decision-making starts to slip. I don't blame them, though. Penny is found, ISO'd into that fight. Rossi may have just been given an in.
Oof. If that random spam had caught onto Zelsis, there could have been a chance.
Yeah, but no,
even with the low time. But yeah, exactly. And the money's bad now. The money's really bad. Kesnit's already used his Blade Storm. He was trying to get that up, got it up off the back of the eco round. But they've got some time here to just have a think. And C9 have done a good job at getting back into this game.
They really have, yeah. 9-9.
Yeah.
And a few ults into this round to convert it, but they have more in the bank. It's how that engagement went.
A couple of big mistakes from Envy, though, must be said.
Yeah, whiffy from Poppin, and he's feeling the frustration there.
Yeah.
It's a lot on his shoulders, honestly, because earlier he was definitely having to be the glue, the person who was pulling the team together, essentially,
yeah,
even when the tension was tough, right? So
that can be more draining, right? Having to bottle your emotions and keep them in and try to keep everybody on the same page.
Yeah. Real test of endurance.
This is a round where Poppin could go and try to make a play, take a risk. You're expected to lose this one anyway with the lighter buy, so you're allowed to take more risks. He's looking at a smoke, goes for a flash, doesn't see anything, but that has been called by Zeppa. Zeppa knows that they just got bad info in A main, so now Zelsis is coming back.
They know Poppin's there.
Yeah.
Just got his ult online.
So if you can deal with this guy, you know that Poppin's going to be calling the stack on B.
Silently moving forwards, yeah. It is a good read.
Yeah, really good.
Cloud9 jump on it. Rossi's going to be hard committing this one. It's an anchor spot that he's forced to play into now. 8 rebounds. No swings from heaven. Rossi trying to play off his own paranoia. Hopefully making a bit of chaos for Exeter to capitalize, but not the case. Not with the weapons that they've got. Inspired are still rattling across those shots, forcing Cloud9 to respect them.
Spike planted.
Kesnit and Spider have got a lot more to do. From a spot like this, Kesnit. He has had that eagle eye. Sharp aim. If there was anyone to do it from a spot like this, it would be a player like him. Right timing, spotted the gun barrel poking out, and attempts to trade, but Vic had his eye on it regardless. So now Cloud9 take the lead in this map. Feels like the energy is just dissipating a little bit. This test of endurance that we keep referencing to, Cloud9 are finding the advantage. They've got 5 rounds in a row now.
It's a great read of the situation, but it is an eco round, where I think it's a bit easier to get a read like that. Most of the time.
Oh, let's go. Jordan, what are we doing here? Let's go. What? Nothing. You thought I was talking to you? Me? The jiggling on the spot?
And result.
It's just Demon 1 trying to lock in.
Yeah.
He's like, guys, we have these ults. Focus on the next, come on.
The mature one on the team, apparently.
One round at a time.
This one's huge, though, for Envy.
It is.
If they lose this, it's probably the match. And that, I think this would be such a tilting loss for Envy. Because this could have easily been a 2-0 this match.
I mean, it's been stretched all the way. Judge was heard. Trailblazer was broken as a result of it. Inspire, Pixelactor, crouched up, wants to play back in. That is 140 dink to the head. He's lucky to be limping away from that one.
And that's great value from the chamber too. You walk up with the TP there, the rendezvous, and if there is a trap, you can get out. And now they've taken a lot of mid space. There's a lot of presence from C9 that Envy haven't cleared yet.
Showstopper. It's going to be unleashed here. The Paranoia does connect. Rocket finds his mark.
Wow.
Rossi was trying to TP to get the hell out of there, but he still goes down regardless. It's an open site now over towards B. Nade sails over. It's a deep plan for default, so they can't play for the main angle.
Can Zelsis find the timing, or do they clear him? Yeah, Seekers.
Seekers pushing him back, but Zelsis, all he has to do is really distract from a position like this, stay alive, hopefully. Penny, approach from multiple directions, up towards heaven. These fights are finding them. Envy lighting up the feed now. It's all filled up with teal. Flash, and a count of 4, Demon 1. He can't manage his aim in time, and Zelsis, like I said, it's not planning for him. A lot of damage on the Trailblazer there. The fuse is stuck all the way. Kesnit knows it's in safe hands. 10 to 10, Envy straight back in it.
A very safe plant, considering that C9 had control of the majority of the site there.
Yeah.
And that comes back to bite them. They had a mid lurk that could have been a heaven player. It wouldn't have been planted for Zelsis either way. Right, whether or not he was able to commit to that. So not optimizing for the small details, feeling like they were a bit too much under pressure to go for the better plant. And it bites them big round for Envy. They tie things up, and more importantly, they stabilize their economy to some degree, though they would be in a bad spot if they lose this one as well.
Billy Trailblazer lines it up for now and broken early enough. Kesnit has that dash prime, so allowed to play aggro for a moment.
He really wants to try to find these fights. He's got such a hot hand. He's 22 and 13.
Yeah.
He's just begging people to fight
Trying
him.
to enable into it. That is a nade at your feet. Poppin steps up and gets 3 as well. Just cleaves into them through the main choke point. This is Cloud9 crumbling beneath them. Envy wrangle back control of Destiny, and it's a round lead for them.
Poppin stands tall.
Yeah, and he's been having a bit of a dire game as well so far. He needed those kills.
Yeah, it's a really important one too. They get their feet underneath them, and now both teams have got pretty decent economies as we head into the last 3 rounds of regulation. Heavy shutdown. Don't know quite how he manages to find Demon 1 too.
Yeah.
Ah, let's go! I found my gun!
The judge abuser.
Yeah, anything to get yourself back into things here.
By the way, he's carrying on with the judge, even though Rossi could drop him easily, Inspire could drop him easily.
Yeah.
Now the money is actually stable and looking pretty good for Envy, but Exeter's still running with it.
It's a critical round, though, like we were saying, because it turns the match on its head, essentially.
Look at Imi there, clapping, driving the guys up, trying to build some energy. They've still got a little bit of this tag timeout to go, but Imi's finished in terms of talking about the strategic stuff by the look of things, leaving that to the rest of the group at the moment. He was just looking to try to drive a little bit of that endurance power.
Yeah. Anything to keep them going, 1 footstep at a time, 1 round at a time, but it's flipped on its head. There's a lot of just issues really to account for at this point, because Exeter, he's ended up as an ult of his own, Poppin's 1 away. Pulse economy being flipped on its head. Poppin looking like he wants to play towards B main with that judge in hand. Cloud9 with a spread default, 1-1-3.
Cover going out.
Slow and steady, though.
Exeter's clone on this side of the map, making it feel like maybe the judge is around any corner on A, and instead he's hiding in B main. That's a nice little flare.
The mind games. High, low, double up.
It's a weird one.
It is a weird one. Zephyr spots it.
Heavy off angle, but they're giving the whole of ramp up.
Whole of ramp. If Zephyr, if he tries to take the space off the back of this, he will be punished. There's a snake bite that rebounds with Shane's Trailblazer. They spot the 2. Rossi wants to go for this one. He's calling for a bit of a play to be made. I think he's holding that paranoia, triggering off the back of it. It's a double flash played for now, but Satchel to disengage. Exter with his own dimensional drift. He is far behind enemy lines, but now TPing back over towards B. This is all over the place. It's getting messy now, and in the chaos again, Envy have typically been the ones to thrive. The smokes bloom up. Plays the play in here. Rossi just trying to see if he can dominate that angle forwards, and again, Exter is this player. Inserted in! The flash is a little bit too late. Celsius just takes him out. Ults now still being offloaded. Zeppa is seeing where these players could be pinpointed. A Poppins dropped all the way down. Sort of at a barrel, but Zeppa whips it around and claims 2 for his troubles. Kezen up and around here, but Envy have got nothing to play in with the rest of this round. This is done.
They tried to do the same thing that worked for them on A, sending it, going forwards, trying to catch Cloud9 off guard, but this time they weren't really set up to anchor. It was Poppin just trying to find a timing on what was, you know, a bit of a messy retake, but just hoping that he'd caught something devious there onto Zeppa. Almost had the drop on him. And if we're talking about timing, Celsius cleared Exter right as he was about to go for that flash peek, which certainly could have caught the C9 players off guard. So it's not like they knew that Exter was there. Yeah, look at that timing. Couldn't have been half a second later.
Could have been a very different story if the timing was a little bit different there, and it's another timeout that's been pulled out, this time on Envy's side of things.
By the way, we were talking about Celsius, right, in terms of his individuals leading into this half.
Back to even.
He is, he's back to even. He's actually found an awful lot of success on the attack half. And I think that's been reflected in terms of rounds that they've been able to put on the board as well.
Oh, yeah.
Because they were down fairly heavy, to be honest with you, after Envy won the pistol. It was 9-5. So being able to recover both individually and in terms of finding those gaps, those ways back in, credit to him. He's a scrapper.
Cloud9 really digging deep here. Hidden reserves at this point of the day. Don't ask me what the time it is. It is getting late here. The players are feeling it.
Is Exter going to pick up a judge again? I think that's one question I'm thinking about. They've got the money for kind of whatever they want, right?
Operator.
Oh, he goes for the op. Well, that's the other end of the spectrum.
Seeking to punish here. Other side of the attack timeout, maybe feeling like Cloud9 are contacting around. It's an opportunity to lock something down.
Here's the orb, though, and that's just going to be right up in Exter's face. It makes it really difficult to op over towards B.
Yeah.
And Exter has been preferring passive op lines in this match so far, which mirrors the general way that Envy have wanted to play the early rounds. And now, you know, Exter's just kind of staring at a Viper orb, wondering if somebody could be taking a timing through the other side.
Being very conservative, though, with his gate crashes. Hasn't layered one down yet.
Yeah, I think he's one of the better Yoris in terms of making sure that he changes up the gate crash timings.
Yeah.
Because the attackers are going to be thinking, all right, you're going to run out of them at about 40 seconds on the clock. Well, he tends to save them a bit more. Especially if he knows he's not playing against an aggressive team.
Yeah, especially Cloud9 here, umming and ahhing. Poking around mid, this looks like a fight called up. Pop in, he wants to get aggro. This orb is going to be dropped and he wants to face it with multiple players. It's a paranoia. Forwards, there's a gap though. Penny! He's one player unaccounted for in a spot like that.
It's the flash from Zeppa though as well. Could not have been better timed.
Main control. It's the only thing that Exer has left to play for here. Fakes the gate crash here. He's hard committed into this spot. It's a paranoia. Connects. There's other one. Listen, this is enemy territory now that he's going to be working into a rock and a hard place, and you cannot fight your way through that. 12 rounds. It's found for Cloud9. They are at the impetus.
Envy have had their economy absolutely broken as well. There it is, the flash, exactly as the orb was about to play through. Both teams taking the fight at the exact same time. And Rossi, to his credit, caught 3 players with the paranoia. But he didn't catch Penny.
Let's go, boy.
Energy is sky high.
Yeah, the adrenaline spike off the back of that. But, Bren, it has been given Pearl. And we're 1 round away from OT.
The money. Tenuous, Kezen steps up. It's a dash primed. He's looking for that fight. He's been winning them.
but he hasn't actually been winning them for quite a few rounds at this point. He hasn't been finding them for quite a few rounds. He's been burning Dash early and never been given anything from C9.
Cooled off.
They've actually been able to neutralize Kesnit pretty effectively.
Battle of mind games here with these smokes blooming, blossoming over towards B as well, just making it really awkward for Rossi to hold on to. He's only got a stinger. Cloud9 are grouped up. Spike is in this direction, but the players a bit of a spread across the board.
You do have to
caution can be a bad thing.
You do have to wait out that one way though. Rossi, that is the kind of play that you would make walking into it.
Seeker's used
on defense.
Yeah, this is to highlight a few of the player positions. Poppin wants to find out where they lie. All three Seekers looking to move through mid. Spells allow now. This is going to be landing and ending over towards B, and it all comes down to this. This is it. Cloud9 already. Demon 1, he's opened it up with the entry. Kesnit's going to be falling. Exit with that flash, it is good. And with that judge in hand, okay, he has shredded, but in the midst of all of this is carnage. And what a finish. It's Cloud9 13-11. They are the victors this day. Hard-earned, and you can see how much it means to them.
Well, that was an arduous series from their point of view.
Oh, my.
They had to toil away for hour upon hour to put away Envy. And spare a thought for the people on the other side of things, because while Zelsis congratulates Zeppa arm in arm, the Envy players could have won this game 2-0.
Yeah.
The OT was ridiculous on map 1, and they pretty decisively won on Breeze, but it's pain for them. It is pain for them, and down to the lowers.
No hugs, no okay.
That...
Giving Zelsis the cold shoulder.
That is iconic. Former teammate.
Something to keep notes of for later stages.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Think about that one here, but Envy...
It's been a tilting game for Envy.
Oh, for sure. They're going to be replaying, staying awake at night tonight, laying up in their beds, thinking about the OT on Pearl, thinking about how close they were here on Split.
Yeah.
All the rounds that could have gone a little bit differently if they made one slight adjustment.
But at the end of the day, I still think we didn't talk about it too much, because at this point, you know, they earned the respect, but it is mad that C9 have been doing this with a last-minute substitute.
It's a ridiculous run of things, man. It really is. Especially when we've got these litmus test teams, right? Lev, we actually know they're playing with subs, seeing how well they've been doing. Cloud9,
yep.
They've just taken it.
It was Demon 1 actually with a huge entry into beat Heaven in that final round as well.
Yeah.
He was electric.
Unreal stuff, really. Cloud9, of course, elation on their faces, and credit to Zelsis as well for stepping up towards the tail end of that. Wasn't doing too hot, grabbing a series, but it's a lot on his shoulders calling.
Welcome to the latest possible Verizon post-match interview. I am now going to gather the guys from Cloud9. First of all, congratulations, Penny. That was a marathon series. You came in to this week. You had to fill, you know, some responsibilities from Oxy. Do you feel like the responsibilities that you had to fill and the switches you had to make perhaps impacted your performance, or did you not feel it at all?
I mean, to be honest, I'm comfortable with both things now, like playing what Max is playing now, like the Chamber and the Viper and all this stuff now, but I'm also the duelist player, so it wasn't really a problem for me, and our main priority was to make Max feel as comfortable as possible so he can perform, because he's a great player.
He is indeed. Penny, thank you so much. Let's talk to the man in question. Demon 1, we got to see you flexing over to the duelist once again. Did you feel rusty at all? Is that something you've been practicing, or you just... How do you feel about it?
I feel good on duelist. Obviously, I saw I play in ranked Dret 24/7, so I feel comfortable on Dret.
24/7.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a lot. That's a lot, right? You guys have to rest up. Someone who definitely needs some rest after that series, Celsius. You had to call a marathon series. How mentally draining is that as the IGL?
I mean, honestly, I kind of look at it as positive, because it's like, it's still one of my first few matches of VCT full-time IGLing. I am tired, so I'm really glad that my team pulled me over. Shout out to them, but MV was very challenging, but I'm happy we got the dub. Also, a follow-up question that is not related whatsoever. What's your push-up PR? Push-up PR?
I counted 17 on stream.
Peak ever, probably, I don't know, probably like 80 something.
80? Okay, sure. Why not? But you can do more?
No. 80 is crazy. 80 is a lot.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know. I don't believe it until I see it. Now, Vic, though, you were mussing some in that game, though. Like, you were an absolute clutch god. How do you feel after a series like that? How did you manage to stay locked in those clutch moments?
I mean, it was an intense match. I think everyone wanted to win. I wanted to win for Oxy. I wanted to win for Demon 1 subbing in. So I think just doing it for my teammates was what pushed me over.
No, team effort, of course. It was an incredible match to watch. Zeppa, last but not least, let's talk about it, right? Like, you have quite the opponent ahead of you now as well. 100 Thieves also is going through the middle bracket. They've been really creative. They've been looking really strong and very scary. Lots of firepower. How do you approach that as a player?
I think the practice against Envy right now would help us. I know they're a great team. I think the 2 additions, Vora and Team Latino, I think they're very good additions, and they honestly. Vora seems like an insane IGO who can frag, and then Team Latino is like fearless duelist. So I think it complements the team. I know it puts Cryo and other agents, but I'm excited to play 100 Thieves and ready to go to sleep.
Right, I mean, there's going to be so much tape on you out there now for them to crack, but yeah, I can't wait to see you guys going up against them next week. For now, though, it is all we have from down here. Thank you all so much for joining. Congratulations once again. But we're not quite done there yet, because we're going to head on over to Match Point with Mimi and friends.
I'm Mimi.
I'm
This
Friends.
is Friends, and inexplicably Sideshow.
I'm Sideshow. Bloody hell, what a fantastic game that never felt like it was going to end. Blimey.
Wow.
I do not like that impression one bit.
Where did Sideshow go?
Let's workshop that in the future. Well, that's a wrap on this weekend. And a wrap on Emily's British career, I suppose.
You don't like that? I thought that was convincing.
How's your
Not
wingman?
quite.
I don't even know what he sounds like.
You don't know what wingman sounds like? Here's what the bracket looks like after today. Yeah. Envy, down in that lower bracket, they'll play the winner of Loud versus E.
Oh, hi, Demon 1.
You have to do your cameo again.
Do it again.
Hi. We didn't show you have to do it
I gotta do
again.
it one more time.
Okay, from the top.
Yo, you want to sit
You want
down
a
and
headset?
talk
You want
real
to come
quick?
in here? No.
Okay,
That's
he's
all.
like, I'm out.
Great cameo. Thank you, Demon One. Dude, it is crazy to watch him show up like this and play how
Quite literally.
insanely well he is, and to walk like that, especially the latter part.
Yeah. That was really
That was a
surprised
strut.
when he walked through here.
Those boots, they were made for walking, you know?
He was wearing boots.
Well, that is an end on this weekend of the middle bracket. We mix things up, get games from all around as we start next week. We're back in the main arena next Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific. You won't want to miss the matches as we get started with eliminations and more upper bracket and more cool games. And we're tired, and I'm sure you are too. So we're going to go to bed and see you next week. Thanks so much for watching, and good
night.
Good night.
Good day.
Thank you, Kristen.
Good day.
Bye.
Good night.
One of the most compelling games, if not the most, of this weekend of VCT Americas. It's 100 Thieves, it's Sentinels. They're doing battle for your viewing pleasure. Cryo stepped up. Oh, these are classics.
Oh, and it's John again. I mean, it's just...
They're not out of the woods yet. That spike is still on the wrong side of the spike.
Why not?
Too good,
Why
man.
not?
You can't do him like that. A dirty ace of John QT. The Sentinels in a 4v3 now. Been able to hit this A site. Timo has to step up though. The slow orb is big. Oh, they're all over the ground. Guts, Gizzards, and all the rest. Vora might be able to slip away for the time being and bang with some fancy footwork. Keeps Asuna free to get that res. Dirty stuff from 100 Thieves.
He might go down. There's 2 players flanking him. That's super aggro.
Narrate's looking for him. And it's bought enough time for Timo to arrive.
Maybe get some info, then refract. Oh, free kill into it.
John will stick around the corner. Little peek, John low on ammunition. And Timo gets there.
No, you're him.
But now they're going to know. Vora trying to fight in the middle of the action. Going to be John though for 2 and 3. Yet again. John's been behind them this whole time. Arsenal's not going to be ready for it at all. And an ace from John QT. Brilliant. Scott Pazier's going to have his back turned for it though, and Timo emerges, making use of this smoke. I mean, Narrate looks a little lost in that kind of moment. Timo for 3 in the round. Conversion parts earned. The main extension you shot. Plant going down. Cryo behind the screens here. Swing timing is perfect. And John has to do it again. With 22 health, it's too much to ask. Cryo shuts it down to give 100 Thieves their first up against the Sentinels franchise in VCT Americas Kickoffs.
Envy versus Cloud9, and they're going to be squaring up against each other here. They're up to a fight early enough. That is reaction times in a half. Everyone's going to be aware of that fact, and look at him reigning supreme over towards the yard angle. Util is perfect there. Rossi was blinded up, just took it forward. Oh my goodness! goodness! No spare spot. This is bullets raining down on you. Vic is the one to try and do it. Plant down. Vic might just walk right in, play into his hands. He's found it. The 1v1 now. Pop in versus him. Hop it on! Vic! Oh my goodness, man! Fights to be taken and one out. Zephyr tries to step past it. Inspire. It's giving win cons. It's giving ins that MB could capitalize off. Damage is done across the board. Timing! Rossi strikes where it hurts. Eventually to hear it. He's just spotted it. Oh my god! He eventually gets control of the rifle. Cloud9 were down 2 players, but they don't give a damn. Cloud9, they get that 20th round. A lot of ults as well to expend in a round like this. Kesnit crouching deep down into the angle. Vic's going to be finished off early here, trying to ISO that fight out. Kesnit to tapping all around, and Zephyr too much to overcome in a spot like that. 4 kills for Kesnit. Sound is heard. Rossi has got to watch for this one. It's half onto the diffuser already. Needs to get a presence onto it. The bullets! Down to the wire.
Take me home.
Once more. Oh, he's missed the timing. Again, they want to take the fight. They want to finish this. MB are tired of it. They want to bring us to that map 3, and they will get their wish.
Oh, take me home, country road.
Facts on facts on facts on facts on facts for real. Major League World Series Game 7, whole lot of cap for real. We better be gone. I used to just do it for fun. For real, now we gotta get to it and hustle, man. We gotta get to the funds. The pressure been stacking up tons. We on our way up, just trust. Baby, we winning, they throwing no ones. Baby, I'm saying it ain't what it was. Okay, no, they watching what they saying, 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 what they saying. No, they watching what they saying, 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 what they saying. No, they watching. I turn an L to a lesson, okay?